Watkins Glen, host to a track that is very, very legendary indeed. Built back, originally in the road course days of when they were racing down the streets, Watkins Glen has been host to nearly every single series and type of racing imaginable, and today it comes alive once again with the premier endurance racing league here on iRacing.com, the Neo Endurance Series. It is going to be a 6-hour race here at Watkins Glen for round number 3 of the Neo Series. It's going to be prototype multi-car GT action here on RaceSpotTV. We're going to be bringing it to you live in just one moment's time.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpotTV, the biggest endurance event.
3 wide pass there for climb the 6-4 between Virtual Racing and the Racing Lions 4 GT. That was very, very brave there.
Traffic, very well could be the turning point. Looking to the outside first, now starting it down to the inside. Gap goes at 4 seconds per second, got a fix for the traffic. They are ready.
Back here at Watkins Glen with RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. It is the Neo Endurance Series round number 3. The first round was at Sebring. The second was at Circuit of the Americas. Now to one of America's classics. It is the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. The cars are taking to the grid. They'll be going on their recon lap, and then we will get to 6 hours of hardcore racing here on the Neo Endurance Series. So, hello everybody, I'm Cameron Walsh along with Rachel Whiteford and Hugo Louis on the cameras. No Will this week, but we will make do, of course, as the racing will be as exciting as ever regardless of who is sitting in this commentary booth. But speaking of things like that, I have to say the 4Racer Coanda SimSport car having qualified first with the Team Chimera prototype outside and the Radicals Online qualifying in third. Not a unique front row from what we have seen this season so far. Coanda and Chimera are some of the faster prototypes here, with Radicals Online and Friction Racing taking that second row. We'll have to see if Friction or Radicals Online will be able to bounce back from their racings at Circuit of the Americas and will be able to really challenge here for the first position, as they were not able to do last race's time. So as the cars are getting ready to spool up their engines and take to the recon lap, we'll bring in Rachel Whiteford. Rachel, this is it's quite a legendary track. Some say it's a little too easy, 12 turns, but it's not necessarily the track that's the challenge. It's the multi-class racing as the cars are pulling away now.
Yeah, good afternoon, Cam. It will certainly be an exciting race tonight. We have the prototype class, we have your GT1 and your roof C-Spec class, so it's going to be a tough race here. Of course, simple track, people will say, you're quite correct, but some major challenges on the racetrack. Of course, with the 4GT, I apologise, not the C-Spec. Yes, challenging parts, the S's, of course. We have the boot, we have the bus stop, all difficult parts of this racetrack. The drivers have to contend, and with it being a fairly short lap cam, that means there'll be a lot of racing with side-by-side with lapped cars and with your own traffic, so it's going to make for a top-notch afternoon of racing here on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive.
That it is, as they go past the DRS sign coming off the top of the S's. In case you haven't heard, iRacing has released the latest and greatest Formula One car as well, the McLaren MP430. That is, of course, an exciting development, but we're sticking away from the open wheels today. It is going to be the Honda prototype development prototype car with the Corvette GT1, the Aston Martin GT1, and then, of course, the Ford GT2 cars. So, we have for our polls, it's for Racer Coana Sim Sport with a 141, well, it was a 141 for them, but of course we set these qualifying times yesterday, so these are provisional classes. So right now we've got the qualifying. That's Coana Sim Sport is up on the front with the Radicals Online car, currently piloted by Wyatt Gooden to start. Will be on the pole here with the Thrustmaster Movano Racing on the outside. They have been strong all season long with Virgil Racing, who's been one of the fastest cars this season. They're starting in 4th in the GT1 division. Going back to the GT2 field as they come out of the entry to the boot, and they're heading their way towards the heel. It is Sven Demmel in the Sim RC car with Gunnar Moore in the IRDK Assault Racing. Those are your 2 cars on the front row. Mad Cape Racing and Phoenix Motorsports, starting with John Hall, is in the 2nd row. So as the cars are pulling their way through the rest of the boot here, of course, if you're familiar with Watkins Glen, you might not be that familiar with the boot, as it is not run in some classes such as NASCAR. But for the sports cars fans, we absolutely love having a track like this. It's 3.37 miles, 12 turns, and as that golden pace car is going to be pulling its way down into pit lane, we are going to get ready to get started here for the 6 hours of Watkins Glen on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. Pace car will be pulling into that very tight very tight pit lane line. It will be going to Mitchell De Jong for Racer Coana Sim Sport. He will hold it and he will let the cars go, and here we go. There is green, and already Team Chimera is trying to push the Radicals to a very tight intro line as the prototype field enters turn number 1. They're allowed to go wide here, as it does look like Chimera does have an awful start as they fall back through the field. But everybody seems to be making it up. The S's in the GT1 field will now be coming out of the 90, and they'll be heading up the S's for the first time. The Radicals Online car for the GT1 class, the Aston Martin, having pulling away a huge lead as they're still too wide coming out of the S's. And then the GT2 class just taking 90 right now as Sven Demmel will be leading the Ford GT2 class across. A much cleaner start for these guys. It is almost single file throughout the entire GT2 field as they clear the S's. So as we get this race underway, actually the SRN Motorsports cars off the track. Stefan McGarvey, not quite sure what has happened with him. I see he's managed to have a slight tap through the bus stop. We'll go through these turns more in depth as we go further, but his car seems to be relatively okay. I think he just had to get on the grass and get on the brakes. So as this GT1 class field and the prototype field are all pulling away, we have to look at the overall racing pace of these cars here. The prototypes are obviously going to be much faster at a track like Watkins Glen than the GT1 and the GT2 cars. So passing will be very important, as we have already alluded to. And Rachel, after one lap, that Coana car is absolutely pulling away from Radicals Online.
Well, the big story of the start here was, of course, the great start we saw by Team Chimera and that 24 machine. Of course, they had a great start. They held friction tight into turn 1, but so wide there across the exit tarmac of turn 1, and that lost them multiple spots. They're down to number 5 now from 2nd, so not what they wanted to start their day, but they're in good air right now, so they've got an option. Of course, the real big question for us today is, well, the number 14 car there, and I believe is the driver of Odox Motorsports LMP. They're racing with Friction Racing there. Not Friction, Phoenix, I apologise. They've got a good gaggle there with themselves and Pure Racing Team. But I was just going to say, the really exciting part here is we have the standings, of course, so far in Season 2. 3 rounds, including this one. Well, we've had Sebring, we've had Kota. Coanda leading with 91 points. 2nd place, 17 points back, is Friction with 74. And 4 points behind them is Chimera. Radicals Online behind them, they're 11 points behind Chimera. So definitely battling for points and positions here today in what's going to be an incredibly exciting season. Of course, we go to Spa after this, Interlagos, Monza, and the Nürburgring. Yes, the new content for iRacing, the Nürburgring. Will it be the Nordschleife? We'll find out.
No, it's not going to be. I'm sorry, I have the scheduling right here. Maybe next year. I don't think these good cars. It would be a good show. But I have to say, as the Coanda car passes the start-finish line, Juka Slovati, the Blue Flag Racing car, and the number 35 car is sitting on pit road and has been sitting on pit road for some time now. The entire field streaming past now. As I'm just going to try and figure out what has happened with that car already so early. That is just strange to see that car there undamaged. But Mitchell Dijon still pulling away in that Coanda SimSport car as he'll take the bus stop chicane. It's not flat out, but it's as close as you can get to it.
We do have the incident involving Blue Flag. There's contact between themselves and the 41 car of SRN Motorsports. That's why they were off the track. SRN, they hit the Blue Flag car in the bus stop. That second turn, they got them sideways. That was on lap number 1. Right in front of the Gathering of Tweakers car. That put SRN round and slow. Blue Flag limped. They have obviously got suspension damage to that car, as the contact was on the left front, I believe. So, internal damage for the Blue Flag Racing 35 car, and Yuka Savati having trouble early on.
Yeah, that is awful to see from that Blue Flag Racing. As also I'm looking at the Corner Motorsport car, the number 29 prototype. That I'm presuming has had to have started from the pits and is now making their way through. They just passed Sven Dummel in the SimRC GT2 class leader, as he'll start his way to the GT1 field. So, as this GT1 field is pulling away, spacing themselves out, it's going to be a very interesting battle here today. Just talking about the cars, it is going to be Austin Martinez Corvette, if you haven't watched.
Sorry, gotta stop you there, Cam. We've had a development actually happen. Radicals Online have been down pit road. They've had something happen to them on the first lap as well, I believe. They are miles back from the pack on their own now.
That's the Radicals GT1 car, I believe. Might be, no. The
prototype, no, it's the number 2 car.
Ah, okay, I see. My, well, I still see them behind Coanda. I
apologize. I was told something had happened to them. Obviously, we've had some bad information there, but nothing wrong right now with the car. Mac Backham, of course, he is leading there. Could be the GT1 car.
Perhaps there was another, there was a crash of the 82 car. Perhaps it's similarly colored. No, it's the Virus car. That is the Ford GT2. As you can see the replay on your screens of what has befallen that Virus car in the early goings. Here is actually a 2-car incident with both themselves and the Racing Lions car. And, oh, I hate to see something like that. They were going up the bus stop, and the Racing Lions just took a much wider line. The Virus car took a very inside line, and they ended up, well, it was a very slow spin. It was a slow spin about, well, I say slow, it was about 40 miles an hour, which was still a pretty hefty car accident. But either way, that Racing Lions car, a little bit front-end damage as he had to try and work his way, getting that car around, and that Virus car as well having a little bit of rear-end damage. So, rough starting here in the GT2 class, as we are going to be looking at the V Apex Engineering cars, as these prototype cars, they are still well, all wrapped up in each other's wheel tracks, Rachel.
They are indeed. We're in a good battle so far. Of course, we've got the Radicals ahead of them, and behind them, of course, Pure Racing Team and some others. But good fighting kicking off there so far in the race. Well, they're P11 right now. Actually, I'm looking at the wrong standings. This is a great start to the race, but they were there with Perpetual Motion and 7-3 Motorsports. Good fight developing in that bottom end of your bottom end of your prototype field. Even we're starting to see some good racing developing as they're right underneath each other's feet. But up at the front, it's spreading out a huge amount with Coanda leading by just about 2 seconds now. Friction Racing behind the Radicals by 2 seconds, and then 2 further seconds back to the Gathering of Tweakers. So whilst the front is spreading out, the guys behind them not letting each other get away.
Yes, as the Blue Flag Racing Corvette now has to now back on track, which is a great thing to see. You'd hate to see them having any large damage in the early goings here, as the Chimera car and the Gathering of Tweakers prototypes, as well as the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing HPD all make it past that Corvette. as Juka Sovati is back on the track, which is, as we've said, a good thing to see, but are already laps down, and that is not how you want to start. As the Racing Lions car is also on pit road, perhaps some damage they just want to get cleared up before something adverse happens, or perhaps something more sinister has happened in the under the suspension of the bonnet of that Racing Lions car. So, and just like that, we are already 8 minutes into this lap number 6. As the laps are going to be clicking by here, expect a very high lap count. We're going to be joined by Mark Warmington. Now, we'll talk with Mark right quick, but just as we're going up through the field here, it's still Coanda SimSport up on front as they will pass the Virus GT2 car, as the Radicals is still about 2.5 seconds behind. Friction and the Gathering of Tweakers cars are your 3rd and 4th. So, Mark, we'll see if we can't just bring you on right now, as hold on here, Roy Weiser was black flagged for avoidable contact. I'm presuming that's the Virus car. So I believe that is the Virus car indeed, a black flag for avoidable contact, which is understandable, as that car was the instigator going up the boot. Yes, it is. So the Virus car will already have a black flag to add on to their race.
They will. Hopefully we're going to have a chat to Mark Warmington now, so we're going to talk to you, Mark, if you can just hop up here to the booth and we'll have a good chat. What's happened to your guys so far?
Well, it's been an eventful start. We were sat there hoping that it would be nice and calm, and I think you saw it on the broadcast as Yuka was heading down into the bus stop. Went in, I think it was too wide, just to make sure that everybody behaved themselves, and I don't know if it was a net code, I don't know if we closed the door, but I don't think he was expecting the car from behind to come up beside him as well. So rear left suspension damage, 2 minutes mandatory repairs. He's out lapping now, so I didn't want to disturb him whilst he's getting a new feel for the car. I'll find out whether or not we can continue or not.
We were just going to ask, of course, how is the car handling, of course. He did seem like he was limping before when he was coming back to pits, but seems to be doing reasonably well now, of course, doing 1 minute 49 second laps, so we'll find out how comparative that is. We have no examples, unfortunately, without being so early in the lap, but you guys obviously hoping to continue here, but it's a long race. These issues can be overcome?
Hopefully, but to put it into context, Yuka's race pace is in the 146s in this weather, so he's probably had to give up time to allow cars lapping him by, but when he gets clear air, we'll find out how the car feels, because he should easily be doing low 47s, high to mid 46s.
Awesome. Well, hopefully you guys can get that car back racing properly, and in fact in this one, of course, 1 lap down's not a major issue so far. Good luck with the rest of the race.
Yeah, thanks. As you said, over 5 hours to go to try and make that back. So, yeah, and good luck with broadcast.
Thank you very much. We'll talk to you later, Mark.
Well, I've seen a very interesting pop-up on the screen over there on the broadcast as we were watching a live onboard picture from Mac Backham's prototype car. That was I haven't seen something like that before, so that was very interesting. But yes, I have to say, as the Blue Flag Racing car crosses, and it's a 146.8, so you should be able to get at least back onto it. The Corvette shop crews good at putting those things back together, and I guess you can make a joke out of that. But I do have to say, though, I'm looking at the Racing Lions car, and there isn't anybody still seated in that car. They are still repairing that Ford GT2 car, and that is very unfortunate to see, as the Racing Lions car is normally a relatively good contender here in the Neo Endurance Series. So, as I see Wyatt Gooden finishing off yet another lap, he is going to be starting his lap number 8. The leader is a 146 flat, so that Blue Flag Racing car only 0.8 off the leader, and that's relative good that overall lapping pace. So looking back behind the Radicals Online GT1, Austin Martin, it is going to be the Hammer Down Racing Corvette of Karl Wolszolski. with the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Austin Martin and the Thrustmaster Movano team. The Movano car normally, surprisingly, they are normally fighting right up front at the beginning of these races and all the way throughout. But the Movano car is sitting back actually, hold on here, the Pure Racing Team Le Mans prototype car, the LMP car, has had some sort of a very terrible incident, as that has got massive suspension damage, front wing damage, and both of the rear wheels seem to be well off of where they are supposed to be. Mark Eckelman
big incident. We have that incident currently. It's lap number 8, and it was heading down into the boot cam. Big moment, as I believe we had, wow, 2 GT2 cars
yeah.
and another HPD. That was the number 14 Odox Motorsports LMP. Gonna get your replay right now and work out what happened here, but 3 wide in the boot never works at Watkins Glen, as I believe the Odox prototype comes across, hits the Phoenix GT2 car, which puts them into the Pure Racing Team car. It does. Pure Racing Team then spun out, hit Odox, who then themselves go into, I believe that is the number 72 car there of Mad Cape Racing Team, and everybody is crashing. That was just wow.
Well, it's definitely not the start to a 6-hour race that we would like to see, but at some point the prototype cars, which are much faster, about 11 seconds a lap faster than these GT2 cars, at some point they are going to be lapping the other cars, as this is an absolute monumental incident here, as we're just trying to get that back up on your screens as they went through the boots, to start that Phoenix Motorsports HPD, all the prototype cars, this actually goes back really to the carousel with how these cars are positioned, as the 3 prototype cars, the Phoenix car, the Odox car, and the Pure Racing LMP car, all come across the GT2 traffic. The Phoenix car makes, I think, a very good move. They cut through, split the deck of GT2 cars ahead of them, as the GT2 cars were racing side by side, the Mad Cape and the Phoenix GT2 car. So the GT2 cars are fighting with each other, and then a pair of prototypes both try to pass both of the GT2 cars at the same time, and it works about as well as you could expect. It looks like that Odox car has picked up quite a bit of significant damage. The Mad Cape Racing Team might have some rear suspension damage. That Phoenix Motorsports GT car has some front end damage, as we'll pick up from where we picked off with that wreck. So either way, though, multiple cars on pit road, Rachel, and this is not the start to the Watkins Glen 6 hours that we were looking for.
Absolutely not, and well, what an incident we just seen there. Some very sketchy driving from the Odox prototype car, unfortunately not what we want to see. Of course, we could say that was a risky move by the Phoenix prototype, that number 10 machine, with the driver of Julio Oneas, but really risky move by him. We saw the Odox car lose momentum, and of course that got the other car alongside the PRT car, but bullying their way through GT2 traffic, 3 wide, trying to force it 4 wide, really never going to work, and some bonehead driving, I'm going to say it, I'll call it as it is, bonehead driving this early in a 6-hour race. We're on lap 10, we are 20 minutes in. You don't need to go 3 wide, 20 minutes in, unnecessary, and unfortunately they paid the price, and they brought some GT2 cars with them. Phoenix GT2 cars leaving pit road right now, and I think they might have gotten away lightest of all those victims.
Yeah, they had some damage on the front of that car, but just looking at the Coena car, it's there's a calm of these cars all doing their laps, and if there's one thing to take away from this incident, hopefully this will settle the field down, as it's just awful to see, but we're seeing the pictures coming in now of the Coena car. It is, Mitchell DeJong has found the traffic. With Watkins Glen, it's very important to manage the traffic, and he had managed the traffic very well going up through the S's, passing 2 GT2 cars and a couple of GT1 cars by the time they got to the bus stop. So Mitchell DeJong already on it as far as how he is trying to manage this lap traffic, as the Radicals Online car of Mac Backham is sitting behind the Falcon GP Austin Martin, as the Radicals car will pull alongside for turn number 10. as the Friction Racing prototype as well is still involved with the Team Chimera prototype, just passing the Team Chimera Aston Martin. So both of the blue and white cars taking the final turn number 12. But Rachel, these prototype cars are working their way through now traffic proper. They've already cleared the GT1 field, and Mitchell de Jong has to be on it. He has to be aggressive, which sometimes, as we've seen, can spell disaster.
Very much so, but we know that the guys at Coanda can be very efficient with their passing. We've always been lucky, I think is probably the word we want to use. And we remember, of course, at Circuit of the Americas that we saw some great racing there from de Jong and his teammates, but they always seem to be just outside the crash whenever one happened near them. And that luck does eventually run out, but they have got a lot of experience in this kind of racing. They know what they're doing. And more importantly, they read the traffic well. They can read what's happening ahead, and they can read what's happening behind them. So they tend to be a very aware team, and well, we're seeing a good performance from them today as we expect. Gaps close down a little bit to the Radicals with the traffic, but as much as they are in traffic, the Radicals will be also. So not a huge amount of problems really for now. It's the number 60 car, I believe, of Juan Jose Sanchez, and the Dart Frogs Racing, I think that is, has received... No, that was a 60-second stop and hold for Juan Jose Sanchez. Not sure which team he's with right now, but he has got a stop and hold now. That is Odox Motorsports, yes. The Iberian driver, Juan Jose Sanchez, has been given the blame for that 4-wide cannonball run, shall we call it, on minute 15 of our 6-hour race. So... someone's had to take the fall for that one, Cam.
Yes. Either way, looking back to looking back to Blue Flag Racing, we're getting a word as Mark Warmington was on the team radio. We asked him, Juka, how does the car feel? And Juka replied, well, good. Which, of all the words you want to hear, I guess that's the one word that you would want to hear. As just looking through, the full prototype field is now, I don't want to say clashing, as nobody's had an incident since that big 4-wide incident that we saw. So either way, the prototype cars are now properly trying to make their way through, as Marcus Hamilton is having a bear of a time trying to get past a pair of Aston Martins and a Corvette, but he will manage to make it work. And the boot section is a great place to have these prototype cars coming through, as the speed overall of the prototype cars entering that boot section is much faster. So overall, though, these prototype cars are able to clear in this boot section quite a good couple of cars, as Waka is actually looking at the Gathering of Tweakers 2 car, the car number 99. This is a very interesting entry into turn number 1. It is 2 Ford GTs, a prototype, and a GT1 car, just for all the interesting sake, as the car is obviously working good for Kuba Savati, as the Blue Flag Racing Corvette will finish passing those 2 Fords, and the prototype car of Ronald Gross will be passing them down the straight. So multi-class racing here at Watkins Glen, which is just about as chaotic as you could ever expect here, as the prototype car will lead well in to the bus stop, and he will get past. So just looking at Watkins Glen here, Rachel, as we look at the number 65 car, the Hammer Down Racing Corvette, as he does have that Movano racing car. That Movano car has been working very hard to get back up to racing snuff. But as Rachel, as we look at this Watkins Glen track, as we've been alluding to, it's I don't want to say it's not difficult, but it's one of those tracks that overall it's an older track. It's not necessarily as technical as, say, Circuit of the Americas, but it's still a very big challenge.
Very much so, and of course, one of the biggest problems with Watkins Glen as a driver is coming out of the boot. Now, this looks like a fairly simple corner to most people, especially in the cameras you'll see here. In fact, we're going to have a quick look. I'm looking right now myself at the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing GT1 car, about to be passed by their own teammates in the Gecko Motorsports prototype car there ahead of them. There's number 16 car piloted by Dennis Grease. He's coming up now. We'll just focus on him in that number 16 car as they head through the heel of the boot here. A nice, simple right-hander. They'll come up this hill to rejoin the cup layout of the track, the classic Watkins Glen circuit. This tight left-hander It's about 80 degrees round, but it crests sharply and the camber changes quite aggressively. That is possibly the most difficult corner at Watkins Glen on this layout. It is a real challenge. The car gets light, the back end wants to slide. You'll get a lot of people spinning out there. It is a tough corner, and that I think will be our defining corner of the racetrack today.
Well, it absolutely is, and especially when the suspension's loading down, you're getting on the throttle. You're trying to, at least as early as possible, as the number 15 prototype, as we can see, as that is the car of, oh heavens, that is the Friction Racing LMP. I should know these things by now. Marcus Hamilton. I'm pretty sure their number hasn't changed all season long, as the Team Chimera car. These two cars have kind of cycled back here at the beginning, but they have swapped third and fourth position. Hamilton perhaps picking up a little bit of front end damage from what I can see, but I'm not quite sure. So he might have lost that position to the Chimera car, as this track does really enjoy the downforce, but it's a big challenge trying to balance that in the long straightaways, as you can quickly find yourself in trouble if you have too much downforce. But as the Hammer Down Racing car is still looking to fight against the Movano car, they come so close in the heel of the boot as they head towards the toe of the boot. I have to wonder, as looking back, you can see the Virgil Racing GT1 car, the yellow Corvette. In the distance, it's the Hammer Down and the Movano Racing, as Hammer Down Racing's Karl Wojciechowski is looking to try and keep that position. That's the second overall GT1 car. Actually, it's third. So the Gecko Vortex GT1 car is in second, and the Radicals is in first. But right now, just the difference between the Corvette and the Aston Martin, it's a relatively big difference, Rachel. The Corvettes are much more of point and squirt. The Aston Martin, it's almost like they have a different flow, a different, well, it's a different car, obviously, but even if it's just a GT1 class, it still manages to drive very differently.
Well, they're very different cars, Cam, both in driving position, view, and the handling, but the Aston Martin's much more of a flow car. It's about keeping momentum through the corners, whereas the Corvette, as we said, point and squirt. It's very much a car that you have to be very gentle on the throttle with. You've got to be balancing that throttle a lot. And you drive it a lot like the Indy car, the DW12. So you corner through off the throttle and you put the throttle down when it's relatively straight. It's a tough car, but I think honestly one of the more fun ones to drive in that category. The Aston Martin, it's big, it's tank-like, and it's a little bit more gentle. It does seem to be a little faster here today, so we'll see, of course, but traffic comes into a major factor for that one. And you could see the Corvette lighting up its tyres more coming off the boot at Watkins, but I do think we could start seeing some Aston Martins hitting the S's at some point.
Yes, as I'm sure also the Corvettes, the rear wheels will probably fall off before the Aston Martins, even though you say that the Aston Martin's a little gentle. It's only got a V12 under the hood. As that Koena SimSport car finishes out their lap number 17, or lap number 16, starting lap number 17. Mitchell DeJong, as we'll just reset here real quick, as Mac Backham is still hunting that Koena SimSport car, and this is actually more of a classic battle that we've seen as they come upon the class-leading Ford GT2 car. It's the Sim RC of Sven Demmel, as Sven will be, well, he'll let the prototype cars, as you can just see the speed difference going through the carousel, and of course the Sim RC car just laid it inside, just no pressure at all for him, so he was able to easily let them pass. But just this is almost more of a classic sim race that we've seen. We've had quite a good couple of challenges from the cars of Jack Keithley and Friction Racing, but over the last couple of rounds. But right now, for the most part, of course, everything can change. We've got over 5.5 hours to go. It just seems that the Koena car and the Radicals car, Rachel, are, well, we're picking up pretty much where we've left off.
Oh, very much so. It's always going to be one of those races where we have a long period of boredom. We've had the excitement to the start now, and it's of course now into the endurance phase. We'll see the racing go on now, and we start to see things unfolding, and we'll start to see a lot of course, excitement, a lot of drama, disappointment. That's the best part of endurance racing, Cam. But just listening to the people talking at the moment on the YouTube chat. Hi guys. Of course, they're talking about the GT1 cars we just talked about and how they say that 90% of official GT1 races are Aston Martins. And I think I can shed some light on that, in case people are interested. Yes, the Corvette is older and more difficult to drive, as Go says, Murray Walker fan there. But at the same time, more difficult isn't necessarily the same thing, because I prefer to drive GT3 cars without traction control on. They're more fun, but at the same time, it's a new car. The Aston Martin is a new one, everybody wants to drive it, it's fun. I was looking at 65 machine there on racetrack. That is, I believe, the car of the Hammer Down Racing team, driven by Karol Wojciechowski. But it's new, it's shiny, everyone loves it, so they want to be in that one. It's also a fairly pretty car, although my personal taste does lean towards more the Vet. I would love a C7 iRacing. Come on, do it for me. But no, great cars, and probably one of the more interesting categories at the moment in terms of racing we're seeing in terms of GT cars. Of course, we do have the developments that we are losing the roof track and the Ford GT, your favourite, Cam, from the GT3 field in Season 2 of 2016, when we will be gaining a Mercedes SLS and an Audi R8. So that's going to be incredibly interesting.
Well, that it is. The GT3 field here on the iRacing.com service has really taken off. But just as I was going to say, just one moment before that, though, it was actually very interesting that iRacing had decided that they're going to be bringing a number of Aston Martin machines to the iRacing.com service. This one was their first one, the V12 GT1 Aston Martin. I mean, this thing is absolutely rocking as far as racing cars go. We'll see if we actually can't get an on-board picture with one Aston Martin. We'll find one that's a little stuck in traffic, actually. As you know what, we'll follow the Movano racing car, actually, as Jorge Montañez is, or George, actually, excuse me, it's not Jorge, is working his way behind the Hammer Down racing car, still fighting for that position in the GT1 field, that third position, the final step on the podium, which is just so far away. But as we'll cross the start-finish line here, we'll go towards R90, and we'll leave you with the noise and the thunder that is the V12 Aston Martin. So as the Thrustmaster Movano racing car has finished our little lovely tour of Watkins Glen, which you can do in real life, by the way. It's about $25. They'll drive you around for 3 pace laps. So I'm just saying, as the Movano racing car, you can actually just see, I was not expecting the Hammer Down racing car to pull out such a gap. Perhaps a little camera shy, that Movano racing car, but we'll keep an eye on that battle. But I have to say, as that was happening, we had an unfortunate incident between the Asbury Motorsports Ford GT2 car and a prototype car going once again in the entry to the boot. So it was the number 84 car of Asbury Motorsports and the number 18 prototype of KRT Motorsport entering the boot. I think this might have just been a little bit of a miscommunication as the Ford GT2 car, wow, looking as they exit the carousel, the prototype car, it's like he didn't even see it, which is very unfortunate, as the Asbury car just runs wide and then takes his absolute normal line going well left. Just to get the momentum to go through the boot, which can really help you through the straight there. But there is a prototype car there, and I don't think, Rachel, looking at that KRT Motorsport car, they did anything wrong.
Absolutely not. It's certainly right now a difficult situation really for them, but KRT, they've been pretty good so far. We've always seen them being very, very good in traffic, so it'll be interesting to see how that develops.
Yes, it is. So we'll have to see whether or not that KRT Motorsport car has picked up any sorts of damage. I'm not quite sure if they did, which would be very, very strange if they did. I think I see some obvious damage on that the left side, which is very unfortunate. But we'll have to see what that KRT Motorsports car can do. Is actually looking behind it is a prototype car of much more damage. The 11 car, the online simracing.de car. It's missing the entirety of the front nose, well, at least on my screen, and something strange has befallen that car. I think that might have actually just been on my screen. I was going to say I got excited there, as the car should be okay. Yeah, there it is. It's still okay. All right, so Stefan Walder giving me a little bit of a scare, but you know what? Everything's perfectly fine. We'll just ignore what I said.
We will indeed. Of course, as things develop. The racing's really evolving now. We're starting to see that early phase cam, where, of course, we've had the start, everyone's settled down now. And we're heading towards our first pit stop sequence. Of course, the prototypes will be the first in, we expect. Followed by the GT1s and GT2s, as we just saw the 18 KRT car passing the old Blue Flag Racing car. They're trucking away, doing what they can. And, well, Blue Flag Racing, they're up now. Actually,
yes. Wow. The IRDK Endurance car, the 55 car, is dealing with quite a bit. This boot section, the entry to the boot, is going to be quite dramatic throughout the day, as that Corvette is absolutely shuffled back. Marcelo Mao, sorry to interrupt you there, Rachel. This boot section, I think, is going to frighten us nearly every single time a prototype car enters into the boot. And if we're just getting frightened watching it, I can only imagine what's happening in behind the steering wheel. But overall, the Coanda car, whom always manages to find themselves around trouble, not in it, is trying to work his way through the Radicals online car, trying to get that buffer. But that Radicals car, even though the Coanda car is dealing with a massive amount of traffic, which tends to build up here at Watkins Glen, you'll get a train of GT1 cars trying to get past the GT2 cars, and then the prototypes get involved, and it gets real hairy real quick. But there's still nothing in it for Mac Backham in that Radicals online car. I'm not quite sure if he's really pushing that car just yet. As we've said, we haven't even made it to the first pit stop yet.
No, but we're getting close to it, so we'll start to see the cars heading in soon. Probably 5 to 10 minutes for those prototypes as we see them coming down pit road. And wow, the YouTube fans are definitely still talking GT cars, and I was corrected earlier. I just want to make sure they know that. I did say we're getting the Mercedes SLS. We're not. We're getting the GT, Black GT, or the AMG GT. I'm not sure, but it's a Mercedes and it's gorgeous. So can't wait to see that one. And of course, now they took up BMWs on board, but they're watching Mac back, and of course you will be able to see throughout the stream today. We have a live camera inside the den, inside the cave that is Mac Backham's sim room. So you'll be able to see the master at work behind the wheel of his car throughout the day, as he currently rides in second place, about half a second back from your race leader. That is Mitchell de Jong in that Ferrari Coanda Simsport car, as he chases him now up out of the boot inside there, the Phoenix Motorsports GT1 Corvette of John Fuller. Fuller teaming up with Rob Reed, of course. We've seen him in the Neo Series before. That's a powerful combination in the GT3 class, but well, the battle for your overall race lead is getting very tight here as we start to see them looking like lapping prototype cars.
Yes, just like that. I think after that incident there, that's cycled some of them back through. But as the lead prototype cars have to deal with some traffic, of course, they've got the Falcon GP Aston Martin dead ahead with the KRT Motorsport GT2 car already in the rear view. Just looking back to that Phoenix GT1 Corvette, we'll just take a look at that number 64 car real quick. As you can see, it's still on track. It is still in one piece. And Rachel, I hate to say this, but I think that this is the most laps that they have completed this season.
Oh, sorry, got to stop you there, Cam, because we've just got a pass for the lead in the boot, or was approaching the boot, actually. They got round the Falcon GP GT1 car. As we saw up the inside goes Mac Backham in the Radicals car through the bus stop. Right behind there, I believe the IRDK for GT2. It is, as we see the lead change go to Mac Backham in the Radicals car. There we go. That was a replay up on the screen. We have a pass for the lead. New leaders, Radical Racing, no, Radicals Online, I apologise, that number 2 prototype car now leading your entire field here at Watkins Glen. An update from Race Control. Oh no, we can keep our eyes on this one actually, Cam, because we have a huge gaggle of cars around your leaders. Now the dogfighting has started. Getting up the inside of one of the GT1 cars there as they fight their way through here. There is no quarter for mistake. As up behind the Virgil Racing GT1 car ahead of him as they head towards the end of the lap. Big closing speed. We saw Mac Backham have an incident, of course, here in the 6 Hours of the Glen race earlier in the year, but he gets through there perfectly fine, and he will lead with a bigger gap. That traffic was very, very nerve-wracking, Cam. I couldn't take a breath.
Yes, as it's just one of those laps here at Watkins Glen that make it so exciting, entertaining indeed, as the Radicals car is now, he said, well, the traffic hasn't stopped and it never will here at the roller coaster that is Watkins Glen. Mac Backham is going to be going past the Movano Racing Team car before switching across and going to the Hammerdown Racing car. That quick cross that is what we saw that set him up for the move past that Coanda car on the replay before they hit the bus stop. But the Coanda car taking a much less dramatic view of just passing them on the one side. As the Radicals Online car is still coming up upon some GT2 traffic as well as the GT1 traffic. It won't be too long before they hit, well, hopefully not literally, the Radicals Online GT1 class leader, the Wyatt Gooden piloted Aston Martin. But either way, as the Virus car pushes himself wide, which is what you want to see in types of events like this. I'll go looking through this. Now, this might actually be interesting, as the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing GT1 is now planted between these two cars. He'll give the room to the Coanda car. The Coanda is going to get better on the acceleration, though the rear end will step right down on him, and they'll hit the cresting turn back onto the Cup circuit going around Gunnar Moore in that IRDK Assault Racing car. As the Aston Martin, the Gecko has to wheel his way around that GT1 car. But as we finish yet another dramatic lap here at Watkins Glen, I have to say, just to close up on our last point, as no, we still have a battle for the lead. I don't think I'm ever going to get this out. As going through the draft here, I almost wonder if the Radicals car did have a very bad entry. It looked like the Coanda SimSport car was able to power past the Radicals Online car, Rachel, and boy, did he make that look not dramatic.
Yeah, he made it look almost textbook there, as we definitely saw a very bad run through that final corner for the Radicals car. I think Mac Backham might just have clipped the... No! He did, yes. It was on the entry to the final corner, Cam. He just put the ledges of his left side tyres on the grass, trying to take as wide entry as possible. The car seesaws round as he makes a dramatic save, which of course kills his mid-corner speed, down a straight, easy pass there for Coanda, as Mac Backham very nearly wrecked himself for once.
Yes, which would have been very dramatic indeed, as Jack Keithley in all of this battling has managed to pull away from the Friction Racing prototype car, and he is even starting to enter the end of the pictures as Mac Backham will scream right past his teammate, the Radicals Online GT1 car, not wanting to get involved in the least as the Coanda car pushes just a little wide. They'll go up through turn number 10 here, that very tricky on back to the Cup core circuit as just these two front cars will have to start taking a look around as, oh, there's just a heck of a train of cars coming off of the rear end. If you could just look at the rear end of Gunnar Moore's IRDK Assault Racing car, he is going to have an extraordinarily busy couple of laps, and it has nothing to do with the traffic in front. It is everything behind, as the Denmark car is going to be having quite a bit of a lap today. Let's actually see if we can go on board with this IRDK Assault Racing GT2 car. I'm sure the battle up at Coanda and Radicals will keep an eye on that, but just look as the IRDK Assault Racing car will have to deal with this traffic. He's got GT1 cars, prototypes, and fellow GT2 cars all coming onto the rear of his Ford GT2 car, and he's going to have to manage the positioning between all of these cars here, as that IRDK Assault Racing car is actually, well, he's about 3 laps down. He's almost in the rear of the field. I believe he might have been involved in that earlier incident. I'm not sure which, Rachel. But either way, though, just managing, even as the slower cars, it's just difficult to almost try and telepath where you want these faster cars to pass you.
Well, that's the trick of multi-class racing, Cam. The drivers in the other classes also have to be used to being passed, rather than you just being used to passing other cars. So, of course, the trick in multi-class racing is you stay on your line. You hold your line as the being lapped car, and you just let them do their thing. They will find a way past. Sometimes they might bounce off you and walls and other cars, but that's unfortunately part of racing. But it is very much so the onus is on the car passing. We do not have a blue flag rule here in iRacing in the Neo Series. It is a case of you simply pass and you can find room. If you hit the car that you're lapping when you pass them, it is still your fault. It's up to you to make a safe pass. Before we go on from that, I just want to raise something. Aston Martin, really? It is Aston Martin, thank you very much. Just like it is Jaguar, not Jaguar.
It's Jaguar.
Or if you really have... No, it's not. I'm afraid it is actually Jaguar. Unless you really want to pronounce it correctly, the pronunciation is Jag. To quote Jeremy Clarkson, of course.
Yeah, Jag, yes. It's also aluminum, and it's also Nike. And Adidas, for the record.
We're just going to have to ban you from the commentary booth for being too American to handle.
Too American. No, that's Randy Chandler. As the Virtual Racing GT... I'm way more horribly pronouncing than he is. As the Virtual Racing GT1 car is still getting hustled by the Excelsior Racing team, Aston Martin, I'm gonna try. I'm just gonna try. As they have gotten their way past that IRDK GT2 car. But overall, though, the Virtual Racing car, well, it's been extraordinarily muted here today, though I have to say they're in second position. I believe that's where did the Radicals GT1 car go?
Well, that's absolutely a game we should be playing. Where did the Radicals GT1 car go? And the answer is they are 2 laps down from your last place prototype, but they are leading the GT1 class.
My standings.
They are currently up there in P number 14 overall, the first place GT1 car. They have a great gap there over the Gecko car. Gecko just coming to the final corner. Radicals practically in the first corner, so a whole straight difference between those two cars, and you can pronounce that one together, of course. Cam, they are driving a Aston Martin.
An Aston Martin. It just it makes me here in
Syracuse
Austin, we have a Syracuse A. That's our accent. So either way, though, as it
there is a British car company called Austin.
Yeah, well, good for them.
And they are not Austin Martin. It's Austin Rover Aston Martin.
What is Rover? I don't even know what that is.
They're terrible
cars,
so
cars over here.
Ago, thankfully.
Oh, good. So I didn't have to worry about that. Like a Jeep. As I figure out that the Radicals Online GT1 car is a lower number than the other cars, that's why it was lower on my standings. Thank you. We will look to the battle between the number 55, the number 54, and the number 41 cars. So once again, This is, of course, SRM Motorsports, Team Chimera, and IRDK Endurance. These three Corvettes, actually, I lied, there's Corvettes sandwiched around an Aston Martin, as Marcelo Mao will be having his mirror full of both the white and blue and the white and orange of the two different flavors of GT1 here, and he is going to have to try and figure out where he can put us a good defense of his car, as there will be coming upon Turlings, the gathering of tweakers for a GT2 car. And Rachel, it's as I can see in the distance and behind as they come out of the as they enter the toe of the boot coming out of the entry, there are 4 prototype cars that are going to be closing very quickly. And well, Rachel, I have a feeling that this could get very interesting.
It certainly could, but the GT1 cars are probably big and heavy enough that the prototypes will have to think twice before bullying their way through. They will come off worse. But of course, the RDK car leading that group there. We have the 55 car back from the one in between them. I'm not sure who that is specifically. We'll try and work that out for you. That's the 55. I was wrong. Not sure who it is ahead of them. That is one of the other that's a GT2 car from IRDK, so that would explain my ignorance. As we see a pass there by Chimera as they come into the pits for the IRDK Endurance machine. We'll head down pit road now for a scheduled stop. Just approaching the 55-minute mark, so we're going to start seeing pit stops now. They're coming into their pit box now. We'll see exactly what happens here as they go up on the air jacks, get tyres and fuel. Will we see Marcelo Mayo get out the car? He appears to be staying in for now. Good service by his pit crew. They should be coming down off the jacks now. And away we go. Please hurry up, car, so I don't sound like a fool. But no, he's still working on fuel now. Big fuel tanks in those Corvette C6Rs, of course, as that car will just be brimmed up, and away he goes to his pit box. Reasonable stop there from them, as we will see them rejoin the racetrack. Our first of our pitters in the GT1 class, and this will kind of start a cascade effect, Cam, as more and more cars come on pit road.
Yes, as the Asbury Motorsports car, I was wondering what had happened to that vehicle, as there's another battle on the track, but David Desroches is having a very rough race indeed. It looks like that GT1 car has been that GT2 car, excuse me, has been absolutely plummeted once again, and it was an incident involving the Sim RC GT2 car, the class leading GT2 car, but I can report that the car is very well, very okay, and it was the Asbury car that was the one that was absolutely well off. It actually had to get a tow. Coming off of the first turn, they were going up the S's. The Sim RC car, I believe, was just looking to lap traffic as the Asbury car is many laps down, and that just threw the Asbury car into the S's rather hastily, and then that car sat and had to get towed back to pit lane. So that Asbury car is not having a good race at all whatsoever. They are currently in 39th position overall. So just looking back, as we said, we probably skipped over someone's pit stop, I'm sure, is the KRT Motorsports GT car. The Ford is on pit road, as well as the Excelsior Racing Team, the very pale green, I would almost say, Aston Martin, as the rest of the field is still pulling through that long straightaway. When do these prototype cars want to really start coming in, as that is the question indeed. We'll have to see whether or not they're going to try and maybe, I don't think you can really save any fuel here. It's really, you're putting yourselves into the ring here at Watkins Glen, and really just trying to push your car as much as you can for as hard as you can, just trying to deal with the traffic, as we've seen, as the Hammer Down Racing Corvette, the number 65 Corvette, will make his way past Sven Demmel in that Sim RC car, and then we'll have to deal with Virgil Racing. And they had an incident. The Virgil Racing GT1 car has had an incident right on the final exit of turn number 12, I believe, almost, that they were going to be coming into the pits, as we'll get a replay of that. Not quite sure what the motions were, but Anders Dahl and Leif Van Getchen of the Falcon GP Aston Martin, as they've had an incident. That yellow and black Corvette, of course, famous colors for Corvette, getting a lovely rear tap, which was not I'm sure Anders was not a big fan of that, as Anders has had to turn that car around on the inside pit lane stripe. And he's always had to back it up twice now. And yes, that is exactly what is happening. I was wondering, I'm afraid that Anders Dahl was trying to bring his car, as I do see the prototype car of Jack Keithley also on pit road. That Corvette was trying to come down pit road, and it was just not meant to be with that Aston Martin there, as the prototype car, Rachel, of Jack Keithley will be pulling into his pit stall.
He will, very much so. Team Chimera heading down pit road there with Keithley. We'll see him probably stay in the car this time by. Great second place qualifying pit stop for them. Very useful throughout this race. Track position so important even on pit road. Of course, we do want to go over the fact we have got a full course yellow system in place today, Cam, which we'll talk about in just a moment once they leave their pit box, which they do. Team Chimera down, out and away, with Keithley back in for his second stint in the car. Just going to say, Cam, of course, we do have a new system in operation today that is a full course yellow. Not a full course caution, full course yellow. This is an endurance-specific occurrence that happens in World Endurance Series and that NEO are using now, in which case, if a major incident happens, they can deploy a virtual safety car. Essentially, the drivers will be warned full course yellow is coming. They will be told to hold their positions on the racetrack, so no passing for position. The caution will be displayed, and they will set their pit limiters. They will lap for the specified number of laps depending on the incident clearance, and then they will be given a restart from those positions, so we'll not see the field bunch up to restart at the line. They will simply restart wherever they are on the track. They're allowed to pit at any time they wish during that, but it will be a sing caution where the entire field is essentially frozen where it is on the track.
Yes, it is, and just that incident between the Corvette and the Aston Martin. Well, the problem, this is actually capitalizes as, well, you know what? I'll talk about the code 60 or whatever you would like. I did see back when I was more than extraordinarily enthusiastic about the start of the Neo Endurance Series, which I still am, as it turns out. It was I was a part of a lot of the beginning practice sessions, and they had practiced this, practiced all of the methods and modes that the race control would be using, and it's a very good system. They announce it very well controlled, and they will get on that pit limiter button. But thankfully, we have not had that today, or any at all, at any point of this season. I almost think that the better that could have seen it when that 4-car incident happened through the boot, but we did not, as it cleared itself out relatively quickly. But just a resetting and going through the field here as I see multiple cars coming into the pits. This pit entry is actually extraordinarily difficult, Rachel. You've got the racing line with...
Coanda are into pit road. Will we see Radicals join them? No, Radicals staying out. They passed the GT1 car there of Phoenix Race Motorsports. And, Radicals will assume your race lead with Coanda coming down pit road for their service. Mitchell de Jong coming to his pit box. That will be the number 1 pit box on the racetrack, and we'll see him heading in. Got a tweet from Torrent Motorsports that is 1 minute 1 to, oh my god, this is terrible to read. 1 minute 1 ago, can the weather be protested? Hashtag IRNeo. I don't think you can protest the weather, Torrent Motorsports, but you could try. Maybe you can give it a 4x. But as Coanda are on pit road getting their service, we'll see them out of the way now. De Jong staying in that car for another stint, as we'll see him leave with fresh tyres and fuel. And we'll see whether he comes out in the lead, of course. We did see that early pit stop about 3 laps ago by Chimera, Cam. That could be a major, major advantage for them.
It very well could be, especially if they can continue to push that car. I think we've seen fairly well now. It's getting quite established that Coanda and Radical have come in every single race with a different strategy of the pits, as the Coanda car comes out and is immediately laden with traffic, and actually the Team Chimera car is going to be screaming right upon the Coanda car. This is going to be for position, as Keithley has already made his pit stop, but no, the Coanda car will be able to hold down to his position. Keithley putting himself right back into the race through that early pitting there, and he's managed to have fallen off just a little bit behind the carousel, but if that Radicals car comes into a pit and comes out, it is going to be very dramatic indeed as to when that Radicals car will come out. But what to say to Torrance, well, could you protest the weather? I presume you could. We could get you the real weather right now, which is 37 degrees Fahrenheit, or for our neighbors that live in places that don't use Fahrenheit because they like weather systems that probably make sense, it's 3 degrees Celsius. So you could have that. I don't think you'd appreciate it. I've actually raced in 37 degree Fahrenheit weather. It's not fun in the slush and the rain and the fogging windshields. It's not a great time. Actually here at Watkins, no less.
You have indeed, Cam, of course, been involved in the jump car racing here.
Yes, quite dramatic when you've got 60 cars and no one can see where they're going. As the more cars coming in right now, as Kevin Siggy in the Torrent Motorsports GT2 car comes in, Eric Vidorf, the IRDK Assault Racing cars, and the Radicals is in pits. The biggest of them all to go down in the pit is Hill lay on the throttle, and he'll get those wheels spinning as Paul Ilbrink will be taking over with the lightning blazing on his helmet. He'll get right past the commitment cone and he'll have to get right on it, but the Koana car is, no, that's not the Koana car, that is the 7-3 Motorsports car. I messed that one up. Where is the Koana car here? Is they're way ahead, 10 seconds ahead, so this is a very slow pit stop. Then I was wondering, I was waiting where the heck they were, but already done and dusted. That Radicals car having a horrible pit cycle, I presume, as they are now further back than they have, I think, ever been before, Rachel. This is a very interesting development indeed.
Certainly has been, and well, we'll see exactly what happens for these guys. It's a very unusual situation to find themselves in, but it's going to have long-term effects in the race.
Yes, and this is really, boy, as the number 15, the Friction Racing car, as I remember what 15 is now, as Marcus Hamilton will be pulling his car down pit road, as well as, oh, we've had an incident entering pit road. We've had an incident here. It looks like, oh, what has happened? This is, oh, heavens, it just looks like the Jonathan Fuller GT1 car has, something
Phoenix Motorsports.
Yeah, the Phoenix Motorsports car has, well, in polite terms, cocked up the entry into the pit lane here. It's actually, I was trying to talk about how difficult this can be. You're going from full speed off of the exit to 12.
Ooh,
yes,
big
and then
impact.
the
That was the
Gecko one.
Gecko Vortex Sim Racing prototype slid into them as Fuller locks up and spins that GT1 Corvette out. Wow, not good for either team.
No, not at all. They'll put a new nose cone on Dennis Garis's Vortex Sim Racing HPD. His pit lane is getting extraordinarily busy. The Phoenix is in. The VAPX Racing Engineering is in. The Phoenix Motorsports GT1 car is, which we just mentioned. The 7-3 Motorsports car is still in. Dirk Turlings is in the Gathering of Tweakers Ford GT car, but they should be able to just get a new nose cone, as there they go. They have attached that new nose cone rather than trying to repair the old one, as for whatever reason they decided to do that at one point, and they will stick a brand new nose cone on that Vortex Sim Racing car, and he is going to go away. I have to say, out of all the incidents we've had involving these prototype cars, that has got to be the luckiest. I think he's managed to get away with it.
Yeah, very much so, and well, that was we're going to see it a lot here at Watkins Glen. That sort of thing happens a lot, unfortunately. Tricky pit road to get on and off. We saw it happen earlier with Virgil, so it's going to be something to see all day long.
It is. Got to really try and telepath, I think, how you're going to enter pit road here, as I don't think anything really befell the Phoenix car other than losing that rear braking. That rear car under braking, he's got a little bit of front end damage, but the car still seems to be okay. But if you're Rob Reed, who has now taken over that Phoenix Motorsports car, that has got to be a very frightening sight indeed. Jonathan Fuller, after a full hour-long stint in the car, he's coming down pit road. You're standing there on the pit wall, and you just see the side of your car as you roll it into the water barrels, and then you get popped by a prototype car, and then you're just expected to just hop in and present that everything is a-okay. So Rob Reed will send that car out on an expedition and see if everything is in fact okay. I believe it should be. It was a rather square impact, but as we go through the pit cycle here, I believe nearly everyone has come in. The FRT Honkers Corvette is sitting in pit road. The 63 of Manuel Sanchez, he's finishing his pit stop. and he will be on the way. So we'll actually see if we can't manage to squeeze in a quick break here at some point, as I think that would be good to allow everything to reset, and we'll get some more info. We'll pick up right where we left off here on RaceSpotTV, where you are watching the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, the Neo Endurance Series. For round number 3, we are just 1 hour in, and we will continue our coverage after this short break.
iRacing.com is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all over the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics and engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. iRacing's web-based interface allows members to compare stats and test drive any combination of car and track instantly. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 60,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsport organizations like SRO Motorsports Group to deliver virtual races based on the real-life Blancpain GT series. iRacing's Blancpain Endurance Series features team racing, giving members the ability to build a team and participate in races ranging from 3 hours to 24 hours. Additional partners include NASCAR, IMSA, V8 Supercars, IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own 24 hours of Spa, Bathurst 1000, Daytona 500, and many more. iRacing.com, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car.
For iRacing to get Le Mans is huge. I mean, this is a unique event, a unique track where, half of the track is public roads, so you can never test on it, you never get experience on it, and it's 8 miles in length, 4-minute lap time in a GT car. So, even if you're here for an hour of testing, that's only 15 laps, and you're only going to see the corner 15 times that day. The first section going through the Dunlop area is pretty unique. It's got elevation change and off camber. Then you go down Mulsanne into the chicanes, and the straights are unbelievably long. It's a tricky track, and every year I've come here, this is being my 4th year, you learn something new every time.
We've wanted to add Le Mans to iRacing for a long time, and we've really been working hard towards it for the last 5 years. But really, things only came together in the last week leading up to this race, so it was a real scramble to put everything together. The majority of Le Mans is public roads. So when they're preparing for the 24-hour race, it's really the only time that we can visit to laser scan and photograph the track so that we can recreate it in iRacing. We work closely with the ACO to get essentially exclusive access to the facility and everything that we needed to get the laser scanning and photographic reference that we need to create the track. We were very fortunate to be at Le Mans at the most important time of the year and gain that experience of being there. And we're going to really do the best we can to put that into our work and making sure that the Le Mans in iRacing is the best Le Mans, the most exciting and accurate recreation of the track possible.
Welcome back to hour number 2 here at Watkins Glen for the Neo Endurance Series round number 3. Rachel Whiteford now joined by Fraser Williamson. We've let Cam go and get some race time pizza, so he'll be back shortly. But hour number 2, Fraser, it's been a great race so far. We've had an exciting start. We've had some big moments, of course. We've had incidents with Pure Racing Team's car. They are out. Racing Lions also out. Asprey Motorsports 4GT having a remodel of its rear wing. They're out as well for now. As we had some incidents in the boot. We've had some incidents in the S's. We've had some on pit road entry. In fact, just before the break, you saw the Phoenix Motorsports GT1 Corvette deciding to enter pit road sideways with John Fuller at the wheel. And that collected the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing prototype. They are back on track though with their front end repaired, thankfully, and they're underway. Just a quick run through of your class leaders right now. It's Coanda Simsport leading by 1.4 seconds over Team Chimera in the prototype class, with Radicals Online in P number 3. Down in your GT1 class, it is Radicals Online leading from Gecko Vortex Sim Racing and Thrustmaster Movano. Down in the GT2 class, we have the cars of, I believe now, Sim RC still leading the way from IRDK Endurance and Torrent Motorsports. So it's an exciting race so far, Fraser. Of course, you're used to this sort of racing. You raced yourself in the gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series. Of course, you ran here yesterday. Tell us about the track.
Yesterday it was all about trying to just keep the car clean. We raced the Corvette Daytona prototype, not the HPD. So it's a lot more, there was less traffic to be had at times because the speed differences are a lot smaller. The track
it makes it much more difficult for you to get the clearance we see here in the HPD prototype versus the GT1 cars. So, of course, more bunching up in a very tight track.
Yeah, the track itself, very draft dependent. If you can get in behind a car of your own class, you'll be able to make a pass in before going into the bus stop chicane.
Very much so, of course. As things are going right now, we've just had our first cycle of pit stops, really. So we're heading into that sequence where we start to get the hurry up and wait 4 hours of this one. But we've got to chat to quickly Mac Backham from the Radicals Online team. Mac, of course, did the first stint in their prototype car, now piloted by Paul Ilbrink. Mac, we've got we've had video footage of you racing, of course, from your sim lair. So how's your stint gone today?
It's been very good, actually. I was kind of surprised I was able to keep up with Mitchell. I still think he was a little bit quicker than me, but I guess I managed the traffic a little better and was able to keep up. So that was good for me compared to last time in Sebring.
Very much so, of course. You had a bit of a moment in turn number 1, lap number 1, with the driver of Jack Keithley in the Chimera car. Too wide in turn 1 of Watkins, always just a little bit of nerves in that moment, but he pushed wide. You managed to get the spot early on, so you've really been chasing Coanda for most of this race so far. Of course, sitting back in third right now, Radical's car has pitted. You've lost quite a lot of time. You're 20 seconds back now from Chimera. What happened with you guys?
I think we're just on a little different strategy. At least I can't think of any other logical reason to lose that much time in the pits without anything strange going on. So I think Coanda and Chimera just took a little less fuel.
Well, it certainly hasn't been your driving. You've been very fast out there so far. In fact, you've been one of the few cars that have been challenging Coanda so far for track position. But of course, long ways to go, a lot of time to play through here. Let's give us an insight as a prototype driver, just how challenging this track is with traffic.
I think it's all right. There's a few dodgy places, but so far everything has been going pretty well, apart from Jack Keithley, who just crashed. Yeah, everyone is very respectful and it's going pretty well.
Jack Keithley has just crashed. That's something we hadn't seen, actually. We'll hopefully get a replay of that. Just taking up the S's on the lap 44 here. Oh, big impact with Keithley closing in there on the number 41 GT1 car of SRM Motorsports with Daniel Grockley. That's a huge moment for him as the door is closed by the GT1 car, Fraser, and Keithley sideswipes him and then carries on. So expecting to see Keithley down pit road soon. A replay for you of that one. But a big moment. Thank you, Matt, for joining us. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to you later on in the race.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Yeah, we couldn't get a replay of that, unfortunately. We've had some technical problems. But we have got Dexter Castro of 49 Motorsports, and Fraser's going to have a chat to him.
Yeah, just...
Yeah, hello.
How's your race been going so far?
Slow as usual. I think we've progressed from, well, I don't know if it's progress or regress, but we've moved from being McLaren Honda to being the Mazda diesel prototype. So take that as you will, negative or positive. But in any case, we're running probably the best we have all season, but that's completely due to attrition.
Just a quick one, guys. We'll just interrupt the interview for a moment as we have Chimera heading onto pit road with Keithley there to repair the damage from the contact with SRN Motorsports. That side-swiping contact up the S's where the SRN car came across the nose there of the Chimera prototype. They should be in pit road for quite a while. We might expect Keithley to hop out here and switch out with his teammates. We'll just head back now to Fraser and Dexter.
I'm also led to believe that you race in the Gathering of Tweakers as well, so you're racing here yesterday in the C-Spec, I believe.
Actually, our team races in the Daytona prototype in that series. We're not particularly much more competitive there either, and yesterday one of our drivers had some connection issues, so we had to withdraw early.
Yeah, that was similar to our race. We were avid chronic racing. We had internet issues, racing issues, and any issues that could happen. But the in these cars, and we're looking in the race today.
I think we might be having a few little issues there with Fraser's connection, so we'll hopefully try and get that sorted out. Dexter, of course, you guys are running fairly well at the moment. You're in a reasonably good position for the GT1 class. You're, well, down the field a bit, but as you said, you're up from where you have been in the past, so a season of improvement for 49 Motorsports.
Yeah, I mean, we can't really complain too much where, you know, if in any other series we were, you know, 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds off of the top guys, we wouldn't be too disappointed, but the competition level in this series is so high that if you're 1.5 seconds off or 2 seconds off, you know, you're dead last.
Very much so, and the strength of this field is absolutely incredible. Well, thank you for joining us for now, Dexter. We'll let you go, but you feel free to come back and join us if you feel the need.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
We'll talk to you later. Goodbye. Well, we've just been told by Ben Tustings from Chimera, Team Chimera Motorsports, they have 16 minutes of required repairs in that prototype car after the contact in the S's with the SRN Motorsports Corvette. Well, that is, Fraser, that is the car out, essentially, of the running for the race win here, unless we have major incidents with the other prototypes, which, let's be honest, can happen. But a big setback for Chimera. Well, he's not talking to us at the moment, but we have a battle between the 19 and the 23 car. That's Perpetual Motion prototype and 7-3 Motorsports, piloted by Phil Blythe, as they are starting to head through GT2 traffic now and catch each other on the racetrack, as we have everyone developing here, heading up through the S's now on towards the back straight now, heading towards the bus stop. Those two cars fairly evenly managed. They're sitting in 8th and 9th in your prototype field. The last two cars on the lead lap for that field. Team Chimera dropping back now with OnlineSimRacing.de behind them. K-Auto Motorsports, Cronart Motorsport and Odox LMP. Gord is 1 lap down. But Perpetual Motion, Fraser, they're doing very well right now, of course, being chased by 7-3. They are starting to be caught though. Well, I'm not sure if Fraser can hear me, so, well, no, he can hear me. I was going to say that Perpetual Motion being caught by 7-3 Motorsports, Fraser. It's starting to get a battle for the last cars in the lead lap in the prototype field.
Yeah, it should be good. It's something like they're within a second of each other, so that always brings in some good racing, especially with the draft that you can get at Watkins Glen. They've just got to manage the traffic in front of them, and they should be good to have a little battle going into the bus stop in the next lap.
It seems that way as the Perpetual Motion prototype gets past one of the GT2 cars there. And so does 73 Motorsports as they're both 3 down to the start-finish straight. Gap is definitely shrinking. Probably the closest back we have right now. It's about 1.2 seconds on a racetrack between those two cars. So we've got a good tight fight here developing. Nobody else really this close together in the entire field. So this is that phase of the race where we start to get spread out and the pit cycle becomes a major thing. Of course, Coanda seems to be leading with that different strategy like Chimera had, although Chimera now out for the time being after that incident with SR Motorsports. Radicals Online, they're in second place, 20 seconds back from Coanda, cruising almost. 3 seconds behind them is Friction, who've been very quiet so far today. Not something we expect from that team, Fraser.
No, they're usually right up there with Radicals and for Coanda SimSport. It's usually 3 up the front, usually close battling, but it's unusual for them to be this far back.
Well, it certainly is. It's a very unusual situation to see them out of the position here, but of course, as we know with endurance racing, consistency and running your own strategy can be a major factor, if not the defining factor. And we do see a lot of these cases where big teams will be on separate strategies and running very differently, and it will look like they aren't fighting closely, when in true fact, when the final pit stops are complete, they're on each other's wings. But the gap between Perpetual Motion and 73 Motorsports, the 19 and the 23 cars, really close now, as they are maybe half a second apart on the racetrack, and we could be set to see a good 4-position battle between 2 prototype cars. And of course, this track, Fraser, is very, very fast. Even with the boot layout, we have a lot of places for action and passing, as we see a good gaggle of GT2 and 1 cars ahead of them. We could be about to see some very interesting racing.
Yeah, that is a big group of cars up in front of them, but you've got the bus stop, you've got the bus stop, the carousel, the boot, turn 1 are all really good overtaking spots. Even
they are. We see them both follow through now past one of the lap cars as they'll head up to a gaggle of 3 as we'll enter the boot. So this will be a great position for them as they pass the Radicals Online GT1 car as the leader of your GT1 field for what is, in this case, the 3rd time in this race. As they'll get through now. Big delay though for 7-3 to get through. So the gap has opened up a slight amount, but we have passing cars up ahead of them, including the Phoenix Motorsports car, who's being caught by them, as is VAPEX Engineering, who have actually been passed now by Phoenix in that traffic. So we're starting to close up the gaps between 9th, 8th, 7th and 6th on the racetrack here.
Yeah, we're hoping that we can get all of them really close, maybe even nose to tail at some points with no traffic, and see what these drivers can do against each other without any of the slower classes interfering with the battle.
Yeah, it's very much so, as we start to see that getting close now. They've just passed the GT1 car of Phoenix Motorsports, Rob Reed at the wheel. The track he's very used to, of course, Fraser. Oh, big slowdown there in the final corner as that is VAPEX Engineering heading to pit road. We'll try and get you a replay of that moment as the clustering happened. But a very interesting moment as they obviously VAPEX deciding to come to pit road. They slow down massively, and that really bottles up the car of Perpetual Motion and allows 7-3 to close up and actually pass them, as we have 3 wide with the prototypes there, with 1 entering pit road. It'll be 7-3 scored ahead of them for now. Well, they won't. Yeah, they will have completed the position. So 7-3 Motorsports finally get past Perpetual Motion, as we have a very exciting moment there on the racetrack. Something we don't really want to see, and perhaps drivers need to telegraph that they're entering pit road slightly better when they have so much traffic for position around them.
Yeah, he just touched the brakes on the apex of the corner, which is something that you shouldn't do. Albeit the HPD has got brake lights, it still isn't enough of a warning for your other competitors around you.
Very much so. Of course, you can really exit this corner without braking too hard in the apex. That was Odox, I apologise, not VAPEX Engineering. But you can really exit that corner before braking and turning in if you keep the line tight. We know, of course, just rolling through that apex is enough, but perhaps a little too congested, as we saw something similar happening there. We just got it on the replay shown for you, but a very late moment, and these are the sort of things that really leads to accidents that we don't need to see. But we have nearly 1 hour and 30 minutes scored complete. We are 1/4 of the way through your race today here at Watkins Glen, and we'll give you an update on the positions. Up at the front, it's Racer Commander SimSport leading now with a 17-second gap over the Radicals Online car, piloted by Paul Ilbrink. Friction Racing in third. They're only 2 seconds behind Radicals, so we could be seeing a battle developing here. That is Marcus Hamilton, one of our regulars. Gathering the Tweakers prototype is in P number 4 with Nick Thiessen and Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. Even after their incident with the Phoenix Motorsports GT1 car, Dennis Carisi is in P number 5. Down to your GT1 class, that is Radicals Online GT1, who have led from the drop of the green flag, really, leading from Thrustmaster Movano and Tommaso Carla, and Gecko Vortex on another podium here. They're sitting P number 3 with Luis Rodriguez. Hammerdown Racing P number 4, and Falcon GP and Left Van Desi in P number 5. Down in GT2, Sim RC leading from the pole, of course. They are ahead of IRDK Endurance, Torrent Motorsports, Gathering the Tweakers 2, and KRT Motorsports in that number 80 car with Corey Davis. They are your leaders in your top 5s of your 3 classes here today. We've seen a few big moments, of course, Fraser, but so far the racing has been good. We've had no need to deploy the full course yellow that has been made available for today's race. So we can cross our fingers and hope, and I'm touching the wood of my desk right now, to hope and pray we don't need it, but of course we are, well, these things always happen. The curse of the commentator is a thing, but we're looking at the 65 car and the 69 car there. That is Hammerdown Racing, and they are racing with Falcon GP for position 2, Corvette and an Aston Martin, I apologise, with the Gathering of Tweakers prototype passing them both now. It's just that big braking distance of the Corvette as it corners much more slowly, really, than the Aston Martin. Gets on its power and pulls away on the straights. So, a very different handling cars in your GT1 field, Fraser. The point and squirt Corvette and the very much flowing, fast cornering Aston Martin.
Yeah, I think the Corvette here at Watkins Glen, with it being all about straight line speed, will be faster. But other tracks where it's more technical will be the Aston Martin's turn to shine.
Will very much so, of course. You've been keeping your eye on the car of Phoenix Motorsports, the 64 car, piloted by Rob Reed, really, in the GT1 class. They are down somewhat in position from where they'd really like to be. They're in 11th position right now in their class, which is really a bad spot for them. They've been at the front. Of course, they had a big incident, but we know how well Rob Reed knows this racetrack.
Oh yeah, Rob's one of the best drivers in road and oval. And because NASCAR comes here twice a year, I think it is, he will know this track like the back of his hand. He knows it.
Not the boot section.
Well, not alright. So he knows the first half and the last bit of the track really well, but the boot, which is the left-hander in this section that we're on just now, is even just adds something to the track. It just adds more multi-class interaction.
Very much so, of course. Reading through the YouTube chat, there's a lot of good discussion going on right now about this series. This is, of course, the Neo Endurance Series. This is probably one of the most long-lived and well-respected endurance series on iRacing. These guys are really the experts in doing this. They've done work with the World Endurance Series in terms of actually running race control for a sim racing endurance series. It's probably the most professionally run in that regard. And people say, how do you get involved in this sort of thing? We see this every broadcast with people asking how to get involved. Of course, some series are club limited that we broadcast, some are open to everybody. Neo is a little different. Neo you qualify into, and the Gathering of Tweakers series, which you yourself run in, Fraser, is the really the entry series for this. You run in Gathering of Tweakers, you get the chance to run up in the Neo series with the big boys of endurance racing. But it's a huge step up, and we really are seeing the cream of the crop of sim racing drivers here, as my good friend and fellow occasional race spot commentator Oscar Hardwick is bringing up the Indeed quotes. Thank you, Oscar, for that one. But yeah, of course, guys, if you have any questions or comments in YouTube, feel free to ask them. We're going to be doing our RaceSpotTV Ask Us Anything hour. So feel free to pop your questions in there and we'll try and get to as many of them as possible. But do please keep them PG-13. We have no need for anything saucier on a Sunday, so we'll hopefully get to your questions. Eventually we'll also be playing the long-time favourite of RaceSpotTV and Neo fans, which is What Will Egil Have for Dinner? So we're going to go to a quick commercial break now before we start seeing our second round of pit stops, and hopefully we'll see you after the break.
iRacing.com is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all over the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics and engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. iRacing's web-based interface allows members to compare stats and test drive any combination of car and track instantly. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 60,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsport organizations like SRO Motorsports Group to deliver virtual races based on the real-life Blancpain GT series. iRacing's Blancpain Endurance Series features team racing, giving members the ability to build a team and participate in races ranging from 3 hours to 24 hours. Additional partners include NASCAR, IMSA, V8 Supercars, IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own 24 hours of Spa, Bathurst 1000, Daytona 500, and many more. iRacing.com, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car.
For iRacing to get Le Mans is huge. I mean, this is a unique event, a unique track where, half of the track is public road, so you can never test on it, you never get experience on it, and it's 8 miles in length, 4-minute lap time in a GT car. So, even if you're here for an hour of testing, that's only 15 laps, and you're only going to see the corner 15 times that day. The first section going through the Dunlop area is pretty unique. It's got elevation change and off camber. Then you go down Mulsanne into the chicanes, and the straights are unbelievably long. It's a tricky track, and every year I've come here, this is being my 4th year, you learn something new every time.
We've wanted to add Le Mans to iRacing for a long time, and we've really been working hard towards it for the last 5 years. But really, things only came together in the last week leading up to this race, so it was a real scramble to put everything together. The majority of Le Mans is public roads. So when they're preparing for the 24-hour race, it's really the only time that we can visit to laser scan and photograph the track so that we can recreate it in iRacing. We work closely with the ACO to get essentially exclusive access to the facility and everything that we needed to get the laser scanning and photographic reference that we need to create the track. We were very fortunate to be at Le Mans at the most important time of the year and gain that experience of being there. And we're going to really do the best we can to put that into our work and making sure that the Le Mans in iRacing is the best Le Mans, the most exciting and accurate recreation of the track possible.
Welcome back to the Neo Endurance series here on RaceSpotTV and Neo Endurance series here on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. We are at Watkins Glen. Of course, we're nearly 1 hour and 40 minutes into this race. As things are going well so far up towards the frontier field, it's still Coanda from Radicals, from Friction in your prototype class. Down in the GT1 class, it's Radicals Online, Thrustmaster Movano and Vortex Sim Racing. GT2, same story as it was before, SimRC, IRDK Endurance and Torrent Motorsports. So, still Richard White is still joined by Fraser Williamson, and we've now got Egil Sandfeld in the booth with us. We're going to chat to him shortly as we're keeping an eye on the 23 car and the 19 in that class, although they're about to be lapped themselves by Coanda, who are just destroying this field as usual. Egil, it's been a great race so far. We've not had to deploy the full course yellow scenario yet, thankfully. We've had a few big moments. Just give us a quick insight of how you guys up in the control tower deal with race control issues here today.
Hi guys. As usual, it's always a bit hectic in the beginning because we have all cars on track. Everyone needs to just get into the rhythm, and it takes a while. And in Neo regime, we haven't run Watkins Glen before, so I think it has surprised quite a few teams how hectic it really is, and how much respect you need to give to other cars. And I think that's been a bit lacking so far. But it's been a while since we have the last couple of racing incidents, so hopefully teams are getting into the group now.
Hopefully indeed. And of course we have the return of Cam Walsh and his pizza, and we have of course got to play the What is Egil having for dinner? Will he have egg or Sandfeld? That's the joke we came up with last time round, but you'll have to keep us abreast of what you're going to be eating.
Yeah, it was really weird because I didn't hear the joke last time, and then all of a sudden we just started saying egg and Sandfeld to me. I didn't really get that point.
Yeah, it's a play on the terrible pun names you get in TV game shows, things like Never Mind the Buzzcocks in the UK. But of course, what are you having for dinner?
Well, it's a mix. I'm having calzone and probably just some tortellinis afterwards. Thank you very much for being whatever.
Oh, we do like to find out here, of course, in RaceSpotTV we are big fans of pizza, as Cam will attest, Will also, and myself. We really should pick up a pizza sponsor, like Domino's perhaps. You should totally sponsor us here at RaceSpotTV. We'd be perfect. But thank you for joining us, Egil. We'll let you get back to the serious task of race controlling, as we are now side by side with the 23 and the 19. Those are the cars of Perpetual Motion and 73 Motorsports. They're racing hard through the carousel here and down towards the booth. We have two wide ahead of them. That is Phoenix Motorsports and Virgil Racing and GT1 car being lapped. That will get in the way of 73 Motorsports here, trying to get past and keep at bay the 19 of Perpetual Motion. We are joined by Cam, who's back with his gas station pizza. Cam Walsh.
Yes, hello. I see that there are still cars circulating around a racing track. That's a very exciting development. Yes, we've had some pizza, we've had some beef jerky, we've had some coffee. Now we're ready to get right back into it. Well, for not just me, but for anyone who might also be missing just a little bit or just joining us, what's happened?
Well, of course, it's been interesting so far. We've had no major incidents really since you left. We had the Phoenix rising from the ashes of pit entry, and of course nothing really big has happened since then, apart from Team Chimera having contact with the SRM Motorsports Corvette heading up the pit road, as we just got very close racing here into turn number 1 with the S73 Motorsports prototype chasing down Phoenix and getting a good run here through the traffic. Big moment there. Will they get a run here up towards the stop? We'll find out. But of course, Chimera, big contact in the S's with SRM Motorsports' Corvette. Chimera, 16 minutes of damage. They are back out on track now, but they have certainly lost a few laps and they are out of position. So, big disappointment for Team Chimera's prototype car. A very strong looking performance today, which has been dashed, unfortunately. But we've got to focus on this action here, as it's been caught now by Perpetual Motion. So 70 Motorsports, Perpetual Motion, and Phoenix all now in a gaggle, passing the Falcon GP GT1 car, as we get a real race going on in our prototype class through the S's. The 3 cars 1 lap down. They are battling to be in P number 7.
Yes, they are, and we'll bring Fraser back in just one moment's time. He'll be back just as we shift through the commentary booth, as obviously the party gets weaker as now I'm back. So either way, people in the YouTube chat are, of course, as active as always. We're very happy and very thankful that you could make us part of your day. Talking about the Nissan's prototype developments, of course, their entry into Le Mans, I believe full-heartedly that it was an effort that was just 12 months too early, which I think is what the YouTube channel's coming along with. I mean, it's real hard to show up to a race when you're pretty much half of your system of power driving it's not even installed. Which is just too bad. But ultimately, though, hopefully we can see that Nissan later and they don't get canned prematurely. We'd love to see a car like that racing against the Audis, the Porsches, and the Toyotas. So despite the real-world prototype developments, we've got still got that prototype action here on track. Our leaders in GT1 are still the Radicals Online GT1 car, as well as the Sim RC GT2 car with the IRDK Assault Racing GT2 car in second and forward. So, just resetting here, Rachel, I mean, it's a pretty huge development to have Chimera this far back here. They're back in the 38th position. I mean, the car looks relatively okay now, but obviously they had to do quite a bit of repairing. It's just a miserable race as far as Chimera is concerned now. A lot of time to claw back, but unfortunately it is just not in the cards today.
Very much so. Of course, that incident really cost them a lot of time. The SRM Motorsports Corvette did really pull across them. Of course, 60 minutes of damage is difficult to come back from, but it can be done. Got a tweet in through from IRDK Endurance and GT2 class. Tough conditions out there today. Marcelo is struggling to find grip. Hashtag IRNeo. Of course, you can send your tweets to hashtag IRNeo, and we'll try and get them read out on the show for you. But Cam, it's very exciting here so far. Of course, you've got to go and let Zoe out. Well, Zoe is the RaceSpotTV dog. She jingles through many broadcasts, but she'll hopefully be joining us soon when Cam lets her in. So I will keep us going for now as we look up towards the frontier field, and we just see the usuals of Coanda running away. Radicals just lapping after lap. Friction sitting back here in third, 26 seconds back from your lead. Really haven't done a thing today, which is really unusual for those guys. Marcus Hamilton at the wheel. And a fairly mediocre performance from a top flight team. Down there towards the back end of your prototype field, we did keep our eyes on Phoenix, 73 Motorsports, and Perpetual Motion. That battle is still going on though. The 10, the 23, and the 19, they are still fighting hard through traffic in the boot once again, and we keep focusing on what's going on there because it is actually probably the closest racing we have in the field at the moment. Don't forget, folks, of course, you can comment to us on the YouTube chat and tell us or ask us questions. It's the RaceSpot Ask Us Anything hour, so feel free to pop up a question and we will do our best to get that answered. Cam?
Yeah, it's that hour already. It is strange. We are just about to close out the second hour. We're almost only got 4 hours left of this, which is just so strange to think at. It still seems that we're just warming the tires up here, but no, not at all. Yeah, as the cars are still doing a fair job circulating here, I have to say I'm real happy to see that Phoenix Motorsports GT1 car still circulating. Of course, talking about bad luck with the Chimera prototype car, the Phoenix Motorsports GT1 car absolutely unlucky all season long. I think they've probably strung together, 15, 16 laps between the last 2 rounds. They had an incident on the first lap at Sebring, which was, of course, no fault of their own, and then I think almost the exact same thing happened at Circuit of the Americas. So great to see that GT1 car really stretching its legs and still circulating. Hopefully that'll make it all the way to the end of the race. I think the guys really need that.
Yeah, they definitely do indeed.
So still looking at this battle here, speaking of the Phoenix Motorsports cars, it's still Jose Almeida, Phil Blythe, and Sahil Mustak in the Perpetual car. The 19 car, the 23 car, and the 10 car, these 3 prototype cars are still going at it hammer and tong as they come upon the Ford GT of Sven Demmel as Phil Blythe. Wow, he is just scissoring that car back and forth to try and find the position to perhaps lead into the toe of the boot, which never works. Don't try it at home, kids. As Sven Demmel in that SimRC car, he'll just stretch it wide. Will he take the inside line? No, he's going to force the prototypes to do it, which is exactly what you're supposed to do. The faster cars are just that, the faster cars. So, as it seems that all 3 prototypes will get by without so much of a blink, as they'll all push a little wide. That's nothing dramatic, as the 3 prototype cars are still fighting for the 7th, 8th, and 9th position. As a Team Excelsior GT1 car is pulling off. Everything seems to be hooked up to it, so I'm wondering if perhaps the Excelsior Racing team might have come in for their 2nd pit stop, which would not be that astonishing. I believe they came in on their lap number 28. They came in for the pits, and now they're on lap 58, so 20 laps later. It's about 10 laps shorter than what it should have been. Huh, how dramatic. Either way, as we'll reset. Oh, there's a car, actually. I think the Asbury Motorsports car has had another incident, the GT2 car. Yes, it has. The number 84. The number 84, oh heavens, the Asbury Motorsports car in the boot, and the entry to the boot. We'll see if we can't get a replay of Zach Rupkik's incident here. It looks like, oh heavens, he's just, we might have just come across on a Corvette. That is, of course, the FRT Hawkers. Manuel Sanchez and Corner Motorsport got a great look at it, as looks like he was just keeping it well tight and into the apex line, as the Corvette was already alongside at the entry to the corner, and they had an unfortunate touch. It doesn't look like, it just looks like he lost it. Actually, he stopped it before the Armco barrier, those light blue Armco barriers that we see so often. So I don't think there's any more damage done to that Asbury car, but at the same time, boy, they are having an absolutely rough race here at Watkins Glen. It's winners and losers here at the 6 Hours of Watkins Glen, as some cars are absolutely torn up and destroyed, and some are really stretching their legs and are absolutely on it, which I think is most stories of racing. But for the most part here at Watkins Glen, it is always amplified. As there's a big smoke from somebody, not quite sure who, but somebody had a big smoke. But either way, as we're looking back at the live pictures here, the car numbers 10 and 19, the Phoenix and the Perpetual, they are still going at it hammer and tong. I think these 3 prototype cars are going to stay that way. A little bit of, I don't want to say trouble up ahead, but you've got the leader of the GT1 class, Wyatt Gooden, just ahead as you enter the boot. This is, of course, a very tight section, as they're just trying to look at their exit speeds here. The Phoenix car woes up the field just a little bit so he can get the better exit, and he will get past, and it will, let's see, can the Perpetual Motion get by? Perpetual Motion's going to push the subject. Here's the Radicals car, is trying to get way out of it. He's just trying to get out of the way, as they will go side by side. He's going to be trying to be used as a pick from the 7.3 Motorsports car, but rather than react, which is exactly what you don't want to do in the Radicals car, as, oh, there's a GT2 car, the Madcap Racing car also involved in this, as the Radicals Online car is doing exactly what you're supposed to do. He's battling that wheel spin. The tail is kicking out on that Aston Martin, but for the Radicals Online GT1 car, putting on a show of exactly what to do in battling, as Manuel Sanchez is back flagged. I believe that is the FRT Hawkers car. And so they will come in, as we are still, we're going to move all our way over to the IRDK and the Team Chimera car, Simon Trendell and Marcelo Mayo. These guys are fighting for, I believe it's 5th position in the GT class, 6th position, excuse me, in the GT class between these two, Simon Trendell, IRDK Endurance, versus boy, that Corner Motorsports car, that is just getting absolute coverage today, as that's also in the background. So shout out to those guys once again, as the leader of Mitchell de Jong is also going to be approaching this battle relatively soon as they come upon Dirk Turlings relatively soon. It should be just a couple of more minutes. Well, a couple more minutes. Oh, heaven, they'll be long past since then. A couple of seconds, and I'm sure they will be up to them. But Marcelo Mayo and Simon Trendell still on that battle. Looking at the Coanda car, everything still seems to be in one piece. Mitchell de Jong is still in the cockpit as he will look past to go past the Corner Motorsports as the IRDK is going to pull it into the pit lane here, as well as somebody else's, the Gathering of Tweakers #1 car, the Gathering of Tweakers prototype car number 8 will be pulling out. Basswald is now taking the wheel over from Nick Thyssen. So Nick Thyssen pulling out just ahead of Simon Trendell, that Chimera car that is now alone, as the VA Pax Engineering car and the Corner Motorsport cars will work their way past, as Boslav is sticking out and, of course, trying to warm his brand new tires up. So, we're going to the Twitter real quick here, as the DJ Harris is saying, "Go Michael de Jong, leading by a full lap at Watkins Glen." He's enjoying the broadcast. Well, we're happy to hear that. Unfortunately, it is not leading by a full lap. There's a 20-second gap between him and the Radicals Online, but that is still an absolute, that's a minute and 10-second, minute and 15-second lead. As, oops, somebody's had an incident here, and we'll bring it to the pictures to you now as the Gathering of Tweakers 2 car, the Ford, oh, the driver's side of that looks heavily damaged. No, we'll get a replay up on your screen right now. I can already see what's going to happen just before it does, as Kevin Siggy in that Torrent Motorsports GT2 car and Dirk Turlings in the Gathering of Tweakers 2 car were both fighting for position. And ultimately, though, they had the VA Pax Engineering prototype passing on the boot, and Torrent Motorsports gave the prototype just a little too much room and not enough room to Gathering of Tweakers car, and that Gathering of Tweakers car had to ride the Armco barrier. He is back out on track as we're looking at the live pictures as Dirk Turlings is trying to pull that Ford into the pit box, as Marcus Hamilton and the prototype car will be coming up upon him. That car seems to be stable enough. I'm sure they're going to try and bring it into the pits, figuring might as well as, oh, that car goes well wide as he tries to take that corner very slowly, as the headlights do start flashing as he puts it on the pit limiter. So he will come into his pit stall, and that will bring it up to 3 as the Torrent Motorsports is sitting in the pit lane, as well as the Asbury Motorsports car. And just like that, it is another Ford GT2 car that is in trouble. So with that unfortunate turn of events, though, I still want to look at the car number 23 and 22, the Perpetual Motion and the 7.3 Motorsport HPD cars, as they are still going at it lap after lap after lap here. This is lap number 67 for these guys, as they are going to be coming across the Team Chimera car of Simon Trendell. Jose Almeida is going to be coming through, as that's the Phoenix Motorsports HPD car, but that 7.3 and that Perpetual Motion, they are still fighting for 8th and 9th position. The Phoenix car just slipping away. Paul Lilbrink, though, looking to keep them another lap down. So, just like that, it is the field is seemingly spacing themselves out a little bit, but as we all know with endurance racing, as the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing HPD of Dennis Garis will come into the pits, as well as the FRT Hawkers car is sitting in the pits, as well as the Gathering of Tweakers 2 car that they are working on, as we mentioned, that incident giving them quite a bit of driver's side damage. They're going to be fixing that for a while. So the prototype cars are starting their pit cycle as we are looking back. Boy, these battles, they are just not dying down at all, as the 7.3 and the Perpetual are still going at it. They'll come out of the first turn and they'll head up the S's. A quick right, a quick left. If you're a Formula One aficionado, at one point they put a chicane up in the S's because they felt it was too dangerous after, of course, the deaths of, oh Jesus, the 7.3 Motorsports car will have an incident. Nobody will die there, though, which is a very good thing. But then they're going to go side by side through the bus stop chicane. So, all right, we'll continue racing. all throughout, as Philip Wyeth will keep it pegged on, and he will continue to battle, but I think he has lost it. Yes, he has lost the position to Sahil Mustak, as the Blue Flag Racing Corvette, of course, that one having the incident earlier on, he'll let them all go by. Go on, gentlemen, as they will come upon the Dark Frogs green car, of course, that we see as the Radicals car is just getting closer and closer, and this is going to be difficult. A lapping prototype car over a lapped, well, it won't be too difficult. 7-3 just messed up the toe of the boot, or the heel of the boot, so he'll get by them, and that hopefully will put an end to the battle long enough to welcome back Rachel Whiteford and both Fraser Williamson, both at the same time. Rachel, hello, hi. A little bit of an issue, I see.
Had a minor technical issue, of course. I've been back for 20 minutes, but you haven't taken a breath, Cam.
Nobody told me you were back. I think you're just sitting there, just taking in the
listening to your lovely voice.
Greatness. Yeah. As Michael De Jong will come into the pit stall, he'll come up on the air jacks, and that Koena SimSport car, Mitchell De Jong, after 70 laps of good hard racing here at Watkins Glen, almost 2 full hours, it will be Andre Boucher in that number 1 car. So they will put the car down off the jacks, he'll kick up the tires, and he will get that car rolling relatively soon here, as Rachel Whiteford, just looking here at the track, I've had still that battle between those 2 HPD cars, that Perpetual Motion, and that the 7-3 Motorsports car. That's a little separated now, as the 7-3 had just a couple of excursions into the soft New York soil here, but for the most part, everything's still as it was, just minus that Gathering of Tweakers 2 car, which is already back out in track with Robert DeRouge. So as we close out this second hour, we'll have to pay attention to these pit stops once again. Do you think Radicals Online is going to make the same mistake that they did and pit late?
Well, of course, we did talk to Mac Backham whilst you were away, Cam, and he did say they were running slightly different strategy, perhaps, to the Chimera and Coanda cars. So we could be looking at a different strategy here from Radicals, so that could be benefiting them. We don't know until the final stops are complete and find out where they are. This could be a big thing for them if they can run that car longer, but it may also hurt them, so we're going to have to find out. But very close racing here on the track as we see them. Oh, someone head down pit road. In fact, that is the Radicals on pit road. Paul Elbrink is in.
Yeah, I was going to say, just as we were talking about it, he'd heard us and he came in. As Eric Vidorf, the second position in the 4GT, will also come in the RDK Assault Racing car. So the Radicals car now flipping things around as the Koena car has pitted. They've answered by pitting. The Friction Racing car going to be leading a lap here. Marcus Hamilton's still at the wheel of that, but well, it'll be Mac Backham still in the car. Actually, Mac Backham back in the car, I guess I should say, as he's taking over
for a Backham attack him.
Yeah, Backham attack him, and he'll get that car back underway. But this Chimera incident, this Team Chimera prototype incident, has really kind of opened this up. Coanda has that gap right now, but as we know, the last 2 rounds, anything can happen.
It can indeed. The last 2 rounds have been very intense, and we've always seen this with Neo. It will literally always come down to the wire with what happens. We never get a runaway in this series. The Radicals, of course, with Backham now back out on track, heating those tyres, hopefully getting running again. Interesting discussion, by the way, Cam, on YouTube, and that is a Le Mans fest. Of course, don't forget, iRacing will be bringing us Le Mans by Season 3, apparently, they say, of 2016, so potentially in time for the real Le Mans race, we will have Circuit de la Sarthe, which could only be amazing after we've received the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring. But Jonathan Battel, of course, will be incredibly excited. He is Mr. Le Mans, and I can only imagine the excitement when that releases, and he'll never ever leave it. But they're talking actually about the death of Group C, Cam, and specifically 91-92, the removal of the assistance, I believe, on the 3.1 litre Formula 1 engines, and removal of the Wankel Mazda engines. Of course, that Mazda 787B car was probably one of the best cars we had in Group C. an incredible car, just amazing. But they really had a massive reliability with that engine. They didn't break down as often. It was a great car, and a real shame to see it go. But honestly, I think one of the most iconic Group C cars we've ever seen, and what a paint scheme.
Oh, absolutely. It epitomizes the 90s, well, especially the early 90s, but either way, it's one of those things that have one of those unfortunate growths. I think we're seeing that right now in the GT3 category, actually, very similar to the incidents of Group C racing. We had just this great racing, absolute participation across the board. I mean, you look at Group C, it wasn't just Group C across the board. Of course, it was the GTO categories here in IMSA, the GTPs, the GT prototypes here, which had also raced at Watkins Glen, by the way. If you're ever interested in watching a race, I'm sure you can find one on the line. But it was one of those things where the cars are just getting faster and faster and more expensive and more expensive. And I think once we flipped a couple of those Group C cars, both at Road Atlanta and at Le Mans, as I believe it was the Nissan car that had flipped at Road Atlanta, excuse me, as the Phoenix Motorsports car comes in. The friction racing will come in, as well as the Falcon GP and the Gecko Vortex GT1 cars. It was just one of those things that they do have to change, otherwise the expenses are going to get so much there's going to be nobody in the field. I think we're actually seeing that with GT Le Mans right now, but I think they're trying to stay ahead of it and they're trying to not kill the series. I think sports cars overall is in one of the best places it's been probably the last 10-15 years.
Absolutely. I mean, I really think it has the potential to be the most exciting series we have in motor racing. Honestly, my personal opinion is that I genuinely prefer endurance racing, but the prototype racing and what we're seeing in WEC over Formula 1. I think it is more relevant to the real world than Formula 1. It's more exciting, it's better run, better organised, there's more competition. We're seeing more on-track racing and excitement. And it is truly an evolving series. It's happy to move with the times, to change, to evolve, and to see a difference happen. And I think it has surpassed Formula 1 at this stage. But, of course, we're commentating here on the Neo Endurance Series, which is an endurance series. I really wasn't into endurance racing myself that much before Neo last year. Neo themselves have done an incredibly good job, and it's partly testament to them that I am a big fan now of the World Endurance Series and what they do. But I do think that what we have in terms of prototype and GT racing is really the most relevant thing today.
It is, and it's not just that. It's the overall endurance racing scene from the smaller cars. Of course, Chump Car is something I'm quite familiar with and have very fond memories of, being a crew chief here at Watkins Glen. And it's one of those things. You've got 12-hour races now that you can just stream live for free on your phone, your computer, your tablet, whatever. And you can watch this great racing at any time with commentary. And it comes right into your living room. You don't need a fancy cable package. You don't need something crazy to watch it. And I think that's really paying off. Of course, I don't even want to start getting into television rights and all that hoopla. But it's just one of those things where the whole sport, I think, is healthy, as the 37 and 31 cars are still going at it. That is the Radicals Online. Oh, actually, the Movano car. This isn't just still going at it, as Tommaso Carla and Jori Withouk have during their pit cycles. That's the new drivers, Jori Withouk in the Radicals Online GT1 and Tommaso Carla in the Movano racing car as they come upon the Gathering of Tweakers 2 car. Rachel, they're fighting for the GT1 class lead. They're going 3 wide into the final corner here. Dirk Turlings will back it off, but for at least one more lap, Jori Withouk is going to be leading that GT1 field, but look out, Tommaso Carla is closing right behind.
Oh, he really is, and it's great to see that happening, but it stands incredibly tight up there at the front of the grid, so Really enjoying seeing what these guys are up to right now. It's so close together, but just gotta be so careful, guys. Do not want to make a mistake.
Yes, not at all. You'd hate to see them throw it away, much like a Team Chimera did. But right now, Tommaso Carla, his last lap was a full second faster than that Radicals car. Boy, oh boy, as Tommaso Carla is pegged that Movano racing car, I think they've kept the ace up their sleeve for this section right here, as we are entering kind of this that hazy middle section of this 6-hour race, where your drivers we were close to getting into what driver standings were between their ratings and all that other hoopla that's causing a big stir. But I think right now you've got an extraordinary mix of drivers. You've got some of the drivers who are absolutely lightning quick, just getting in the cars. Some drivers who aren't necessarily lightning quick, but they're still great peddlers, pushing their cars around. And then you've got, of course, still this multi-class event. This is actually very interesting, as Yori Without will push well wide and basically let the Movano car go by. So that was probably one of the most uneventful passes for the lead I've seen. But Tommaso Carla will push that Movano car, that Aston Martin, to the lead of the GT1 category. And it's just the start of this very, very interesting section of time where the cars are just being piloted by such a different group of individuals.
Very much so, and of course the racing we have in these three classes is so distinctly different, and of course everyone wants to look at the sexy racing at the front of the prototype class because it is the cool class, but honestly some of the racing we're seeing down in GT1 and 2 is incredibly exciting. Never quite as dramatic perhaps as the sweeping passes we see with those prototype cars, but at the same time really, really, really entertaining. Looking back for your prototype field, of course, Forza Motorsports, we talked to Dexter Castro earlier. He's in that car now. And those guys are actually getting their way towards the front of their field. They are currently, I believe, down in position 7th or 8th position in their class, so a big gain for them, really. A lot of incidents on the track for the lower down GT2 cars.
Yeah, I think once again, I say this every race, but it's basically every month now. I absolutely love this configuration of cars. If you're interested in perhaps the GT3 fields and that brand new Daytona prototype, that C7R Daytona prototype, perhaps the Gathering of Tweaker series is very easy for you to look, as I'm just looking at the Virgil Racing GT car right now. You guys are looking at a different picture, but he's managed to work his way around some lap traffic, but for the most part we're looking at the number 55 and the 54 car. That is, of course, the Chimera and the IRDK Endurance car. They were separated by a pit stop, but now they've closed up on each other. Jamie Wilson and Kim Vettel-Osterby taking over where Marcelo Mao and Simon Trendell left off. Same cars, different drivers. We'll have to see how they operate, as it's Corvette versus Aston Martin, and this just simply proves my point, is that I absolutely love not only having the variety of these cars, but having a Le Mans car, the GT1 car, and the GT2 car. It's definitely really goes to showcase the skill of these drivers and the series stability as a whole.
Yeah, very much so, and stability is a major factor in this one. Of course, it has to be balanced out. Oh, he's got it from race control there. Jordan Weeks, black flag for contact on lap 59 in turn number 7, so that is Jordan Weeks. He is, I believe, looking at the entry list, he is the pilot down there in the Torrent Motorsports 77 car. So that's the issue we had earlier on between themselves and the other car that was, I believe, Gathering the Tweakers. So, yeah, it's reached resolution, and unfortunately, not going to bring anyone back.
Yeah, I have to say it was a very tricky situation. There was a prototype, in case you're not remembering the incident in hand, there was a prototype car that had been attempting a pass on the inside going towards the heel of the boot, so they were 3 wide, and the Torrent car just leaned well too over into the GT2 car of the Gathering of Tweakers and ultimately caused the incident, according to race control, which I agree with. I have to say, though, the SRN Motorsports car is in pit road. It seems to have picked up a little bit of right front damage. What has happened to the SRN Motorsports car? Daniel Grauty, as we're still focusing on the battle up ahead, but something has happened.
Oh, sorry to get into there, Cam. We've got a big race going on between 54 Team Chimera and the 55 IRDK Endurance Corvette. So Aston versus Corvette now in a head-to-head battle in your GT1 class, which is really hotting up.
It is really hotting up indeed. Just to close up real quick before we get to that SRN car, it ended up taking turn number 10, that uphill left-hander to rejoin, and it absolutely botched the corner and smashed the tire barrier. So that's where that front-end damage is picked up, and Daniel Grauty is out of that car. But looking back towards the IRDK and the Chimera cars, as once again it's Corvette versus Aston Martin. We've seen this at Circuit of America. I almost wonder if it was these same two cars. My memory is not that great, but I have to say I do particularly remember an amazing battle. I believe one of them was involving the Radicals, or the Movano car at Circuit of the Americas. If you want to watch that, you're more than welcome to, just not right now. As Jamie Wilson is still trying to work on the IRDK Endurance car. He's going to have to figure out where that Aston Martin, thank you, is faster than that Corvette C6R, and then try to actually execute the pass. And Kim Vettel Osterby just has to know where the Aston's strengths are and then simply defend the line.
Very much so, of course. Right now the Corvette is leading. He can, to an extent, back up the Aston in the corners and get his good run on the straight. Here comes the Friction Racing prototypers. Up the inside goes the Chimera Aston Martin of Jamie Wilson. And gets through there as we see the wide run for the IRDK car in turn 1, which is the opposite of what happened in the very start of the race when the Chimera prototype went wide in 1, giving up position to the Radicals online. But good pass there by Wilson, who will have that position now. With the speed to the corners, should pull away, we suspect, from IRDK Endurance on this lap. But we're just going on board now with the 55 car of IRDK Endurance. You can hear the gorgeous, gorgeous engine note of that Corvette burbling and rumbling away as it chases down the Aston ahead.
Burbling. And that IRDK Endurance car, of course, giving us the lovely sounds of that American V8 Detroit muscle flexing. But he ultimately, though, I have to say, has absolutely fallen off of the rear end of Jamie Wilson between the prototypes and the other traffic going through. He has absolutely fallen well off the rear end of that Chimera car. So, and just like that, that's one battle down, but many more battles to go is actually the Hammer Down Racing car. Just picking up right where we left off, the Falcon GP and the Hammer Down Racing car. The number 65 and the 69 are racing for 18th position. This is the black and orange Aston Martin against the black and red Hammer Down Racing car. And Karasel Borjwolski is back in that car after his first stint. Troy Schuster took over for him, and now Carroll is back in that the C6R. So as he's just trying to keep up with it, he's what, 0.5 of a second faster than the Falcon car last lap, but it is still quite a gap to keep. Perhaps a GT2 car could and be involved as the Phoenix Motorsports Ford GT car exits the pit lane, as the race control has just released that Juan Jose Sanchez has been black flagged for avoidable contact. I believe that is a prototype car. As I'm not quite sure the car that Juan Jose Sanchez. We only get the names here in the booth, so it's kind of hard to go through this mighty list of racing cars to try and find the drivers. Maybe somebody else can find that real quick there, as I've seen Manuel Sanchez, but oh well. All right, well, we'll figure out who that is, and oh, here it is. It's the Odox Motorsports Le Mans prototype car. I believe this is actually their second penalty of the race, as Odox, of course, had that 4-car incident. Now, we'll bring Fraser Williamson back into the booth here, as it gets a little lonely with it just being me, and I think we'll alleviate the fans' ears of the lofty American, and we'll bring in another talent. So, Fraser, well, welcome back. This is still this race is still going on strong here, and I have to say, this is one of those quiet periods, kind of a calm before the storm, while everyone spaces themselves out. Fraser.
Well, yeah, too wide, hopefully, within each class for possession, as well as lots of overtaking.
Yes, I was worried that you'd been taken away. I was afraid I was alone. I was scared. Well, I'm never alone. I have Hugo Louis on the cameras. Yeah, it's just one of those races. It's this Watkins Glen track. We've had an incident. Someone's had an incident. It's the Roy Weiser. It's the Virus car, the number 82 car. And, well, it's a very undramatic incident, which is a good thing to see, as, well, it was coming off of turn number 10 for that Virus car, as it looks like he had just, he pushed himself well to the right, tried to cut it across, uphill that turn number 10, and he ended up just dropping a wheel into the grass over the curbings, and he lofted it around and into the side barrier there. But he will continue. I don't think really anything is bad with that. But Fraser, this Watkins Glen track, it seems that every single person has a different opinion on whether it's a good track or a bad track. What do you really think of this Watkins Glen circuit?
For me, it has to depend on the car and what layout's getting used. The full width boot with bus stop chicane's great for these higher powered cars. If I was to go back to my more natural Skip Barber car, I'd want it without the bus stop, without the boot, just a clean 6 corner lap, high draft, good racing, 3 wide into the carousel, which it was in the Eliminator last week.
Yes, it was. Of course, any interest in the Skip Barber series, we have got you covered in the RaceSpotTV kennel of shows that we broadcast. We have not only the Skip Barber 2K World Cup series, which has got to be some of the best racing I can see, you can see on a weekly basis, and we also do the Monday Night Skippies, which is the UK&I, there you go, yeah, the UK&I series, as we're looking at the 69 and the 65 cars. That is the cars of, as we'll get right here soon. There's a lot of cars on track here. Yeah, Falcon and Hammer Down, okay. Apparently they were probably right behind. I had to go all the way around the track looking for these guys. Yes, they are. So it's still Falcon GP, still Hammer Down Racing. Carcel, he's managed to close the gap up just a little bit more, but he's still having trouble just trying to find his way through. He's running faster lap times, although last lap wasn't, but he's just trying to work his way through it. And just to finish up, though, these Skip Barber cars, we've really got your back covered here. Some of the great racing that you can see, and I have to agree. At that point, the classic configuration as we know it, without the boot, without the bus stop, it's well, some people almost call it a Talladega road course, and I guess I can't disagree when it's like that. But with the boot and the bus stop, I have to say it's one of the most finest road courses that I can imagine. So it's just one of those tracks that's very difficult to really pin down. You've got a lot of high-speed sections, these old sweeping corners, and then the S's, which is always exciting. I don't want to say it's similar to Eau Rouge as far as the legendary status goes, but here in America, perhaps it is.
Yeah, the difference between the S's here in Eau Rouge is the elevation change. It doesn't quite have the same grandeur to it. It doesn't look just as imposing to me.
Well, I've taken it in real life. It's always hard to see something in a video game, and hold on here, a racing simulation. Excuse me, as I just got fired. At the final broadcast of Cam. It's one of those things where I've driven up it in real life. It's your entire front windshield is nothing but like asphalt, and it's kind of frightening. It's a little frightening. I think the turn that surprised me the most out of this entire course was the drop into the boot. You don't really think that it's that big of an elevation change, but it is. When I was driving it in my personal car, my Honda Element at the time, I had the thing, it's a standard. I ended up having to drop it down from 5th gear to 3rd just to make the corner. It was like a 40-mile-an-hour corner in that thing. It is such a steep drop, you don't even think about it. But I have to say, though, speaking of Spa-Francorchamps, the next round of Watkins of the Neo Endurance Series will be at just that, the Spa-Francorchamps, as we start the European Tour, of course, this is finishing up the American Tour. And so these cars heading all the way overseas to Spa, I think it's going to be another Barnstormer, just like it is here.
Yeah, it was Spa, then back to Watkins for Gathering of Tweakers as well as Neo, with Gathering of Tweakers running half the race length of Neo.
Yes, the 3-hour races, and of course yesterday the C7 Daytona prototype and the suite of GT3 cars were the shining racing that was here yesterday. You can catch that all again here on iRacing.com and RaceSpotTV. But for right now, it's the big boys. It's the Honda prototype development, the two GT1 cars, the GT2 cars, for the this massive field, 41 cars here today, and simply staggering to see such numbers as just looking. Oh, the Perpetual Motion HPD is parked on pit road, and I'm going to try and figure out why. That Perpetual Motion, the number 19 prototype, of course, this is one that has been in quite a few battles already. I'm just going to see if perhaps he had his own. Ooh, what has happened there? Something, Frank Ferry Jr., something has, he came off of the exit to the heel of the boot, and it's almost like he just kind of drove off the track. If we can, I don't know if we can get a replay of something like this, but yeah, he just drove off the track because it's his lap number, he's on lap number 79 in that car number 19, that red and gray Perpetual Motion HPD going up the heel of the boot. So really about halfway through his lap, he just sort of, well, Fraser, I think he just sort of drives off.
That's peculiar, because I've just found it there. It gets on the inside of the 4GT and just turns right at the crest. That is peculiar.
Yeah, well, he cleared Gunnar Moore in the IRDK Assault Racing car. I mean, you could have fit another prototype there. And he just keeps trailing off to the right. I almost wonder if perhaps something broke in his steering.
Hardware. Yeah, I think
yeah,
maybe his wheel broke.
Yeah, something has had to have happened. I think every single race, something dramatic. Oh, yeah, I think that is exactly what has happened. It looks like he took the turn, the wheel just
kept going.
Oh, heavens. Yeah. Oh, no. Something dramatic has happened with his hardware there. That is crazy, as we do have an onboard replay. He just takes the crest of that hill as we finally find it, which, of course, we got to give a big thanks to Hugo Louis for bringing us these sorts of things. It's kind of hard to just travel back in time and find these things on a routine basis, but he just sort of, yeah, he just lofts it off right there. That is just so strange. I think this is the second or third time we have had an incident like this in the Neo Endurance series where somebody's hardware gives out. That has got to be strange. I think it actually happened to as the Friction Racing HPD will pull it down into the pit lane. Oh, he's got front end damage. What has happened to the Friction Racing car? What is going on here? As Marcus Hamilton pulls into his pits, they're going to be taking the nose cone off of that. Fraser will take a quick look here and try and figure out what has befallen. Oh heavens, this is actually a big incident now that I'm looking at it. Let's see if we can't find it. It is an incident involving the number 36 Gecko Vortex Sim Racing GT1 car as well. The Friction Racing car almost on, let's see, did he... Yeah, so just before he came into the pits, he was trying to make a pass on the Gecko Vortex car, just went to the inside of it, and it just looks like the Aston Martin didn't even see him and was just continuing his line. He had to bring the car well over, and then the car rolled on his suspension. And, boy, that just pushed the Friction Racing HPD right into the barriers you have just seen on your screens here on iRacingLive and RaceSpotTV. Fraser, that is just, I'm not quite sure, okay, as I'm just not sure, these Aston Martins, these GT1 cars, I think it just rolls over kind of on its suspension. I think he was just taking a normal thing here.
Yeah, it just looks like the Aston Martin didn't know that it was going to come that quickly for around his outside. He went to try to get a good run out the last corner as possible. It just turned out the Friction Racing car was up his outside.
Yeah, so very unfortunate there, but at the same time, this is right around, oh no, this isn't even sequence pit stopping right here, as the Falcon GP is still going around with the hammered down car, as somebody's just in the pits, I believe that was a prototype car anyways. No, I lied, there's nobody in the pits. What was I saying? As now the hammer down is it's surrounded by the Phoenix Motorsports HPD. The 7.3 Motorsports HPD are cycling their way through, and it leaves Florian Denard and Karcel Wojcicki alone to resume their battle. Oh man, this is just turning into one of those events. I think, ooh, heavens. Heavens to Betsy, I just looked at the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car, and he just, well, we just had a little bit of a Formula Drift event going down the entry to the boot. There's no need for a replay there. That was, he hung that rear end well out and made a rather large and effective smoke screen, which wouldn't be that strange for an Aston Martin to be making smoke screens and occasionally shooting out oil or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's just one of those instances. I think at this point now, people are just really holding on. I think we haven't really been able to talk about the track. It's cooled down a little bit. It started at 93, but it's only down to 91 degrees Fahrenheit, which gives us a track temperature of 126. I mean, that is hot. It doesn't matter where you are. That is very, very hot.
Yeah, well, that's about 20 degrees centigrade for those of us that aren't in America and use proper measurements and things.
Yes.
That's still quite nice weather.
Well, 91 is hot here in America. It's sweaty and it's humid and it's miserable. As Alexander Mania is back flagged, 60 seconds for avoidable contact. We'll take a look to see which car that is indeed. Actually, you know what? There is a much easier system of doing this. As number 36 car. Yes, it's the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car, just as we were talking about, Alexander Mania. There's a much easier way to do this, and that is if I go to live timing Neo. Let me get there, and we'll get you all the address, and we will go from there. But I just have to say, you know, I'm not necessarily sure if really Mania could have done much. He could have hung it over on the right, but that would have just really botched his entry. I think it's just one of those miscalculations on both parties' parts. Either way, what is done is done. We'll see if we can't get Paul Ilbrink up into the commentary booth here. As Hugo Louis, he's our, of course, if you're not familiar with Hugo Louis, he's the world champion of iRacing Road Racing back in, was it 2013, I believe, as that Gecko Vortex will come down to serve his pit stop, as he lives in Brazil, and he says 98.6 in the RaceSpotTV booth because air conditioner is broken. So Hugo, much like they would in the race car, is steaming up and, well, probably going to die of a heat stroke at some point. So if you would like to do camera work for us here at RaceSpotTV, of course, we are always, well, no, really not. But anyways, we have Paul Ilbrink in the commentary booth here with us in RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. Of course, you are watching the Neo Endurance Series, the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. So, Paul Ilbrink, you've gotten out of the Radicals Online car some time ago, almost 20 laps now. Things have settled down, not at all for as far as racing on the track goes, but yeah, well, you got your heart rate and your blood pressure down a little bit now. It's a little dramatic out there.
Yeah, other cars seem to be dropping a bit, so it seems it's just us and Kwanda fighting for the win at the moment.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. I mean, it's one of those races. Watkins Glen is always a point of contention. People either really don't like it or really do like it. And, you know, both you guys and the Kwanda car, both the Radicals and the Kwanda cars, they always seem to be extremely good at making their way through traffic. And I think it's just from the built-up overall time being in these prototype cars. Just how hard is it, lap after lap, to be dealing with this traffic?
Yeah, you always need to pay attention, of course, but further along in the race you get to know the other cars a bit and are like more aware of where they want you to pass and that kind of stuff. So it's usually in the beginning that it can be tricky and catch you out a bit, but a bit further in the race it usually gets better and isn't too hard anymore.
Yes, and well, the prototype teams, the actual teams themselves, has been growing rather steadily since endurance racing has really started to take off here on the iRacing service. You guys had some pretty valiant charges from both Friction and Chimera, and both of those have ultimately been ended just due to these little incidents with these GT1 cars that do damage to these prototype cars. So right now it really is just Radicals Kwanda left. It's just well, one of those things where you guys are on alternating pit strategies. We noticed this time by you answered right back. As soon as Kwanda came in, you came in the next lap. Change of strategy?
Not really. We're still not 100% sure what strategy we will be on, but it's pretty close between making it 5 stops or have to do an extra one. I think time will tell, but yeah. But at the moment it seems that we're catching Kwanda by quite a bit every lap, and we suspect that they might be saving a little to do an extra lap or something, but I don't know, we'll have to see.
No, we'll have to see indeed. At Kwanda SimSport and Radicals Online. A story that if you've been following prototype racing at all, it is not a new story at all that Kwanda and Radicals would be going at it, as you guys have been going at it for years, I have to say. I guess just as kind of one of those greedy commentator questions I always have to ask. You guys in Kwanda, the Radicals and Kwanda, you guys are always at competition, both the Pro Series, the World Championship Series, just all the different series. You guys are always at it. Do you guys have a great level of respect for each other, or is this more like a rivalry? I'm not super familiar with the teams as far as how the teams go. Other people are, but just from the outside, it's like you guys are always going at it.
I think we have a great amount of respect for our rivals, but yeah, I don't know, they're one of the top teams in all the series they run, so I think they're up there with Redline, Inex, and maybe us as well. And it's always good to have some strong competition.
Well, it always puts a great product on the track for us, and I think it's always fantastic to be involved with racing that's got such high-tier drivers as yourselves. So, Paul, anyone you'd like to just give a quick shout-out to real quick, because I'm sure you'll be back at some point later on. We've still got another 3 hours and 30 minutes of racing, which is, we're almost halfway, but I'm sure we'll see you again, but still, I got to ask the question.
Shout out to our GT1 team, of course. They are doing pretty good as well. So I hope they can get back in the lead in the GT1 class again. Also shout out to Mografilio, our PwC colleague, who's been racing a big kart race in Brazil this weekend, and even though that didn't went too well, he had a great experience, so that was pretty good to hear. And shout out to all the viewers and you for doing a great broadcast.
Alright, Paul Ilbrink of the number 2 Radicals Online prototype. Thank you very much for stopping in. And so we'll move from that and we'll bring back Rachel Whiteford into the commentary booth once again, as we're shuffling quite a few people here today, I tell you. As a new voice, every other. As Rachel, the racing is still going absolutely hammer and tong. It's still interesting, and we still have really the battle for the victory here between Coanda and Radicals. It's bringing a very interesting taste to this 6 hours of Watkins Glen.
It does indeed, of course. Things getting very congested on the racetrack, as we expect, but that time between Coanda and Radicals have come down now. So, getting exciting there as things get close together. And, well, speaking of closer together, we're now joined by the 73 team, that is Phoenix Motorsports 4 GT, and Joris Ilsen. Joris, it's could go better for you guys at the moment, I expect?
At the moment it's going well. We had that big incident at the start of the race, but now the car is very well. We're doing our pace, and you see where you're going. We are picking up car by car and see where we get.
You are indeed, of course, trying to work your way back up your field. You're still in the top 10 for the 4 GTs, which is a good position to be in, but you really do expect to pick up some of those positions ahead of you eventually, of course, based on the performance of your guys, and Rupert in particular at the moment in that car. Are you expecting this to be off strategy somewhat due to that big incident? Of course, you were a rather innocent victim. Oh, big contact, and it's a Phoenix on Phoenix crash, as we have the Phoenix principal in the booth. Curse of the commentators as the Phoenix 4 GT turns into the boot entry in front of the Phoenix prototype, and that's going to be an awkward team meeting, Joris.
Oh, heavens.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see it. I have to look at it because I'm not in the server at the moment, but yeah, I'll have to take a look at it.
Well, that is the drivers of Julio Ornelas, and of course, we just mentioned him earlier, Roop in the 4 GT. The 4 GT just turns across the nose of the prototype. He didn't expect to be there. Obviously, you don't expect teammates to communicate slightly better, Joris. Couldn't you say, can you let me through here, or can we pass there? And be aware that your teammate is closing in on you from behind. You don't just chop their nose off. What could possibly be happening?
No idea. Normally we are very clear with our positioning. Both. I know that the HVT is doing a good job in traffic lately. Us as well, so I don't know what happened. Maybe some miscommunication. I have no idea.
It certainly seems to be the 4 GT's fault there in that incident. Of course, turning across the nose of the prototype, but of course your GT1 had its sideways moment when Fuller decided to use his name to the maximum and fill up the gap in the entrance to pit road. But not been a spectacular day for Phoenix. You've had your share of incidents, but you're still recovering from and showing just how powerful you are as a team, really.
That's what the Phoenix is all for. So we rise from our ashes, we will get there, but we will have to go deep before we get there, I think.
Absolutely. Well, we'll hope to catch up with you later, Joris. I think you've got some things to go work out there.
Yeah, we'll see. We still have some communication in the team, so we'll see what happens, and we will learn from it from both sides, I think.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for joining us, Joris. We'll hopefully chat to you later when things are a little bit less awkward.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, that
That's what we
was,
call spectacular timing.
Yeah, awkward. The most awkward of awkwardness involved here is, well, you bring on a team principal and then show him pictures of his cars crashing into each other. I think the jury's hanging out on as to exactly whom is the one to blame there. Of course, no matter, I don't think what. I think
Just
it
a
is
second,
always
Cam,
on the
just
passing
actually
car.
want to.
Okay.
Just actually want to bring up a bit on that subject. I've had some interesting comments on YouTube regarding the decision there. My call, I should say, on the incident we just watched. I would like to actually explain my logic for that moment. Yes, normally under a situation like that where you have a prototype car passing a GT car, the slowest category versus the fastest category, you would put the onus on the prototype. He did pass in the middle of the corner to the inside, but in this case we can really throw out the situation of typical no communication because they were teammates. They are actually teammates. They're in communication outside of the actual race session. They've got their own communication channels and team management, and in this case, of course, obviously we've just seen there the prototype has actually been black flagged for that. Team communication would be, we'll let you through here, we'll do this, we'll do that. They would have been talking together, as Joris himself said, and despite the fact that was happening, the GT car still turned in. Obviously the race control believed the prototype was at fault. Honestly, I'd call that the other way around. The teammate turned across his teammate's nose. The GT car could have easily taken a wide line around the outside of the corner and let the teammate run the inside tight line with the downforce, which is why I call it the way I called it. So it's a difficult situation, but with teammates it should not happen, period.
Yeah, it's one of those rough situations where it's unfortunate to see simply because the Phoenix Motorsports prototype isn't racing anybody. He was on his own. The Phoenix GT2 car wasn't racing anybody. It's on his own. The only car that was around was the GT1 Movano car, who got a great view of that. So it's just one of those things where, look, you know, it could have been a relatively easy process of, hey, you know, let us sneak on right on through or something. But it just didn't happen. There was miscommunication, which we have often, but it does always seem to happen here on the racing track. But ultimately, though, it's just an unfortunate thing. You know, as somebody who's typically driving the slower class, probably would have just been easier to just lay out on the right side, hang on the brakes a little bit, but oh well. As the 55 car is racing, the IRDK car is racing against the Excelsior Racing team. We haven't had much time to talk about the Excelsior on Aston Martin, though they have been having a fairly good season this year as the friction racing car goes around the outside of them through the carousel. The IRDK endurance car, though, will have that Aston Martin on the inside. No, he will not. Actually, that is exactly what's going to happen. They got him just a little bit loose, that IRDK car, having it back well out of the track corner there, as the Excelsior will be able to, that is about as aggressive as you can be without making contact, and that's how you got to do it in this GT1 series. So, Jason DeVries moving past Kim Venel Osterby, and that's another Aston Martin moving ahead of a Corvette, as the SimRC and actually the Phoenix Motorsports 4GT does not really want to go a lap down. And the SimRC car of Leonardo Corti is having to really work his way to get around that car, as Yori Without is watching in that number 37 Radicals car, as he'll try and sneak his way past this train of three GT2 car. Should have a relatively easy time doing it, though, as the GT1 car is quite speedily in a straight line.
Yeah, very much so. And we're getting this stage now of the race where we're starting to see, should we say, moments happening that really shouldn't be happening. Of course, we're into the endurance phase of an endurance race, which is an awkward way of saying it, but we do have a period of time where the drivers are logging laps, and of course that varies depending on how big the race is, from 4 hours to 24. And this one, we're about 10 minutes shy now of the halfway mark, 3 hours in. These drivers are simply in lapping mode. Of course, this is Neo. This is a very high strength of field, so the lapping is hot lapping to an extent. Everyone pushing as hard as they can constantly, but you are not in a constant battle. You're not constantly fighting for position. You are essentially racing pit stops, and that means that we're starting to get some lapses in judgment, perhaps.
Yes, and it's just one of those things, like we said, we're 3 hours in. We've got such a wide spectrum of drivers. You've got, as the Gathering of Tweakers 2 car, the number 99 is absolutely surrounded. He's got an Aston Martin to the left, the Radicals prototype on the outside with the Blue Flag Racing, and the Sim RC, as well as the Team Chimera car, which has made its appearance, all trying to get by them. Poor Robert de Rouge, who's just holding onto that steering wheel as cars are going past him left and right, though. As he still has to take his line, he will do so in front of that Chimera car. Chimera will look to go to the outside, no, the inside. So Ben Tusting moving on to the inside as, boy, it is just one of those things to be in one of those Ford GT2 cars. Once again, I have to give a shout out to these guys. They are just dealing with more traffic passing than they are and passing through rather than them passing, and that has got to be a very, very stressful thing, as I always seem to find myself in those slower cars. As the Thrustmaster Movano racing car is on pit road, it's George Montaigne's. Montaigne's is sitting on the pit lane. He's on the air jacks. He just got the tires. I think he's getting the rest of his fuel, and he will be okay to go back on track in just one moment's time. Oh, now they lift the car up. Must have done the fuel before the tires. As we'll see if we can't get a timer up or something to see how long that pit stop takes. But that Movano car dropping in from the lead of this GT1 race. He'll spool up the tires. It's a 50-second pit stop, and he will be back on track. And Rachel, this Movano car, as we'll figure out, the Radicals car is just entering the boot now. So the Movano's coming in from the lead. I'm sure we'll have to see whether the Aston Martin of the Radicals car is going to be coming into pit and as an echo, or, like you said, they're going to be staying to their pace.
Well, things have changed really, because the Radicals car has drifted closer, shall we say, to the Coanda strategy somewhat. We're starting to see the overlap. Perhaps if they are staying consistent to their strategy, there will be a point where they would be ahead, I think, of Coanda, and then fall back behind before the final closing up. So it's going to be interesting to see. They have alluded to the fact that they're potentially running more fuel in that car, so we will have to see. They did last time react a lot sooner to Coanda, so they may have switched strategy now. Their closest rivals are out of this race. We're in a typical Neo scenario of literally 3 cars left on the lead lap and one of them only barely. So, barring incidents for Coanda and Radicals, it's looking like a pretty straight cut fight. So why would you risk going on to an alternate strategy when you're not likely to be racing many cars for position? Go back onto the same strategy competition, beat them on the track, and then worry about getting to the finish. As things stand, there is really only 2 cars in this lead fight in the prototype field, and I see Radicals perhaps being a little bit more aggressive in that regard. So as we can see, they are catching Coanda quite rapidly. It's down to just under 4 seconds now, so the gap is definitely getting close. We could still be seeing a different strategy. It's very difficult to say without literally finding out from the teams, which they never will tell us. The only time we'll know is at the end of the race, but we can get a pretty good idea. I think they have reverted back to the same style of strategy as Coanda at this phase, looking at how much their track position has changed.
Yeah, I think Mac Backham really does have the edge over Andre Boettcher, as the lap times, lap after lap after lap, is just about a second, I'd have to say. So we'll have to see. It's going to be maybe 4 to 5 laps at this rate, but at the same time, we are closing out on that 3rd hour as that will open up the pit stalls once again, probably around an hour and 10, I'd have to say, hour and 15, to have the prototypes come in for the pits. So we can take a quick moment here to reset and go through the standings. Of course, we are watching the YouTube chat as well, and so getting a lot of questions as to where people are running. So if we could get the standings up on our screen, we'll have a quick run through of where everyone is, and we can just quickly get back to it. Right now, as it stands, it's the 4Racers Coanda SimSport prototype in the lead after 2 hours and 47 plus minutes of racing. The Radicals Online prototype, though, hot on their heels. They are closing up lap after lap. Gathering the Tweakers with Baslav is in third in the prototype division. And the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing HPD is in fourth, with the Apex Engineering in fifth. 7-3 Motorsports HPD is in sixth position. The Phoenix Motorsports HPD not losing much time at all. They are in seventh. The online simracing.de is in eighth, with the Corner Motorsports car, who had started in the pits, in ninth. KRT Motorsport, who had an incident earlier on. The prototype car is in 10th, with Odox Motorsport, who's had 2 full penalties for causing incidents, is back in 11th position. With Friction Racing, that incident with the one of the GT1 cars putting them into the outside wall has slowed their advance. They are 5 laps down in 12th. We'll go to the GT1 field. It is the Radicals Online car back up front, but not for long. They will have to come in and pit at some point. It's Movano Racing who has the lead of the race after this current pit cycle, which we are just opening up. The Falcon GP car is in second, with Hammer Down Racing chasing them down in third. The Movano car is in fourth, but simply by virtue of coming into the pits first. Virgil Racing fifth as far as the GT1 field goes. Sixth is the Team Chimera. Excelsior team is in seventh. And then in eighth is the Phoenix Motorsports GT1 car. They are still circulating. That is great to see. IRDK in 9th in GT1, with Gecko Vortex in 10th. FRT Hawkers 11th. Torque Freak Racing in 12th. The Dart Frogs Racing in 13th. Blue Flag in 14th. And that is the running GT1 field. I look to Leonardo Corti in the Sim RC car, the number 78. He pulls into the pit lane. He is leading right now the Ford GT2 field. So the Sim RC car has been having a dominant show here at Watkins Glen. The IRDK Assault Racing car nowhere near. They are just coming off of turn number 10 as Sim RC is in the middle of their pit stop. As the KRT Motorsports Ford GT car is in 30th position overall. They're in third in the Ford GT2 class. 49 Motorsports is going to be in fourth. The Touran Motorsports in fifth. The Phoenix Motorsports in sixth. The Virus in seventh. The Gathering of Tweakers Ford in eighth. The Mad Cape Racing in ninth. And then we have the retirements. We have SRN Motorsports, who have retired early. They're 36 laps down. Asbury Motorsports, who had a series of incidents. A miserable race for them. They are out. The Pure Racing Team LMP car is out. And the Racing Lions was the first retirement of the race. Well, they are over 100 laps down. They only had 4 laps for their 6 hours of Watkins Glen. So, if you're just joining us, where have you been? Hello, it's Cameron Walsh, Rachel Whiteford, Fraser Williamson is out on break right now. Hugo Louis is, of course, on the cameras and all of the other important things. As Rachel, just going back now, that Radicals car, wow. Rachel, I said that Fraser was on break. It's okay. As the Coanda SimSport car is closing up rather rapidly with that Radicals Online car. It's about, if it's not 0.3 of a second, it's more. And I think the Radicals car right now, I think once you catch up to them, what is really the plan of attack?
Well, it entirely depends really on where we are in the field and where we are on the track. This place is pretty difficult to pass at. Whilst it has a lot of options for passing, it can be pretty difficult to do. Or more specifically, it can be pretty difficult to hold the position once you've gotten through, because there are so many options for coming back at a car afterwards. One of the riskier ones, I think, is the boot, perhaps, too wide through there as possible, but at the same time, do you want to risk that? We have something happening on track, though, as
Yes,
I believe
we do.
it's the
15.
31 and the 13. That is Thrustmaster Movano and Virgil Racing. So Aston Martin versus Corvette here in your GT1 field. They are racing for 5th and 6th position on the racetrack, as we see exactly what's happening with them, Cam.
Yes, we've also had an incident on the track there. They're racing close, battling, but looking at that friction racing car, we were talking about their day and how it's really changed. A rather strange turn of events with them involving the IRDK Endurance car. Of course, the IRDK Endurance car having been in the battles today. They were in the carousel. It's going to be lap number 98 for the friction racing prototype. He takes the carousel and he absolutely loses the rear end. He starts spinning. The Corvette tries to woe himself up, and ultimately they make contact, and that sends, well, actually, it doesn't do much to the Corvette. I think it gives him a little bit of a bump, but that has sent the friction racing, as we are getting a replay, well onto the wrong section of the course, Rachel. That is the NASCAR track.
It is, that's terrible for them. I think, well, we'd seen they've been involved in incidents earlier. That's what lost friction in the track position. They were down there, last prototype in the grid. But, yeah, that's eventually the diffuser and rear suspension destroyed on that car. I don't expect them out of the pits for very long at all. It'll certainly hurt them in the points.
Oh, it absolutely will. As we'll look back live pictures, we'll see if we can't get the Movano racing car and the Virgil Racing Corvette. The Virgil Racing Corvette has not been, as Coanda will come down into pit road as my timing is well off. I was about 15 minutes short on when they were going to come into the pits. Is there a yellow cone sticking out of the passenger seat of that Coanda car, or is that just me?
It could be a yellow cone.
There's
have a
a
quick look
yellow
at
cone
that
sitting in.
car. And,
Oh, there it goes. Okay, it kicks
yeah.
off. It just kicked off the front
That's
of the
what we call
car.
an aggressive pit entry, Cam.
Oh, heavens. I have never seen anything like that happen.
It can get stuck in there and actually slow you down. That is a thing.
It's stuck right in the right between the wheel well and the rear wing, and it fit perfectly in there. And when he stopped it, it just shunted it forward. That is, oh boy, gotta love physics. That is just. I have to say there, we do actually have these instances that happen in real life too. I don't think this is just a gaming thing. This is cones get stuck in places that they shouldn't be stuck in all the time. So that is just
just to warn you, Cam, it's not past 9 o'clock yet.
No, it's not.
Also, we've got news that IRDK Endurance are out. That's a big issue for them.
Oh heavens!
And
yes.
I believe that could be the GT car.
The Assault Racing,
IRDK
yes.
Assault Racing is out. Big incident. You get a replay of that. It was literally just this lap past, I believe.
Yeah,
as we try and work out what happened to them.
Oh heavens! There's more going on with this one. Actually, I think IRDK might be a victim here with Gunnar Moore. As we'll look forward ahead to the KRT Motorsport GT Ford. You know what? As I'm looking at this, I believe the KRT Motorsport downshifted probably to first. No replay is going to be available. That's all right, though. As we look at pictures on the Radicals car, it looks like the KRT accidentally shifted it into first, going into turn number 9. It's that the toe of the boot. And so he spun the car out and created such a smoke screen that the IRDK car, he tried to woe it up as much as he could, but ended up smashing his front end into that KRT car, absolutely conking him, and then going into the arm coat. Oh, that car has picked up massive amounts of damage. That is very unfortunate for Gunnar Moore. They were right up there as far as the Ford fields go. They were about mid-pack. That is very unfortunate, Rachel.
Absolutely. You're going to have to keep focus back on Thrustmaster and Virgil Racing, though, as we have a real fight brewing in that GT1 class. Virgil right on the rear wing of the Thrustmaster Movano car of Jorge Montanez, as we get really close here, as Jean-Paul Nielis with Virgil, a incredibly talented driver, is running, chased now by the prototype, I believe, belonging to Odox. So off the track goes Thrustmaster, and through will go Virgil, so they gain that spot.
Once again, that is the most boring passing we have seen. This has happened like 3 times now, where somebody just goes off and they just let each other by. I guess that's better than them crashing into each other and flipping over. We have, well, I have some news. If you're looking at the car of Mac Backham, the car number 2, the Radicals Online car, the red one and white one on your screen right now, that is now your leader. They had come down into the pits, as you had seen, and they had exited the pits. The Coanda car is legions behind. An absolute stonker pit stop from Mac Backham, 25
They've
seconds.
switched pit sequence, Cam, I believe.
They must
much,
have.
Much shorter stop there. They've taken far less fuel. We think they may have reset themselves now onto the same strategy as Coanda, and that's the advantage they've gained here as we hit the 3-hour mark and halfway through the race.
Yeah, 25 seconds for Backham, 32.6 from Andre Borcher. So Coanda now, these guys, I don't know if they're on the defensive, but boy, there's a Radicals car that is faster out front. That gap is only going to get bigger, and that is, I don't want to say there's alarms going off in Coanda. I don't think they even have an alarm installed. That's how cool-blooded these guys are, but you've got to wonder now, you're 7 seconds behind Radicals, and not only that, but Radicals is running faster lap time. So, it is going to be a very interesting, that might right there be a move of the race here as we just close out, Rachel. 3 hours of racing here at Watkins Glen. Where's the time gone?
Absolutely, I have no idea where it's gone. I guess like P1, Mac Backham must have stolen it.
Yes, he absolutely did. I think that's a real gutsy call from the pit wall at the Radicals team, but ultimately, though, I think you are just going to have to make that call and try and make the moves to really come away with a victory here, as the Coanda car just having that slower pit stop, while taking on a full tank of fuel, I would presume, has now they're back 7.5 seconds off of Radicals. We'll see this lap by. They'll both be running their full lap times, so we'll get a better understanding of where they are. But boy, that is a big change of the races. It is a 9.2 second gap here as we'll see them as they set the lap timers. I just want to see exactly what laps they're pulling. Mac Backham coming off of turn number 12. He lays into it already 158 miles an hour past the start-finish line. That is a 136.9. And Andre Bocher, he's even had a Ford even. Nothing seems to be helping him right now as he'll cross the line with a 139.3. That is over, it is multiple seconds. That's 3-4 seconds right there. That is, that Coanda car does not seem to be having a comfortable time getting around the traffic. But this is one of those things, Rachel. You come into the pits there, you kind of reset everything, reset your brake bias, and you just got to really get back into it. And you got to get back into it quick in a place like Watkins Glen where there's traffic every corner.
Very much so, and of course Watkins Glen is a really tough track. It's so fast, it's so close, but honestly, one of the best places to race in.
Yeah, the Virgil Corvette, if we were wondering, did end up getting past Jean-Paul Naus of the Virgil Corvette, did get past Georges Montaigne's, but actually we did, wait a second, we saw that live. Oh boy, it's a good thing I remembered before I said anything, you know. Either way, though, that Movano car is still right behind, even though they had that excursion into the dirt in turn number 9. Well, it's one of those things. I don't think we've really talked much about the Virgil Corvette, Rachel. It's been one of those races for them where they have been out in the back of the pack, and it's going to be difficult for them to really try and come up through the ranks here. As I'm trying to figure out, well, they're ahead of Movano now. They're ahead of the Radicals car now, but I believe that this might be pit oriented. As the Virgil Racing, I believe they still have to come out of the pits. Same thing with Hammer Down, but actually, you know what? I don't think, Rachel. I don't think. I think the Virgil has come into pit. I think that is their true position.
They have indeed. They have pitted, yeah. But you know what? We're going to go on board right now with your class leader. In fact, no, they're not. They've just been passed. The class leader in no, they're not. Sorry, they are still class leader. 78 car of SimRC.de. The Ford GT. This is an onboard lap just for Cam.
Yes, yeah, the always exciting Ford GT2. just like that. Lap number 98 for the class-leading Sim RC4 GT2 car, as he will now go into R90 and continue his passage to hopefully another class win here for the Sim RC car. I believe they already have one either at Coda or Sebring. My memory fails me right now, as we are looking at the number 3 car, the V-Apex Racing car. I don't know why, so I'm just going to presume we'll go by the second number, and the 23 car, the 7.3 Motorsports car. Perhaps they were near each other. There's a hefty gap between them, but they are relatively close to each other. It's Francisco Javier Gutierrez in that 7.3 Motorsports with Ross Bygrave with the V-Apex Engineering car. That engineering car, I have to say, I do have to say that the liveries that we've had, the paint schemes, are absolutely fantastic here. It's just that white and silver, and it all blends so very well with those red accents. I personally believe that red and white are a little overused in paint car liveries, but that is just my opinion. Perhaps I'm an idiot. It wouldn't be the first time I ever hear that, but, you know, that happens.
It certainly does, but of course the racing today, incredibly excited from what we've seen so far. We've had big moments to camera, we've had some quite awkward situations in fact, notably Phoenix Motorsports crashing between their prototype and Ford GT cars, and a bit of a miscoordinated ballet step, stepping on someone's toes. But as things stand, just over 3 hours in, as we see some more cars heading down pit road, I believe that is the car there of... trying to find out who has just come down pit road. It's the online sim racing.de Neo Endurance Series car, because they love having really long names, as they come down pit road now, getting their fuel and service. They are scored in P8 right now in prototype class, ahead of Conant Motorsport, KRT, Odox Motorsport LMP, and of course the incident involved cars of Friction Racing and Pure Racing Team LMP, and most notably though, Cam, Team Chimera. They are back out running now, but they are 11 laps down. 16 minutes of repairs after that incident early on in the race. Tragic for them. Potential win taken away.
Well, potential indeed. I'm not sure if they would have had anything for the Quanta car, but we'll never know. It's one of those things, difficult racing here, as actually the Sim RC car is finding himself in slower traffic, which is strange seeing as he's in the slowest category here, but ultimately they'll make it work, as Lars Moldenhauer in a car that I really would like to bring attention to. If we could just look at the number 61 Torque Freak racing car. I have not said, I've seen their car a couple of times, and every single time I see them I tell myself, oh, we haven't even talked about these guys yet. It's been 3 hours into the showcase. I don't even think we've shown their car today. So Torque Freak Racing in that number 61, it's that gunmetal black Aston Martin. It's a very nice looking automobile with, of course, the Union Jack on the bonnet, as they would call over the seas there. That Torque Freak Racing car with Lars Moldenhauer has been working all race long. Then Philip Whittleson in the beginning there for them. They're up to the 24th. They're between the Dart Frogs and the Blue Flag Racing Corvette. But I felt we needed to at least give these guys a little bit of something. We haven't managed to get the cameras on there. It's been a little action-packed racing here, Rachel. But hey, here in RaceSpotTV, we like to showcase everybody.
Yeah, we do. There's some great racing actually happening back in the GT2 and GT1 fields. In fact, some of the best racing actually, I quite believe, because we have some really talented drivers back there. It's easy to focus on the prototypes, they're fast, they're sexy, but you know what? GT racing is too. And we've had some great fighting with Vano and Virgil recently. Those two cars trying to get back together on the racetrack. A bit of a gap, but they are closing up. That will be for position. In fact, that is for the lead of your prototype class. They are ahead of Radicals Online, who did pit, so we're expecting the others in soon. But yeah, Virgil leading from Movano, from Radicals in GT1. Down in GT2 is still Sim RC Racing, with number 78 car leading that category. Big, dense pack of traffic there is behind them Well, not behind them, even further away is the Perpetual, no, they're a HPD. What are they doing in there? We have KRT chasing down SimRC, that is for position, and Phoenix Motorsports 4 GT involved in that incident with their teammate. They're still running third, so a great position for them.
Yes, and also I actually believe that the SimRC car has lapped that KRT Motorsports GT car. That might be the gap between the two. I'm not quite sure, because that would be a lead for the 4 GT2 race, and I don't think we've had that yet, so I could be wrong. But either way, if you're the 7-3 Motorsports prototype of Francesco Javier Gutierrez or Ben Tusting in that Chimera car, boy, it's miserable trying to get past all these cars. That front stretch, it really is that wide in real life, and you use every single inch of it trying to get past the slower cars, I tell you, as you can see those prototypes doing just that as they go up the S's one more time. So, just looking at the gaps here, Rachel, it's a 16-second gap at the line between the Radicals Online car and the Coanda car. I think for Coanda, the best answer is to not answer at all and just let the race play it out, and ultimately you'll cycle your drivers through, as I'm sure Mitchell Dijon will get back in the car at some point, as Paul Ilbrink, I'm sure, will also be getting back into the pilot seat of the Radicals car, and I think just now you just gotta go with it.
Absolutely, and well, this is we say it's the twilight phase of the race, really, Cam. We're in that halfway point where we have dead ground now, and we're.
Rachel, I'm sorry to
I am
interrupt
actually
you.
talking. I can't hear you, but we have a problem.
I'm sorry. Yes, we do. I just noticed that there's a prototype driving without a rear engine cover, and the entire wing system is missing. And that's peculiar, so we'll have to figure out what the heck is going on here. I believe the Torrent Motorsports GT2 car, the number 77, is the start of this incident here in the carousel, lap number 100, going out through the exit of the bus stop. If we can get that on the replay, Jordan Weeks is he's taking the bus stop as you normally would. He has the 7-3 Motorsports and the Team Chimera prototype cars approaching him as we are getting the replay on your screens right now. Jordan Weeks pulling that in, and it looks just like he gets rear-ended by the 7-3 Motorsports car, and then that spins out the that car, and he tries to keep it off the Armco, and the car whips violently around and nails the Chimera car. Didn't stand a chance, and the Chimera car actually flips over and goes into the tire barrier and does massive damage to that car. Oh boy, this is a miserable turn of events for this Chimera car.
That is an incredible impact there for the Chimera car. Absolutely pile-driven into the tyre barriers. Just amazing. Can't really blame Torrent Motorsports. They were hit by the 7-3 Motorsports car, but wow, the violence of that impact for the guys at Chimera is just incredible. Obviously, that car now is out of the race, but we'd expected so much from them. They've been incredible so far. In fact, Chimera are actually fairly well in standings. I believe they're currently sitting second, so it's a real tragedy for those guys.
It absolutely is. Now, I just have to throw it out there. The Torrent Motorsports car does seem to be okay. They might have front-end damage, but that front nose is absolutely damaged. Boy, that is just it's just a horrible turn of events there. I don't really think there's anything the GT2 car really could have done. I don't think he was well off his line. It could have been, but and then just to add insult to injury, the Torrent Motorsports car has been black flagged for an unsafe pit entry about 3 or 4 laps ago. So that is just doubly insulting to not only have that incident and then have a penalty at the end of it. So they'll have to come in and get that thing fixed. That is just it's just unfortunate. The prototype car definitely could have linked it out to the left. Just pretended. I think he figured that the car would have been a little bit more to the right and that he could have really cut it down, but it just didn't happen. So we will look to the number 33 car and the number 31 car. That's, of course, Movano and Virgil. They are still at it now as they are the top of the board as far as the GT1 one class goes. So Virtual Racing crossing the line. They are leading here at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen here on iRacingLive and RaceSpotTV. This is, of course, the Neo Endurance Series. As that yellow and black Corvette, Rachel, it's been a while, but back up top.
They are indeed, and it's going to be a long way to go before they could secure that position. Of course, we still have 2 hours 40 minutes to go in this race, so that's a lot of time to get through. But it is a long way to go, and unfortunately a lot of Jordan Weeks' fans on YouTube are crying right now to see he has a black flag for unsafe pit entry, which is a little excessive, but there you go. Jordan Weeks in the Torrent Motorsports GT2 car, having just been pinyated by a prototype, penalised for entering pit road unsafely. Well, it's kind of unsafe when you're on your roof, so I'm not sure I can really understand that one, but we're going to hopefully try and get a quick chat to some of the guys from Chimera Motorsports. One moment, Cam.
Yes, I'm wondering where are my fans? Jordan Week seems to have fans. What about my fans? I tell you. Either way, right now it's just the pace of the overall racing. I think everyone here is going to have a story, and they come out of this 6 hour event. This is it's kind of locking the cage here and letting them go, as the cars are still doing a great job circulating. Torrent Motorsports, that GT2 car, is coming into the pit lane now. You stop that car up on the air jacks. Now this is something that they can service their car and serve the penalty. And there's another thing. I believe the 7.3 Motorsports car has been penalized. That is the, of course, yes it is, as it has been black flagged for avoidable contact. So the racing stewards agreeing that perhaps that prototype car could have done more to get around that Ford GT2 car on the exit of the bus stop chicane, and has awarded them with a 60-second stop-and-go penalty. So as Francisco Javier Gutierrez will bring that car in, looking one car ahead to that Blue Flag Racing Corvette. Boy, they have had a story indeed, as Mark Warmington, the first person that we have had here in the RaceSpotTV broadcast booth as a guest. He is back in the car, and he's driving that right down. And he'll go into turn number 1 there for that Blue Flag Racing car. Actually see if perhaps while we're scrounging up some interviews, we can maybe get an onboard picture or two of Mark Warmington as we roll around here this Watkins Glen track. Well, this is normally when we have the trio of commentators here, I'm normally the one that loudly commentates over the roar of these engines. So we've heard these things, so let's actually talk about what is going on here in this Blue Flag Racing cockpit as Mark Warmington takes both of the bus stop curbings, as you always do. It's a big off throttle through the carousel, and then we'll go into this extraordinarily steep downhill section. The entire front windscreen is nothing but the asphalt and the ground, as he'll come across. The Torrent Motorsports GT2 car is ahead with a Hammer Down Racing Corvette just ahead of that, and of course if he can, there's a lap apart from them, as of course he had the damage, as he'll come upon the Torrent Ford, and he will make the pass, and we'll see if he can get it cleared beforehand, as he is the Torrent, no, he's the Blue Flag Racing car. As he will finish off taking turn number 9. This is that very frightening uphill left-hander. Very, very off throttle. You're just teetering on the throttle as he'll lay into it and shift up one more gear to get towards turn number 10 and turn number 11 and 12. He'll take an excessive amount of curbing there. That grass on the right side, very frightening, as he'll actually run a little wide through this, get on the throttle just a little later than you normally would. And you can see Matt Quinn in the Hammer Down Racing car in the instance is actually a very downhill straightaway. You wouldn't know it just by looking at the pictures, but it's very downhill. He'll take a very standard line through the 90, and he will continue on his merry way here at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. It's one of those tracks, very flowing, but it's you don't have a lot of time to really relax There aren't many tracks that do have places, but it's just one of those things that it's just lap after lap after lap after lap. It's the stress of working your way around this track. You drop a tire, you're in an arm core barrier, and those arm core barriers are absolutely not soft at all whatsoever. And then on top of that, you've got massive amounts of traffic, and it's just, boy, oh boy, that is just a tough bunch of racing. So, just looking to reset here, that Radicals car has pushed out Rachel to 21.6 seconds in the prototype racing here, and the entire field outside of Radicals Online and Coanda SimSport are now lapped. And I think that's very big. We are now down to our 2 finalists with, 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing to go. Right. So, just as I had presumed, Rachel is on break, and I had...
No, I'm here.
Oh, you are here. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I will
Completely
ask... I will ask the question once again. So, the Radicals Online car now, as they cross the line once again, has pushed out. It is now a 23-second gap between the Radicals Online car, which is just on a 137.5, and Andre Bocher's Coanda car, which is just at a 139. So, it's one of those things. We're really down to 2 finalists, as everyone in the field, except for that Coanda car, is lapped.
Well, we're technically in...
You got a drive
See, I didn't even realise that the guys from Camaro were here, Cam, because they were in the wrong waiting room. They were in the waiting room for race control, not us, so... unless you actually were there racing, well, directly below you guys. But to answer your question, Cam, yes, we do have 2 finalists, and I see get taken out by a GT car, which could happen. Otherwise, we're going to talk to the pilots of Chimera Motorsports, and I'm going to call you pilots because you've had more airtime this race than most people need to get their pilot's license.
Yeah, it was a nice crash, I have to admit. It was a nice flip.
You definitely flipped. You went flying through the sky across the carousel in a way I haven't really seen before, Ben. So, incredible talent there. 10 points for execution. Did screw it down a bit, but we'll give you that one. Jack, of course, you had the incident early on with the SRM Motorsports car. We'll start with you. Going up the S's, of course, that's what really killed your chances here. You've been running so well today. You had the pace, the car was great, and a Corvette comes out of nowhere and bam.
Yeah, my incident was absolutely boring and plain compared to Ben's, but yes, that incident, I was so focused and conscious looking at Mitchell. I was that close, and the moment he got past, and that Corvette gave me about a 3-car width gap, I'm following. But the moment where it's too late, I'm already just about to go to the back of the guy, and I could have done that situation. But
Well, we do see a lot of incidents like that, of course, where miscommunication occurs between GT cars and prototypes, but you see a prototype behind you, expect they're probably going to pass and try and hold a line, which is something some GT drivers don't seem to appreciate, but you guys had so much pace today. You're in a great position. Do you think you really had a shot at winning this one?
Yes. Definitely.
Yeah.
That was quite a succinct comment there from
definitely.
from Ben Tustings. They think they could have won this one. Of course, the point standings are pretty close right now with the Endurance Series. Of course, just pop those up if you actually want to find out the standings, viewers. You can go to www.neo-endurance.com and you can find all the information you need about the Neo Endurance Series, including Season 2 standings. And it is Chimera sitting in a happy 3rd position, guys. You were doing incredibly well. Of course, you won at COTA, and you got I think a top 5 at Sebring, so you're in a great spot. And as it stands, you had a chance today of winning. You didn't. Of course, the car was out for 16 minutes early on, and then finally finished off here as Hammerdown Racing get a black flag for barging, which is something we've seen a few times today. Stop and hold for 30 seconds for those guys, but obviously, will you be back for Spa? We know it's a strong track of yours.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be doing Coanda's trick in practice as well, where they get a black flag so the lap time doesn't count when they cross the line. That'll be our next trick. In practice.
So not showing them.
So no one sees your lap times.
That is very cunning.
I don't think
like
anyone else has twigged on to that, but yeah.
That is pretty good. No,
it's almost a compliment, but yeah.
Well,
it's very Audi-like of them. How about that?
Yeah, definitely.
It is indeed. Anyway, thanks for joining us, guys. We'll let you get back to fixing your car. And are you planning to go back out on track and finish the race?
Yeah, Jack's gonna finish it. I think there's about 9 minutes before the interview started, so there'll probably be, I don't know, another 5, 6 maybe.
Hopefully the car is repaired and you can get back out there and don't jack it in.
We're going to be running out of parts at this rate.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, hopefully you've got plenty of spares. We'll catch you guys later. Thanks for joining us, and
we'll
hopefully see you before the end.
Yes.
Yeah, see ya.
Well, Cam, it's certainly been exciting so far. We've had some aerial antics from a definite challenger for the win here, and of course it's a tough one, but we really want to see exactly how this goes.
Well, and I have to say that they're in actually pretty good spirits considering what's just happened, and I think that's very important to keep that perspective in mind. I mean, this is very serious. I mean, just I'm holding my arms up, and I know nobody can see me, but look at how big this is. We've got full live timing, full broadcast. This is extremely serious, but at the end of the day, it's friends and comrades getting together and racing these cars as hard as they can, practicing, getting the setups working right, and pushing forward. And you know, when you have a really bad time, it could be really, really down. These people, all of us, spend an exorbitant amount of time practicing, understanding these cars, looking at the lap times, looking at the histories, looking at the telemetry. You know, we got to forget, we can't forget, there is full telemetry being streamed from these cars, from iRacing to all sorts of programs and stuff that allow us to, as drivers and fans, to look at this telemetry and really just push these cars to their absolute limit here in service. And so it's good to see that, you know, when something goes wrong and your car flies through the air, you can at least keep a fair perspective about what's going on. But, yeah,
absolutely, and it's one of those things that we really need to remind people that this is not just a racing game. This is a sim racing game. I know some people object to the use of the word game in there, but deal with it.
Oh, I already said.
At the end of the
video
day,
game
it's for
once.
entertainment.
I already said video game once.
Exactly, but
yeah.
When we say sim, we mean sim. As many things as possible are being simulated, and since the latest build, that's been added to. Of course, iRacing updates this build every 13 weeks, and they add more features. Not only are we dealing with, as you mentioned, Cam, live telemetry being streamed from the cars, showing the teams exactly what the car's doing, how it's handling, what the ride heights are like on each corner, the data they need to really work on its car and improve its handling, and compare it to other cars, which is incredible. In fact, they use similar telemetry programs to the real motorsports teams. So it would... let's also not forget that look at how this track is changing since the start of the broadcast. Yes, that is rubbering in. That is dynamic track surface. Where the cars are running here today is where the rubber is being put down. So you're seeing different lines to different corners. You're seeing a racing line appearing because the cars are using it. So offline, where you have to go to pass now, especially for the prototypes, lapping cars, they're going off track, they're going into marbles, bits of rubber thrown off these cars' tyres, which are literally now are being thrown off the tyres. There are bits of grass being picked up by the cars if they put a wheel on off the track. There are bits of dirt being picked up. This is becoming so incredibly realistic that it's surpassed what any other game can do ever.
And in saying that, you know, other games can be entertaining too. Let's, you know, we are a larger sim racing community, but you can't get an experience like this. And I understand that this is, you know, all aboard the toot-toot train here, but you cannot get another experience like this in any other online gaming service as far as this close of racing and this close of competition, this ease of being able to coordinate and just set up and not having 8 different versions of a mod show up on the same day, and a couple of people can't race because they have a mod that's one version out of date, and then it's one of those things where just being able to sit down, plan, okay, at this time there's going to be a race. This is how it's going to go. This is what I'm familiar with. You know, it's relatively easy. You can just hop in and test the cars as many times as you want, and you go. And it's a very exciting time for me with iRacing. When I first started back in 2012, God, has it been that long? The oval side was really on its stride. You know, they were just starting to finish all of the NASCAR tracks, which, if you are an oval fan, which I doubt we'll have many here today, but if you are, like Rachel and I, they didn't have the entire suite of all the NASCAR tracks. Well, now they do. Every single racing track that NASCAR goes to, the entire thing is in this game. The entire kennel of NASCAR certified, official NASCAR automobiles are, as the Virgil Racing GT1 car will pull into the pits and go down the pits with that Corvette, speaking of Chevrolets, it's one of those things where we have the full NASCAR suite. You can start with your lowly street stocks. You've got the modifieds, which are tube frame cars. As Jean-Paul Naïs will get out of it, and Anders Dahl will be sitting back in that yellow and black Corvette car as the blinking cheek lights let us know that he's on the pit limiter. He'll get ready to rock and roll one more time. Anders Dahl having been out of the car for that one full stint from Jean-Paul Naïs. So we'll see as Anders Dahl lights up the tires, he'll go. So you've got the full suite of NASCAR cars. You've got your modifieds, your late models, your 34.3 second pit stop for that Chevrolet Corvette, and you've got of course the trucks, the racing trucks, the nationwide, as we call them, or what are they, Xfinity cars, the secondary series, and then of course the full Sprint Cup series. So you've got that full oval thing, and now over the last 2 or 3 years, really last 3 or 4, they have been working so hard on the roadside, and it shows, especially when you are just releasing, as we're looking at the online sim racing and the Corner Motorsport HPD cars as they start to do battle. It is just an interesting and exciting time to be a fan of this, really this community. And this service. I mean, we just launched, not we, iRacing, those guys, the one that did all the work, just launched the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring, which we will be going to here in the Neo Endurance Series, not the Nordschleife, later on. And it's just, it's a real exciting time. We're getting more and more road cars just released. Probably one of the most advanced simulated racing cars ever, which is a strange statement for me to make, but I mean, that's. Looking at the McLaren MP430, it has got to be one of the most complicated cars I think I've ever sat in, as far as virtual sim racing goes. But boy, oh boy, it is just it's a good time to be a part of this whole thing, I think. But either way, Jean-Philippe Weed and Frank Sumfleth are giving us a great prototype battle right now.
Indeed, and it's developing pretty well at the moment, of course, as we see this race just unfolding, but there's great fights about this field we're seeing at the moment. As we look there at the, I believe that is the 11 and 29 cars of Chronic Motorsports there on onlinesimracing.de, but we've not really spoken about Chronic much so far this race. They've been keeping fairly quiet, but they're heading inside, well, they're inside the top 10 now, P number 9, but will they go any higher? We'll have to find out. OnlineSimRacing.de did have a really good start to this race. They've been quiet, but they are certainly doing very well as things stand, especially with the strength of field we're seeing here, Cam.
Yes, indeed. As they've passed that SimRC for a GT car, let him in the dirt, and I have to say that SimRC car, has he completely lapped the Ford GT field? I don't even think that's possible at this point. As well, actually, he's on lap 114. and the KRT Motorsports is on lap 113. So that must have been what has happened. I think that just happened. The Sim RC car, if this is right, has lapped the entire Ford GT field. That Sim RC car, barring something dramatic happening between Leonardo Corti and Sven Demmel, they're a lap ahead. That is simply staggering, especially in a series like this.
Yeah, very much so. The team doing so well there. Just untouchable in terms of performance at the moment. And it's looking like an easy race for them if nothing goes wrong. Touch wood, let's hope they don't have some sort of commentator's curse instigated crash, but incredible running so far.
Absolutely. And now that Radicals Online car, it's been a while since we've mentioned them. Mac Backham, as he passes Andersville on the Virgil GT car, he now has a 30-second gap. I'd even go so far as to say it's probably a 32-second gap, as the Coanda car will be coming across the line probably in the next 10 to 15 seconds, which is crazy, seeing as Mac Backham will be entering the bus stop chicane by the time Coanda even gets to the start-finish line. And so, Andre Boettcher, not much in it for Mac Backham, but I think at one of these times you got to realize, you know what, I'm not going to be able to keep up with him lap after lap. I'm going to change my strategy. We'll get him elsewhere, because we got to remember that Coanda car absolutely filled to the brim. The Radicals car will be having to come into the pit at some point.
Yes, they will, and hopefully that'll be before too long. Things are getting a little bit interesting down there in that class, but I'm sure we'll soon see if they can actually get something going.
Yeah, we'll have to see, as Corner is still hovering behind the online sim racing car. 7-3, whom had that penalty, he's not around anybody anymore. The Phoenix Motorsports HPD is sitting in 6th. The V-Apex Engineering's in 5th. And he's actually got the Gathering of Tweakers. Oh, that doesn't seem to make any sense. Unless the Gathering of Tweakers car is lapping, which I believe that is exactly what is happening. Yep, that is. Bass Slob is going to be putting the V-Apex Engineering HPD another lap down. So that Gathering of Tweakers HPD car, Rachel, it's been a car that we haven't really had much time to talk about, but they're sitting squarely in 3rd, and they're really holding their own. They are 1 lap down, but overall, the gap isn't as much as you would expect.
Well, it's mostly been a case of attrition that's put them in that position, Cam. They are sitting 3rd, which I would honestly say is a little higher than we'd normally expect from them, but if you can get there, take it. They're ahead of Vortex, which is incredible. They're ahead of the Apex. They're ahead of Phoenix. Of course, we've had the incidents for Friction Racing, and we've had the incident for Chimera. So that is, unfortunately, the way of racing. Sometimes problems occur, and you're there to take advantage. And Gathering of Tweakers are doing just that. They're in a brilliant position right now to be a podium finisher, which in their sister series would be an incredible result.
Yes, it absolutely would. And Team Chimera, speaking of which, we were talking about their incident. Boss Slob will be coming upon the Jack Keithley piloted Team Chimera. And if you're Jack Keithley, that's got to be beyond a big bummer. You're sitting there. Your car was absolutely stonking fast earlier on, but now it's just a shell of its former self. I don't even think they put the engine cover back on. They just stuck a rear bumper on the back of that thing and said, all right, well, at least the engine will stay cool. And off he went. So, with that, we'll go take a quick little look here at the leaders overall, and we'll see if we can perhaps, before the pit stop cycle starts once again, a quick couple of minute break here at RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. It is the number 2 Radicals Online car of Mac Backham leading overall with about a 32-33 second gap between him and Andre Boettcher in the number 1 car. They're hanging back and slowly losing pace. The Gathering of Tweakers is in 3rd in prototype. In the GT1 class, it is the Dressmaster Movano racing car. The Aston Martin leading in the GT1 class with Radicals Online not that far behind. Falcon GP in 3rd. Virgil Racing, though, was the first to come into the pits, so I believe after this pit cycle they might be back out front. We'll have to see. As we go to the Ford GT cars now, you've got the Sim RC car, Leonardo Corti, an entire lap on the field. Him and his co-driver, Sven Demmel, have an entire lap on the field. So Sim RC, KRT Motorsport, and 49 Motorsports, your 3 top Ford GT2 cars. We'll be right back after these messages here on RaceSpotTV. You are watching the Neo Endurance Series on iRacingLive and RaceSpotTV. We will be back in just one moment's time. Stick with us.
On the outside, contact made. 56 slides it into 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even. Give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Welcome back to the 6 hours of Watkins Glen as the Neo Endurance Series rolls on here in New York. It's Mac Backham leading overall, but he has come into the pits. We have been waiting for some time for this to happen as he is short pitting once again. I believe he's gotten new tires. He's filled it up with fuel, and now he is going to be out ahead as he's just going to be just a couple of seconds behind the Koana SimSport car. And of course, you are watching, as we said, the Neo Endurance Series here on iRacing.com and iRacingLive, broadcast by RaceSpotTV. Of course, our official graphics partner is And Design, as well as Esteban Balog on the cameras, the iRacing forum app for your Android device. You can, of course, check and post on the forums on your phone. I use it pretty much every single day, and it is a great part of this iRacing community made by Nick Thyssen, one of our own, who drives in the Gathering of Tweakers car. So, with that, we are looking overall at the prototype division. It is the Koana SimSport is back out on top with the Radicals Online car hanging behind, but that is not the story as you expected. The Radicals car having just pit, I believe this is their second short fill of the day, as they are working real quick, real hard on getting that car out ahead of the Koana SimSport car, while they have this gap between Andre Bolcher's lap times and Mac Backham's lap times, as Mac does seem to be having the upper hand at least this round. So Andre Bolcher, though, when will the Koana car come into pit? We're not quite sure. So we will keep an eye out like that, as it's myself, Cam Welsh, Rachel Whiteford, and Hugo Louis here on the broadcast for RaceSpotTV. Thank you very much for making us part of your day. We have got 2 hours and 15 some odd minutes to go. So Rachel, just picking up where we left off, this is a very interesting from Radicals Online. We were wondering how much fuel they take, and now they're 4 seconds behind the Koana SimSport car. What do you think their plan is going to be going forward?
It's a tough situation for us. Radicals right now dealing with heavy traffic there into the bus stop, but as things stand, Koana car is, well, they need to pit. They didn't come in this time by, so we'll be expecting them in the pit road soon. Radicals are doing their own thing. They're in a position to call this one as they need to, and I honestly think they are my favourite for the race today. Mac Backham is a strong driver, but you know, we can't put down Andre Bolcher and drivers like Mitchell de Jong, who of course started the race for that team. But it's going to be a tale of two superpowers in this race today, and whichever one I think makes it to the end, and it might only be one of them, will be your victor. And it's, well, there's still plenty of time for something to go wrong, and we've seen it happen many, many times before.
Yes, we absolutely have. And of course, big names that have been out. The winners at Circuit of the Americas in the prototype division, the Team Chimera car is done for the day in a spectacular fashion, on top of another incident they already had, though. I guess if we're going to have an incident that special, it might as well be for nothing, as Tomarso Carla is hopping in that Movano racing car back from George Montaigne's. So that Thrustmaster Movano Racing automobile, that Aston Martin, will be moving once again shortly, as the GT1 field is starting their pits, as cars are going to be rapidly coming down, as the Sim RC car, actually, the leader of the 4 GT classes, Leonardo Corti, is also coming in for the pits. So pits are going to be opening, Rachel, relatively soon. The most of the field will be coming in. Hopefully it's going to be a little less dramatic from what we've seen earlier today.
Absolutely, and most notable, of course, we had the incident between Phoenix Racing's GT1 car, the Corvette with John Fuller at the wheel, that spun entering pit road and collected your Vortex Sim Racing prototype. So it's a tough situation, and they've got to make sure they try and do what they can to get on and off this pit road safely. It's a very difficult entry there.
It is, and we've already seen that incidents at that pit entry, as Stefan Seidweger will get in that SimRC.de Ford, and he will lay on the throttle. He'll be coming out just ahead of the IRDK endurance car and the Mad Cape Racing team, but no worries for him at all whatsoever. He is on a lap all his own, and I mean that literally, as Stefan will be inheriting a very, very hefty lead, as this is going to be his first couple of laps in this car, as of course Sven Dummel and Leonardo Corti being the co-drivers. So as the cars are going to be working their way around, the Radicals car is already 1.4 seconds behind the Coanda car catching every single lap. Mac Backham with a 136, a 136.9. That is amazing. With Coanda SimSport a 138.7, so almost a 2-second gap just that lap alone. And of course, Andre Boettcher does have to work his way through the traffic, and that's, Rachel, as we know, never an easy thing, even on a track like here at Watkins Glen.
No, it's a terribly hard prospect, and one that is the main trick to surviving one of these races is to be able to get through that traffic safely and cleanly, and not to get caught in one of the accidents. It's so easy to become a victim here at the Glen or in any sort of multi-class endurance series, and if you can get to the end, you deserve to finish where you are, because it's half the challenge of endurance racing like this is endurance racing, is the multi-class end of the spectrum, and that means you've got to try and do what you can to work around that traffic. It is a core component in the racing.
Well, it absolutely is, and as exciting as the idea of having strictly prototypes all racing almost equivalent to like a Formula One race, I just don't think it would be as exciting or in the best interest of, as I love this prototype type of racing simply because of the traffic that they will have to deal with. It's not every day you see these types of GT cars gathered to race, and so it's a good day when they do. So just with that, I have to say, with Tommaso Carla in the driver's seat of that Movano Racing, they are definitely going to be pushing that car. As the fastest lap of that Movano car was a 145.5 with Tommaso Carla at the wheel, so definitely the fastest they can get out of that car is going to be in Tommaso's hands. Not to say that George Montaigne's was slow at all. He most certainly wasn't, as he is definitely a hot foot. It's just going to increase the speed of that Movano car even more as they look to take on the other GT1 cars. Right now, though, it's the Jeremy Boot Loop, and that Radicals Online GT1 car.
Very much so. Jeremy Boot Loop doing a great job there with the Radicals Online team. Certainly one of their big names, and one we're expecting quite a lot of things from.
Yes,
as the things at the front, I believe Cam's just stepped away for a moment, or will be doing. Got on-track racing here between the 1 and the 2. Coanda and Radicals here fighting hard on your racetrack now. For position here, this is for the race lead. And, wow, just incredible, Cam.
Yes, Mac Backham is situated right behind the rear diffuser of Andre Boettcher. He is absolutely wiggling that car left, right, but he didn't get anything out of it, as they'll hopefully try to get a better exit coming off of the exit here under the sprint bridge, as he'll get under speed. Not much drafting to be done in these prototype cars, not enough distance to do it, as they will both go on the inside of the Sim RC car, who wants nothing at all to do with it. Stefan Seidwager, almost loses the rear end there, but he will not, as Mac Backham will go too wide up the S's. It's Radicals versus Coanda up the S's, who is going to have it so very close to the Armco barrier on the right side, but they will make it work. They are still going too wide, and they have a clear racetrack up ahead, a prototype lap car, but it's nothing to worry about, as Mac Backham will get the braking over the Coanda SimSport car. Mac Backham on lap 140 will resume leading this race, and Andre Boettcher tried to put up as much of a valiant of a fight as he could, but Mac Backham would not back down, much as his name stated, he'd back him up. So Ross Bygrave, though, in that V-Apex Engineering, as we'll see a quick replay of that pass, as he will not have much issue at all getting past that lap traffic. But boy, Rachel, that was just an exciting, efficient and quick pass.
Very much so, but fresher tyres there for Mac Backham compared to the, of course, the Coanda car, so much easier for them to get done.
Yes, very, very much so. And now it doesn't help at all that there's a Corvette and a lap prototype car sticking between the Coanda car and the Radicals. That is only going to be more exploited by Mac Backham, as, boy, he is trying to pull out that gap as much as possible. It is already a huge gap. So, with Backham sitting up there, and of course I think he's also, as he'll go past the Torque Freak racing car, I think he also has less fuel. I think he might have short-filled again. So that is very, very good there. for the Radicals Online team. Hopefully they can try and pull out that gap. But if you're Coanda, it's just letting the laps tick down. We'll see Andre Bocher and Mitchell DeJong, the two pilots of this car, what they can do to answer. Oh my goodness gracious, the Coanda car does something that I would never presume to work, as that Coanda car going up the S's, clips the inside, goes on the grass, and takes the inside line on the left-hander, the exit to the S's, and he makes it stick in that Torque Freak racing car. Well, the best reaction was to not have one, and that Coanda car is still pushing, so he still has to deal with the lapped car of the V-Apex Racing, or the V-Apex Engineering car, but boy, oh boy, Andre Bocher, he's definitely not wanting to lose that Radicals Online car.
Yeah, very much so. The Radicals Online guys doing very good there right now. Just doing what they can to really hold on. But behind them, of course, Florian Denard doing what just trying to catch up here, but being chased now very hard by the Chimera car. Not sure they're on the same lap. They're not. They're a lap down, so they've just passed them. So that will make it much, much easier. And you know what? We're going to go on board right now with the Chimera car following the Falcon GP car. So that is the team number 54 car chasing the number 33. Oh, we expected them in anytime soon, but that's for Racer Friends Motorsport heading to pit road. That is the number one pit box. They're down and away off the air jacks. They are out and they are going. So we expected them in for the pits. Of course, they're off sequence with Radicals now. Radicals did pass them, and that's a 32-second stop for Coanda. So looking like it was a full tyre and fuel stop for those guys. They will be down and away now as they go about catching the Radicals. We really should expect to see a flip-flop passing back and forth now between those two teams, as we really see exactly what can happen amongst these cars. But it's just a tough situation for them to be, well, for us and for you, the viewers, to see just what here is the true positions of the cars. We know Radicals leading now, but in 20 to 30 minutes it will be Coanda, and we will really only find out towards the end which of these strategies will pay off. But the Radicals taking a big gamble here. They need something to gain the points on Coanda in the standings. So we'll have to find out. But I believe we've not been joined back yet. We're still on 4 pit stops really for Radicals and Coanda. And that's left Coanda Simsport about 55 seconds behind Radicals now. So Radicals really are our leaders, judging by how things are going, but it will depend on who needs to make that one extra stop to make it to full race distance. Could be the Radicals, but this could be a brilliant strategy by Coanda. Again, hard to say at this stage with these teams keeping these details so close to their chest. It's incredibly hard to make a guess at what they're doing, but hopefully we'll be joined back by Cam at some point soon. Don't forget, folks, you can ask us questions on YouTube, or you can send us tweets to #IRNeo. So please do get in contact. We'd love to hear from you, and we can get involved in another RaceSpot broadcast on iRacingLive. And we're going to look back at the 11 and the 29. They've been at it all day. OnlineSimRacing.de and Chronoc Motorsport. They took over from 17 Motorsports, who made a bit of a getaway there. So, well, they're not that far away. They're actually just up ahead. But right now we've got the 11 and 29 battling as we enter the boot here. Two very brightly coloured prototypes chasing red one. But we've seen those guys fighting for most of this race so far. It's very cool to still see lots of cars this close to each other on the track, rather than being so spread out. We are now just over 4 hours into this race. Just under 2 hours remaining now, and we will see the checkered flag. Will it be the Radicals Online? Will it be for Racer Commander SimSport? We'll have to find out. Down in the GT1 class, of course, 37 Radicals Online car is leading the way from Falcon GP, who are sitting back almost at the entry, the toe to the boot, whilst the Radicals have reached the end of the lap. So big lead for Radicals now. Virgil Racing sitting back in P number 3, relatively close, within striking distance, in fact, of P2. So we'll see what they can do with that one. Movano also close, so this is a three-way battle really for second and third on the racetrack in your GT1 class. Down in GT2 it's still SimRC. In fact, they are the class of their field today. They have lapped the entire Ford GT2 field. Stefan Seltwager driving that car at the moment, along with Leonardo Cotti. They are unstoppable, averaging 1 minute 50 and 2:49 second lap times, which compared to the rest of their field, but we'll look at P number 2, that's KRT Motorsports, averaging 51, 52 or 53 second laps. So unbelievable pace from the guys at SimRC in that number 78 machine. Just an incredible performance in that class. Of course, major retirements so far: Pure Racing Team LMP, Asprey Motorsports, SRN Motorsports, IRD, K Assault Racing, Friction and Chimera. Although Chimera are back out on track, they are many laps down at the moment, so completely out of contention, 24 laps down from your race lead. It's just a huge gap. Some people talking on YouTube at the moment. Look what they're saying, because I like spying on them. But people talk about Rockingham and Live for Speed, so that's an old one. Of course, Rockingham in the UK, not the American track for NASCAR. Yeah, Rockingham apparently has been released on Live for Speed, which we didn't even know was still a simulator. But it's been released, and apparently 8 years old in terms of its scan data. Hopefully iRacing will bring that on too soon, because we could do with some more British tracks. But it's certainly a very I thought Rockingham, no, I thought Live for Speed was a dead sim. I honestly didn't realise it was still in development, but to find out 8-9 years down the line it's still at 0.6 is surprising. But we'll find out. Hopefully Cam Walsh is back. Cam Walsh isn't back, so I'm going to continue talking to myself. In fact, we're going to try and get one of the race control people up here for a chat. Meanwhile, we're just going to pop to a quick commercial, so we will join you after the break.
For iRacing to get Le Mans is huge. I mean, this is a unique event, a unique track where, you know, half of the track is public road, so you can never test on it, you never get experience on it, and it's 8 miles in length, 4-minute lap time in a GT car. So, you know, even if you're here for an hour of testing, that's only 15 laps, and you're only going to see the corner 15 times that day. The first section going through the Dunlop area is pretty unique. You know, it's got elevation change and off camber. Then you go down Mulsanne into the chicanes, and you know, the straights are unbelievably long. It's a tricky track, and you know, every year I've come here, this being my 4th year, you learn something new every time.
We've wanted to add Le Mans to iRacing for a long time, and we've really been working hard towards it for the last 5 years. But really, things only came together in the last week leading up to this race, so it was a real scramble to put everything together. The majority of Le Mans is public roads. So when they're preparing for the 24-hour race, it's really the only time that we can visit to laser scan and photograph the track so that we can recreate it in iRacing. We work closely with the ACO to get essentially exclusive access to the facility. and everything that we needed to get the laser scanning and photographic reference that we need to create the track. We were very fortunate to be at Le Mans at the most important time of the year and gain that experience of being there. And we're going to really do the best we can to put that into our work and making sure that the Le Mans in iRacing is the best Le Mans, the most exciting and accurate recreation of the track possible.
Welcome back to the 6 hours of Watkins Glen here in the Neo Endurance Series on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. Rachel Whiteford joined by Fraser Williamson as we get set to give you coverage of the closing 2 hours here at Watkins Glen. Running through your top driving positions alone is Radicals Online, leading for Racer, Commander Sim Sport and the Gathering of Tweakers 1. Down in the GT1 class, it is still the, oh no, it's not actually now. It's changed as we've seen a pit stop from Radicals Online. It is Virgil Racing GT1 leading for Thrustmaster Havano and Radicals Online GT1. Down in GT2, it is a dominant lap lead for SimRC ahead of KRT Motorsports GT and Phoenix Motorsports GT in your GT2 class. Fraser, we've had some drama. We've had a flying Chimera car. It's a typical Neo race. Excitement and entertainment throughout and some incredibly good racing, as we're going to be focusing right now on the battle between the 11 and the 29 prototype cars. Bottom end of your top 10 really in that field, but they are still racing hard. Well, I'm going to direct that question to Cam because Fraser is talking. Cam. Exciting battling between the 11 and the 23. 29.
Boringest race that I've ever seen. There's only one car that's been flying through the air. It's not like, these guys are only split by seconds as far as battles for the lead when they're not alternating pit stops. I see Coanda. Did they pit, I'm presuming?
They did indeed.
I see. Mitchell De Jong is now in the pilot seat. So, that's quite a mountain to climb. 52 seconds between Radicals and Coanda. I think Radicals might have had the better pit strategy there. As we go look at Virgil GT1 once again, as well as the Movano racing car. This battle for the GT1 race lead is absolutely once again kicking off.
Very much so. 11 and 33 there as we see Cronat actually down pit road there for the 29. So that's throw off that battle, see exactly what they can do with that one. But looking down to the 33 on the racetrack, Virgil Racing there and Movano, they are neck and neck, but we know both still have to pit. This will be the telling moment as we find out what happens there, because Radicals Online have been leading fairly dominantly, but they are currently just behind your two past leaders. They're low on fuel, so this is going to be a fast race now as you see them up behind one of the Ford GTs. I believe that is the KRT car, as we see Virgil going to the outside, Movano following with them. No one using that GT2 car as a pit right now as they are battling for class lead.
Easy peasy as the Movano car and the Virgil will continue their race courtesy of the KRT Motorsport. Just hanged it right over. Oof, boy, that thing had a rough trip over those curbings there. I'm still waiting for somebody to lose it going over the curbings to the bus stop. It's actually very, very aggressive there. But that Movano car is locked right onto the black and white, or the black and yellow, excuse me, rear end of that Corvette C6R. Once again, it is Corvette versus Aston Martin here at the Neo Endurance Series. 6 hours of Watkins Glen for the GT1 race lead. We've had this at Circuit of the Americas. Now we have this at Watkins Glen. It is still Corvette versus Aston Martin, and boy, it is just a good race to behold, as Tommaso Carla is really wheeling and dealing behind Anders Dahl to try and make up that position, Rachel.
Yeah, he is indeed. Anders Dahl doing a great job right now, but just not particularly relevant at the moment to stay out so far ahead of your class leader. If I was them, I'd get them back in pretty quickly. And get that car serviced so they don't lose time to Radicals, which is why the lead for that 37 GT1 car is getting so big.
Well, big and burly. It's not like a prototype car or something where you know, you hit a sheet of paper, as the Virgil racing car drops the rear wheel into the dirt, and he has quite a heavy time that wheel, the rear dancing back and forth right in front of that Movano car. The Movano car unable to capitalize up the S's, as Anders Dahl is just too good at moving that car around as they will go into the bus stop. Anders Dahl taking in a very defensive line, which means he'll have to back out for the carousel, which will allow the Movano car to catch up, which is exactly what happens. Movano, though, possibly looking to go onto the inside. Oh, actually, Virgil Dahl getting well earlier on the accelerator as the KRT prototype now will involve themselves in this battle, just as the KRT Ford just did one lap ago. But KRT Motorsport will probably split the Movano and the Corvette going into the corner. Oh, no, they will not. He will stick to the outside. I think he's being respectful of this battle, and that's great to see when you've got the leaders of a class battle being respected by a faster car. That is always a good thing. So they'll head into turn number 9 now, as they'll hit turn 10 just up here. As it's just one of those things, Rachel, just trying to keep that patience going. You're starting to get tired. Things are starting to be just a millisecond delayed here, a millisecond delay there. And so it's one of those things where, you know, these drivers really got to start paying attention, because yes, these guys are low on fuel, but those tires have got to be getting clapped out. Look at the Corvette, the rear end just moving almost every single corner.
Oh, very much so, especially with a car like the Corvette over the Aston. It's just that sort of car that really, really lights up those rear tyres, and you've got to make sure you try and it's going to react worse on old tyres, really, considering the performance difference. But hopefully now we've got Fraser Williamson and we can chat to him about what's going on so far.
Yeah, I'm here. It's been looking like there's some good racing happening.
Well, there absolutely has been. It has been a barnstormer of a race up until Radicals shifted their pit strategy. They decided, you know what, perhaps exchanging like this with Coanda isn't going to work. They short-filled, and boy, I think they've capitalized on it. It's just been one of those things. I think Coanda, Mitchell de Jong, is really kind of in a hole here. He's running similar lap times to the Radicals car, but there's a 52-second. It's just this 52-second gap now. I mean, which is nothing. I mean, it's small potatoes really for high-end prototype racing. It's just 52 seconds as far as an endurance race goes, but still, boy, that's a mighty mountain to climb.
Yeah, it looks like that could be closed up with another little change in pit strategy. We've still got an hour and 45 to go.
Yeah. And it's just one of those things. It's just hard to really dig yourself out of a pit like that. I mean, there isn't even 52 laps to go in this race, I don't imagine. There might be. So even if he gained a second a lap, it's still not going to happen. So something dramatic is going to have to happen, because I don't know how. I think the Radicals still owes a pit stop. They're not on the same fuel thing. So I think Radicals is short-filled twice now. So you might want to add an entire pit delta into that, so this might be a lot closer than I'm making this out to be, but boy, that is still just a great effort from the Radicals online to take advantage of a lap speed advantage, you know, lap after lap when they have it. But going to the GT1 field right now, in the second half of this race, it has really been closed up by Virgil Racing. They started out in the middle of the GT1 field. They have not been making any noise at all whatsoever until already after halfway to go. And I guess, Fraser, if you're going to pick a side of which race you want, you really want the second half to be the good one.
Yeah, it's where the checkered flag comes and where all the important overtakes will happen. If you make all your overtakes in the first half and you just drop back, you'll not get the points that you're after. And it's what points out. It's points that get you up in the championship standings.
Yes, and it's of course the most consistent finishes always are the best, as the Coanda Sim Sport prototype is looking to get past these leading GT1 cars. Looks like he'll get it done. As the Movano car looks to the inside, follows right in the wheel tracks of the prototype car, and there he goes. Just like that, he's on the outside of turn number 10 as Anders Dahl will have to counter. They touch. They make touch and contact there. That Movano car, though, it's just rim to rim. They're okay. They will continue to race as Tommaso Carla with an extraordinarily gutsy move here with 4 hours and 15 minutes of racing in as he'll go around the outside of the Corvette and he'll get it done. The Movano car will get it done. Oh, no. Yeah, Anders Dahl is pitting that car now. Here's the question. Is he pitting because of damage or is he pitting because that is his pit? Oh, heavens. That's a question that we are going to want to find out. That was absolutely staggering as far as, boy, oh boy. That is just some staggering racing as Anders Dahl getting out of that car. They are swapping those drivers really quick. Boy, that was a battle and a half, and it only took 3 corners.
Yeah, I was hoping that would last on for another couple of laps. I was disappointed to see the Virtual Racing GT1 come in for its pit stop so early into that battle.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you know you're caught, you're caught, and you got to pit. But boy, oh boy, that was just close. They even made some contact there. Now looking back, prototype battles. Oh, everybody's closing up right now. It's Philip Blythe, that 7.3 Motorsports car, and the online sim racing car. This isn't the first time they have had that battle. As these 2 prototypes are going through, as some of the other cars going through, is Corner Motorsports watching in the distance. That's HPD is also involved in this battle, just obviously watching in the back though. But yeah, just these prototypes here, it's a little harder when you're not the leading prototype, because I don't think people are going to really help you, and you're just going to really have to work your way through these slower cars. It's just one of those things. It's prototype versus prototype, and Phil Blythe in that 7.3 Motorsports car is really trying to hustle that orange and black prototype.
Yeah, they were moving about on that straight, trying to see if he could get alongside it, going into the bus stop to see if they can make a move.
Yes, as they come out of the carousel using hefty amounts of curbing. Well, there's quite a bit of chat going on in the YouTube channel as well. Don't worry, we have not forgotten you. We're just looking at other things. Of course, this is the Neo Endurance Series, the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, here live on iRacing.com and RaceSpotTV, as Stefan Walder is looking with the colors of Germany on his helmet to cover Phil Blythe through these final 3 corners here. Oh boy, as they'll come through here. They're taking such different lines, but that 7.3 car just drops the tires into the dirt. Ooh, heavy braking going into the uphill corner as he's trying to get the overspeed Phil is. As Blythe will look to go on the inside. Now he'll think better of it. I think Phil Blythe has the speed, just not enough to get by Fraser, and that's perhaps we can see something as they come down the straight, as what he's going to do in turn 1.
Yeah, well, these HPDs have a lot of draft you can get on it to get some more speed. You can, as soon as you pop out from behind the other car, it's like a brick wall hitting you, and you slow back down to where you should be, and it slows the speed of your overtake down. So you've got to have a nice long straight to actually make it doable.
Yeah, says boy, that 7.3 Motorsports car. Oh heavens, the in that black and orange car is the online simracing.de prototype. Oh, he'll heavily, Phil Blythe heavily on the brakes as he'll back it out. We just saw Andre Bocher earlier on having that same maneuver pulled, where he backed out on the outside line into the bus stop. But Phil Blythe, he's really trying to set it up. He's using as much track as possible, and this is important. Over the last couple of builds, iRacing has been evolving. They added the surface change just a short 14 weeks ago. They added the change to all of the track. The track now accumulates rubber as it normally would in real life as they come upon the Simon Trandell Team Chimera car, as they'll have to both take the shorter line, and all this battling has allowed Ronald Gross to catch it right up to them, as they will have to dispatch the Falcon GP as well. And oh, that is just so close coming up that final corner, as they almost look like they want to go 3 wide. Boys, let's not wreck it here. We've still got another 2 hours of racing to go, basically. Well, it's an hour and 43, really, if you're keeping count. But the Falcon GP will get them through as Phil Blythe is really pushing on Stefan Walder's car. And that is the number 11 and the number 23 as they get on the straight one more time here. I don't know how much longer Phil Blythe can really keep this up without really risking something happening.
I think he's just got to make a move as soon as he gets the opportunity and defend. Just like he's been defended just now, he's just got to get in front and try to hold him off.
Yeah, so just looking here at the overspeed once again, Phil Blythe already 4 or 5 miles an hour. Oh, he'll swing to the left, he'll swing to the right. Once again, he cannot get the pass done. And this is just how these prototype cars are going. These are two equal prototype cars. Oh, a big wiggle from the online sim racing car. Stefan Walder will have the wiggle. Finally, the pressure gets to him as Phil Blythe will look to cut the nose off going into the boot. But they will not pass. They are still going too wide. They are still going too wide as they get under acceleration. But Phil Blythe, after 2 or 3 very harrowing laps, pedaling that online sim racing car, will get the maneuver done. And he will take over position number 7 just like that. And boy, I have to say, as far as racing that we've seen for position, I think that had to have been one of the most difficult passes in racing that we've seen here today. He had to really, really work at that.
Yeah, it lasted, 2 laps there, and it took a risky move, going too wide into the boot, and it paid out for him.
Yes, and so as they're still coming upon lap traffic, I think this is just the Virus car at that. So it's just the Virus and the 49 Motorsports cars. They'll get cleared them. And already Corner Motorsports prototype car, as I'd alluded to, is caught right back up to us. And they'll start heading their way up the S's. I believe that Phil Blythe 7.3 Motorsports HPD really climbing its way up now. He's going to try and put as big of a gap as he can put on that online simracing.de car, but if you're Ronald Gross, it's a little demoralizing when you lose a position like that, so Ronald Gross is going to be really looking to capitalize on that. And Rachel, you're just rejoining us here. You're missing out this great battle between Phil Blythe and Stefan Walder, but you're just in time. It looks like this is going to kick off between Ronald Gross and that Corner Motorsport car and Stefan Walder and that online simracing.de prototype.
Yeah, very much so. It's been the real story of this middle part of the race. We've seen some incredible action there between Corona Motorsports, online simracing.de and KRT. But, well, not KRT, I apologise, sorry, 7.3 just up the road from them, but been exciting so far, seeing what's been going on here, and these guys really pushing hard. This is the bottom end of your top 10, but they are racing like it's for the lead. Well, the lead is boring right now. It's a 55-second gap between Radicals Online and Coanda Simsports, so big gaps there. Gathering Tweakers have pitted, and they are now behind Vortex, who have taken the 3rd position at the moment. First car 1 lap down. The Apex Engineering actually involved in that one. They are up there with, well, they're 2 laps down, so they're not in this fight, but they've just been passed again by Vortex, who have put themselves up into a good spot here. That car currently piloted by Julian Oglio, as he pushes pretty hard here and trying to get a podium for that team.
Yes, very much indeed. Now, there's a car that has been on pit road for well longer than it should have. The Odox Motorsport LMP. It was piloted by Christian Manzano. Now, this is concerning because the car was pulled into the pits. I was trying to figure out what had possibly befallen this. It's been 4 minutes now. It just pulled into the pits. He got out of the car, and it's been sitting there. Not quite sure what's wrong with it. Didn't hit anything. Perhaps something has come up emergently that had to be tended to. And that's just, well, it's rough to see. I mean, the Odox Motorsport racing car, it's been a very long day as it is, but this just adds right to it as we continue to follow our battle once again of the online sim racing and the Corner Motorsports prototype. We are, as they see somebody's tail, as the Team Chimera, the lap car there, Jack Keithley. It's a very strange position to be in, as Jack Keithley will lean his car well over and hopefully let these guys right on by. That is exactly what he will do. And both of those prototypes will scoot right on by, and onward and upward, Ronald Gross and Stefan Walder will go. They're going to be coming up upon the Hammer Down racing car of Karcel Wojcicki, as Walder will look to get past and hopefully try and at least escape for now Ronald Gross in that corner motorsports car. But for the moment, though, though they're going to go on either side of the Corvette, that could have been dangerous, but they managed to make it work as it will be corner and online sim racing DE. And Frazier, if you're that corner car, you really want to pressure that online sim racing car.
Yeah, you just want to get up to that. We had a mistake last time, and they might do it again.
Yes, as he might very well indeed, as they'll go down into the bus stop. The Radicals car has come down onto the pit road. We'll show you those pictures in just one moment's time, but they are side by side going into the bus stop chicane. Would hate to see something happen here. No, the corner motorsport will back well out. And so we'll take a quick glance to that Radicals Online car, as it is now Paul Ilbrink at the helm. It is Paul Ilbrink with a gap, trying to find it. They came out right behind the 4Racer Coana SimSport car. So Mitchell de Jong has resumed the lead via the pit stop over the Radicals Online car. Now it is Paul Ilbrink versus Mitchell de Jong. And that will hopefully heat up relatively soon, as we will get back to corner and online sim racing, as they're going too wide into the toe of the boot. And Rachel, just like that, Ronald Gross has managed to pass it. It was a far less dramatic than the 7.3 Motorsports car, but it's still taking a lot of doing here. Very competitive here in this prototype division.
Very competitive indeed. It's quite an exciting race so far. Just incredible things we've seen today in the race, and the prototype class certainly not disappointing, but I'm more impressed that it's the bottom half of your top 10 of the prototype class that are doing all the racing here. The big boys are off stretching their legs, hot lapping around Watkins Glen, not really bothering to race anybody other than passing traffic. But we're getting to watch prototype cars go wheel to wheel for hour after hour here, and that's great to see.
Alright, and you can see an interesting view. It's Paul's pit exit from live from Paul's establishment. That's just, it's always great. We're twisting technology to bring you these pictures. That is just, that's crazy to me. We can even do these things, but, you know, we can. It's 2015, I suppose. But speaking of fancy technologies, if you would be interested in seeing what the heck we are talking about on top of these live pictures, of course, we have live timing available. It is at live.neo-endurance.com, and of course that has everything you could possibly need, your standings, including what car is what and what class they are in, your live protest outcome report, as well as the entry and exit to pit lane watchers. So lots of information there from the live timing that Neo Endurance is so happy to provide to us, as we are working so very hard to bring this whole thing to you. It is the Radicals Online car, half a second behind the Coana SimSport car. And Frazier, just if you're Mitchell de Jong, I think you just focus on getting your best lap times out and just trying to pull a gap rather than fighting with the Radicals car.
Yeah, you just want to get as many clean laps in as possible without having to battle anyone, to try and pull away maybe from the Radicals Online. They're both equally as fast, but you never know, you might be able to find an extra couple of tenths somewhere and maybe pull away.
Yes. It's just one of those things. They go through R90, but it is just one of those things where that Paul Ilbrink piloted Radicals Online car, if we can just go on board in the service, not necessarily just with the webcam, but in the service, you can just see the Coana SimSport car just ahead of them as they go through the S's, or not the S's, the bus stop here, as they'll go take that right-hander in the carousel. It's one of those things, these cars, they are so fast. It's so fast throughout all of this. That these prototypes, it's almost mind-boggling just how fast these cars are going. Now, I've seen prototypes in person here at Watkins Glen, and those things are absolutely stunning. I've seen both this year's 6 hours and last year's 6 hours. It is amazing how fast they take these corners. Both pictures in real life and pictures in simulated services are just do it no justice. But Paul Ilbrink, that purple dot, Rachel, it's getting a little bit bigger, turn after turn.
Very much so, and well, that's one of the things you get with long endurance racing is the gaps just stretch and stretch and stretch. Just got a comment in from one of the guys at Radical saying it's very cool that we're showing their streams. Well, yeah, the other guys that gave them to us, so of course we're showing them. But some great onboard streams there. It's really exciting to see those perspectives of what the drivers here are actually seeing, and of course this is sim racing, so getting to see how the guys are actually racing in their cockpits and their setups is quite a novel thing to see for drivers and viewers, of course, because you get to see really what they're actually doing. Of course, we see the in-sim onboard shots, and it's a yes.
I just have to say, going up the S's, they might think about going 3 wide around the leader of the GT2 class, but no, they do not, as they are going to go side by side through the S's. Oh my goodness gracious! I believe we could say that this is a somewhat contested battle now for the lead of the race.
Yeah, pretty much, of course. You know what? I moved him into the booth to talk to, but I completely forgot I'd pulled Mark in. But we have Mark Warmington here from the Blue Flag Racing guys. Mark, are you there?
He's also forgotten that it's been that long. We've tried to get him. We've tried to get him on like 3 times.
Yeah. Mark, you guys have pulled your way up the field somewhat. You are 16 laps down, sure, but you are now back with the GT1 cars, and you're actually getting towards that field. So, how's it going?
I'm still muted. That's all right. We'll figure that out. I think it was so long. We tried to get to him like 3 times, and those dramatic things continue to happen. As actually, speaking of the Blue Flag Racing car, Patrick Flies is right ahead of the Coanda. Yeah, we got him now. So, Mark, how's everything going?
Sorry, that's my fault. I've got 2 mutes to make sure I don't disturb people. The mute on the headset and the mute on TeamSpeak, and I forgot to take it off. Yeah, we just got our heads down. We just decided that it was an exhibition race now because we were a lap down on lap 2. So what's really interesting, I don't know if anyone else has commented yet, I haven't seen the commentary, is the has rarely come alive. It's rubbered in. So when I got in the car for my stint, I think I was immediately able to put a second on the lap that my teammate had been doing. And Patrick's just got in the car after me, and he's noticed the same thing immediately. He's lapping in the 147s as well. So what we've also noticed, which is really interesting for anybody that's new to iRacing, is we were racing the Corvette C7 Daytona prototype yesterday in the GOT race, and the C6 feels so similar to it today, except for a little less downforce. So for that conversation that was going on earlier about C6Rs or Aston Martins, well, if you want to do both races, Corvette's the way to go.
But it sounds like it is indeed. The Corvette obviously giving a good run for you guys. We did talk a bit before about how much of a handful it is compared to the Aston Martin, which is a car really built for those long endurance races like Le Mans. The Corvette's a point and squirt car. It's got a lot of power on its rear wheels. Quite a light car, so a bit of a challenge to drive. And it's good that you mentioned about the dynamic track surface and how it's changing. But honestly, it was something we've really noticed in the last couple of races we've seen of this sort of length, that offline it's incredibly slippery, incredibly cold, and the guys really having a struggle with it.
Yeah, because I think right at the end of the stint, once the fuel had come down, you got into a rhythm of being able to almost put your foot down in the Corvette. And like you said, you treat it like eggshells. But with the track temperature, the rubber, it's a bit slick. So right now the Corvette is probably really lively at the end of the stint. I did a couple of laps in the Aston Martin when it came out, but most of the team driving the Corvette. And you're right, 100% right, it is a handful to drive. But if you're going to do a GT, you may as well do the one that actually requires a little bit more work behind the wheel. I'm not saying that the Aston Martin doesn't require work, but I think driving the Corvette is closer to, say, driving the C-Spec. You've got to be thinking about it on the downshifts. You can't just jam your foot down. And it's probably something that the prototype drivers need to be aware of in this race. When they're passing, especially a Corvette in the last 2 turns, they come upon us so quickly, and we're concentrating on not spinning out the car, the tiny tight line we've got to take. So when they dart to the left or the right, you're not even looking in the mirrors anymore. You're trying to spot your apex. And I think that's probably what happened during the incident earlier in the race. Because I know I think I did actually come together with a prototype in the last turn. They just appear so quickly. It's crazy.
Absolutely, and we can safely say the Corvette is definitely the best GT1 car. As Empty Box once said, 12 is swell, but 8 is great. And I can certainly attest to that. The Corvette's a much more fun car to drive, even for 6 hours. It's got personality. It has a life all of its own, and it will drive great. Thanks for joining us, Mark, and hopefully you guys get your exhibition race done well. Obviously, it's tough to be out so early on, but you are making a good showing of yourselves and proving you can come back, and you will come back to university, so thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, guys, and as always, fantastic stream. Love the way you guys interact with the chat as well. We need to get that on F1.
Well, we tried to, but we tried to take it on far too seriously because it's all super serious F1 stuff. But thank you, Mark. We'll catch you later, hopefully.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Well, it's pushing our way through the race now. We're 1 hour and 20 minutes to the end, so we are starting to get towards that mad hour, Cam, I think is what we like to call it. The crazy end of the race when we start seeing teams and drivers pushing it. We're looking at the last 2 pit stops provisionally. Now is when things start to happen.
No, that it is. I mean, that Coanda car, the Coanda and the Radicals, they almost made contact, I think, 3 separate times with either a different car or themselves. But now they've relaxed. Okay, now we're running our lap times. The Coanda car is just crossing the start-finish line. They did a 137.2 with the Radicals responding with a 137 or a 137.6 compared to 137.2. So they're doing basically the exact same lap times. We'll have to see once traffic happens. Now, this is the concerning thing. I've noticed the last half of this track, they didn't pass a single car. Well, these cars didn't just disappear. They've just bunched up that much more. So I expect in the next couple of laps for traffic to get super heavy. Oh, Coanda already. Oh, no, I think Coanda might have short shot that bus stop. I think they might have to give some time back there. That looked very, very close to course cutting. And, of course, the marshals do not appreciate course cutting, and they will demand that time to be given back. But it doesn't seem to be that that's the case, at least for now. But that Coanda car getting back on it, and that Radicals car is still hustling and pustling as they go past someone that, very unfortunate, but that Team Chimera car, which should be up there fighting for that position with them, it's just another lapped car and politely gets out of their way.
Yeah, very much so, as the lap cars learning to behave themselves a little better. Of course, we've seen an evolution of multi-class racing really since these longer length races really came to be on iRacing. We'll remember a time when we were limited to 3 hours, Cam.
Yes, and at that time you couldn't swap out the drivers even, so the only races we could really do was the Targa Virginia. And of course, if you would like to watch the Targa Virginia, it was just 1 week ago, the 5th annual Targa Virginia. Still one of the most legendary sim racing events that I think we can all be a part of. So you can definitely catch that, but later on, after this race, we've still got another hour and 20 minutes, hour and 24 minutes to be precise, here at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen in the Endurance Series. So as Paul Ilbrink tries to chase down Mitchell Lejeune, we'll look elsewhere and see what else is going on. Of course, that Movano GT1 car is leading in the GT1 class by quite a couple of margin, probably 7-8 seconds other than the Radicals Online car. With the Virgil Racing car far behind that, I think they had to pit. Or I think they're on an extremely alternate strategy, as then the Falcon GP is sitting in the 4th position now. Going to the Ford GT2 class, as I look at Stefan Seitwager, is just as soon as I look at him, he's got a Corvette on his outside, and he comes into the pits, and a prototype on the outside of that Corvette, so they were already 3 wide going in turn number 12. But so Stefan Seitwager, he doesn't have to drive down long down the pit road, as it's a full pit lane here, as he will actually even come in before the entry. Oh no, it's just after the entry to the workshop in the back as Stefan Seidlager will get that car work done. I think he's going to stay in for just this stint here, and then it should go back to either Leonardo Corradi or Sven Demmel for the final. But this is the second to last pit stop from this Sim RC team, as their second to last pit stop seems to be going fairly well, and they will get out and back on the road, as they've still got an entire lap distance, almost 2 laps I'd have to say, between the Ford GT Sim RC and the KRT Motorsports GT. And Fraser, it's just one of those things, especially at such a high level of racing. Yeah, we've had a couple of incidents with these Ford GT cars, but it's still amazing that that Sim RC car is so far ahead.
Yeah, but when at this level of racing, if you're faster than someone, you're probably going to be as consistent at doing those lap times as they are doing their lap times. So the distance between you is just going to stretch out and stretch out.
Yes, and so, I mean, just to have a lap, especially here, it's simply absolutely fantastic. So, that KRT Motorsports car, though, isn't out of the woods, I don't think, as, well, actually, I think it might be. Let's see here, where is that KRT Motorsports car? Okay, no, it's not. The KRT Motorsports car is at the top of the S's. The Phoenix Motorsport Ford GT, which had an incident before, actually a couple of incidents, is just isn't too far behind. It's probably about 8-second gap between, well, about 9 or 10 actually, between the KRT Motorsports and the Phoenix Motorsports. So the second position, though, is still wide open, and that's so we'll see if anything can come from that battle. But either way, though, that looking back upwards, it's Coanda versus Radicals, and boy, Paul Obrink has closed right on up on that Coanda car as they are neck and neck all the way on the inside line. The Coanda car comes across to get the better entry, but the Radicals car is there as the Mitchell de Jong will hold it once again. He'll go extraordinarily wide. He'll still have to come across. Kicking up the dirt as they go up the S's. Will they go too wide up the S's? No, they will not. So it is the two prototypes here of Coanda and Radicals. It's a race that has been brewing all race long. This time it's the Radicals on the left, the Coanda on the right of the track. As they come up across lap traffic, the Radicals car will have to come back. It is the Torque Freak Racing Aston Martin as they will come through the bus stop, kicking up the dirt from each curbing as they come through. The Coanda car will be able to hold it off one more time here, but I just don't know how many more chances Mitchell de Jong is going to take to keep Paul Obrink out of his grasp. I think it's very important, though, that Coanda car stays ahead. I think Radicals has really been working the pit strategy, whereas Coanda's been working what they've had to deal with all race long to their advantage, as Mitchell de Jong now is back in the car. They've had Andre Balcher, who did an extraordinary job keeping that car alive and well in the top position. And Rachel, if you are Paul Obrink, are you just going to wait for lap traffic, or do you really want to push the envelope here?
I think, honestly, it depends. At the moment, lap traffic would be great for Obrink to get through, but I mean, this is the pit cycle issue we've been looking at. I don't think he needs to push it any further. There's an hour and 15 minutes remaining, so not quite time to go crazy yet, but he's going to have to think about his stints right now as we have lap traffic in the way there, as Coanda make a good pass there on the, not the Virgil Racing, sorry, Chimera Racing car as they head up towards Falcon GP. It's, of course, you don't need to push the issue. You're on a different pit cycle, just wait. Or if the opportunity arises, you pass. They're nose to tail now, so we expect him to make a pass here out of the S's onto the straight, approaching the bus stop. Otherwise, well, I'd be surprised if he didn't.
Yes, as Mitchell de Jong now trying to hold off that Paul Obrink charged car as they'll come through. They will not have any traffic from them to the bus stop. Oh, the Radicals will back off once again. That outside entry to the bus stop, that left side entry, never works. I have not seen it work in the prototype category today, so I can still keep seeing them lean in there. I think it's just a tactic to try and get the inside car to have a mistake with their entry line. But overall, though, Mitchell de Jong is still doing a good job. He's keeping the pressure off of him. He's really deflecting it. As it is just one of those things where this Coanda car has been fighting with this Radicals car for hours and hours and hours and hours now, and it's finally coming out on the track, and you can just see in the pictures just how dark this track has gotten. The rubbering in is amazing. This track started with a relatively low usage, I mean, it's not a high amount of rubber was put down here. And so these cars have been just laying rubber all race long. I mean, we're going to start seeing a lot of marbles relatively soon as, Kevin Siggy is stuck in the middle with a Radicals car on the right and the Coanda car on the left. And it still works out to Coanda's advantage there. There was nothing he really could have done there. He's just taking his line, and that is exactly, Rachel, what you want to do. So, as the Coanda car goes up the top of the S's here, just looking back at I almost said incident. There wasn't an incident, but Frazier, they came up on Kevin Siggy in that Torrent Motorsports car, and they had to go on the left and the right. I think he did the right thing in that GT2 car and just took his standard line and tried to make no sudden moves.
Yeah, he just had to hold his line there, keep it dead straight, maybe left out a bit so he'd get over and done with it a little quicker. It's never a nice feeling to be in the middle, 3 wide, in a slower car, out the exit of the last turn here at Watkins Glen.
Yes, it is. Everyone is just playing chicken with the throttle, trying to get it down as fast as possible. Well, obviously they're racing, but I mean, this isn't like with a comfortable thing. You got to really stretch it out to get as much speed out of that downhill straight as you can. So, looking to the GT1 side of things, the Movano racing car is in pit lane. So the Thrustmaster Movano racing car is strolling down the pit lane here. It's an hour and 16 to go, so he should have one more pit stop to go. It is just one of those things where that Movano, there he goes, he pulls away. So he'll pull away, he'll stay on the limiter here. As, something might have happened with, Coanda and Radicals are still fighting here. As it's another lap, as the Movano car will pull out, as they will come up the hill one more time. So the lead of the GT1 field will go to the Radicals GT1 car, with Movano in second, Virgil in third, at least through this pit cycle, which is extraordinarily important. So we'll have to see exactly what happens in the GT1 field. We'll keep our eye on that, but all eyes right now are on this prototype field. And Rachel, it's just one of those things, that Coanda car and these Radical cars, it's going to have to come to a head at some point. I'm looking ahead. They've got quite a couple of Ford GTs, and I think the Corvettes might be trying to pass them. I think Rachel's gone away. She's had to go away. So either way, looking at that Coanda car, they will have to slow down for the Hammer Down Racing Corvette, doing exactly what you should be doing in a position like this, as Paul Ilbrink is not going to be able to take that position. So Mitchell DeJong here, they will come upon Corey Davis in the KRT Motorsports Ford, and then Patrick Flames in the Blue Flag Racing Corvette. So it's one of those things where if you're just trying to look down the road and seeing what that might happen. So as all settle down here, I think the racing is just going to settle for just a second. Let's talk about this GT1 field here and where it is leading up to. We've got the Radicals Online GT car. They are leading right now in the GT1 class. The Thrustmaster Movano car pitted. They pitted first. I do not believe they do not have the fuel to the finish. They will need to come in for one more pit stop. Virgil Racing, as well as Radicals, I believe still owe a pit stop. So it's going to be this split strategy between Movano and Radicals that really determine, as we still are following the prototype battle. I believe these guys are just going to be hanging off each other hammer and tong now. It's going to be one of those things where it's just going to be up to Mitchell DeJong to really make the mistake. I don't think Paul Ilbrink has it in him, either between the car and himself, to really get past that Coanda SimSport car based on pace. So it's just one of those things. We'll continue to update on this large field. We still got over 35 cars circulating the track right now, which is quite a monumental amount when you think about it. As the just looking at the GT1 class here right now, Movano is locked right behind the Virgil Racing, and the Movano cars are fighting with each other. And Rachel, this is a battle that we expect. But at the same time, the Movano with those newer tires trying to make it look easy.
They are indeed, but we know that really the leader in GT1 is the Radicals Online. Movano and Virgil only are past them on pit cycle. I expect there'll be a short stop and go, or a short, gas and go even, for Virgil and Movano at the end, whereas I believe that with the cycle as it goes, the Radicals will be good to the end after one more stop.
Yeah, so Tommaso Carla absolutely putting away Virgil Racing's Jean-Paul Nijhuis, as I believe that's just newer tires and all that such going on. But looking at the Coanda car, they have the Excelsior Racing team just ahead. The Aston Martin, as the prototype so lightning quick around the outside of that carousel, they will be coming upon a lap prototype car. This is where things might get interesting. Oh, they're closing up super fast. There's a train. There's four GTs are laying ahead as the prototype car of Perpetual Motion will get right up out of the way. That is a very good thing to do, and now the traffic begins. It's 4 GTs that both of these cars will have to dispose. Mitchell de Jong is being the snowplow right now, and Paul O'Brien is looking to use one of these Fords as a pick. They will see if they can get them all down the straight, and they do. So that could have been extraordinarily dramatic, as already that 49 Motorsports car and that Mad Cape Racing Team car are going side by side. These guys are not anywhere near the same lap. So very interesting to see exactly why they're battling, seeing as I believe that 49 Motorsports Ford is in second in the class, but oh well. Boy, oh boy. Just it's moments like that as the Phoenix Motorsports GT1 car is on pit road with nobody in it. Are they swapping out drivers, or is something terrible befallen that Phoenix? Oh, it looks like something terrible has befallen the Phoenix GT1 car. So Rachel, just keep us posted on the lead battle here. I'm going to go and try and figure out what has happened with that Phoenix car.
Yeah, the lead battle is getting pretty exciting there in the GT1 class, although we've had some flipping and jumping from some, so netcode being an issue. But right now, it is Radicals Online leading, and they are midway through a cycle right now from Movano, who just pitted, and Virgil, who have also just pitted. So Virgil and Movano definitely racing each other for position. I believe we're also joined now by Linus Bergström. Linus, good evening.
Hello.
We are indeed. So now we have a real international broadcast booth here on RaceSpotTV. We have the English, we have the American, we have a Swede and a Scot. So we're just as international as Neo now. This is great.
Hey,
but
isn't an English person the same as a Scottish person?
Don't even go there, mate.
Don't go there. Please don't go there.
Either way, I have figured out what has happened.
Oh,
with
I
this
forgot
Phoenix
to also mention a
Motorsport
Brazilian
car.
broadcaster. So
Yeah,
he goes
I'm
shouting
sorry.
at us.
I'm sorry. Yeah, there's at least 3 exclamation marks there. That means he's not happy. So this Phoenix Motorsports GT1 is very unfortunate here. Lap 157, Jonathan Fuller, the rear end kind of clipped over the outside curbing on the toe of the boot, heading up towards the exit, and that pushed him right into the Armco barrier. And that hit right as his lap 157. I'm not sure if we'll have it on replay, as it happened, I imagine, some time ago. I just noticed that they are on pit road, but boy, that is unfortunate for that Phoenix Motorsports GT1 car. As far as the series goes, oh geez, I just have to say, as far as the season goes, we're about halfway through here. Phoenix Motorsports is basically having the exact same season that Apex Racing UK had last season. And that is just a miserable, miserable thing to have happen.
I was going to say, Cam, part of that, I think, is that perhaps they haven't quite gelled properly yet. Because let's not forget that Phoenix used to be a different team. And there also used to be New World Simsport, who we haven't seen recently in Neo. And that's because New World Simsport and Phoenix merged. And they've merged both teams, keeping the Phoenix name. So obviously it's a bit of teething issues of the teams getting together and drivers really gelling as one. So there is some variation in there, and I think that is something that will disappear in time, and they're going to become a real powerhouse team given time to adjust and actually adapt.
Oh, absolutely, and of course movings of communities such as that happens all the time, but just like Apex Racing UK last season, we don't even see them in Neo this season. That's how bad of a season they had, and it was really everyone just felt horrible. It was like every single race, something would happen. Just something. A little move here, a prototype nicking somebody here, something where every single race was just retirement, retirement, retirement. And you can only take so much of that. As Koana Simsport has pulled into the pit lane, the pressure from Radicals Online, I don't want to say finally getting to them, but I think they finally hit their time window. It's an hour and 7 minutes plus 40 some odd seconds to go. Rachel, as far as fuel consumption goes, I don't think you can really make it over an hour.
No, absolutely not, but, well, some guys are stretching it to an hour 5 minutes, so we could be seeing something a bit longer from one or two of them.
I just don't know if you can hold off Radicals Online for that long while trying to save 7 minutes of fuel in a prototype car. That is just unfortunate. But overall, though, as that Radicals car will take the lead, it's just the Gecko Vortex car has also surpassed the Gathering of Tweakers. HPD is for third position. We'll keep you posted on that. But the Radicals Online car, it's they are now having to deal with a clean track, and for Paul Olbrink, it's you got to flip that switch immediately. You're in hunter-killer mode, and then, well, they just your competition goes in the pits. Now you just got to focus on getting your lap times down, which is an entirely different mindset, Fraser. When you're going from it's going from that hunter-killer to hot lapping.
Yeah, hot lapping takes more of a zen type approach of making sure you're smoothing the throttle, smoothing brakes, not putting in too much inputs into the car. Whereas going for your praise more, get to this apex as fast as I can, getting the throttle as hard as I can, just stick with them.
Yes, and Linus, just one of these things here. I've been trying to get everyone's opinion on Watkins Glen. This is just one of those racing tracks, I think, that it really is a fantastic course. It's just one of those things, when you add multi-class, it becomes probably one of the tightest tracks you can deal with, and it's really hard to pin down why.
Yeah, like you say, it's a very good track, and it's very fast. It's got fast sweeping corners. It's got the bus-stop chicane, which is very hard to go through side by side, and if you catch a slower car there, you really need to think about what you're going to do. And then also the uphill in turn 2, 3 and 4, you can't really go side by side through there either, so you really need to plan all your moves, and you still need to keep the high pace because you don't want to lose too much. But then in a long race like this, losing a couple of seconds here and there isn't going to be too bad.
Yeah, so just like that, also one of the virus car, I believe, had picked up a black flag for avoidable contact. Yes, that is. So not quite sure what lap that was for, but they will have a 60-second stop and hold. As we have a race. There's a race going on the track with cars. As Jacob Sendergaard and Philip Widowson of Torque Freak Racing and IRDK, the 55 and 61, are fighting for position here. Unless they're on different laps, and I would have been blowing smoke up y'all's rear ends. No, I have not. Okay, so this is a race. Excellent. They're really racing, says Hugo. Yes, they are really racing with cars. As Jacob Sundergaard has actually managed to pull that position away from Torque Freak Racing. Not quite sure how he managed to pick up that position, but now he's actually left that Torque Freak Racing car in the dust. So, well, I mean, it was real racing at one point, but now Philip Widowson just holding on that Aston Martin, though, losing out to the Corvette, which makes me as an American happy. But just got to throw it out there. IRDK Endurance, they've had quite a rough race, Rachel. They had that incident. You can still see the front damage on that car, but they're trying to really work their way back up through the field. Not much time to do it, though.
No, there isn't, but they are doing a great job right now, and we'll hopefully see what they can do later on, but it's a big mission for them to push through.
Yes, it is. So, either way, the YouTube chat, hello, how are you? Of course, we haven't forgotten you, is talking about, what it always boils down to with gamers, and that's which game is better than all of the other games. And I think it's mostly due to the fact that when we were all growing up, our parents could only afford one gaming console, and therefore it had to be the right one, no matter which one it was. And I think we're just overall, it's, you know, if I want to play, you know, a different game, that's perfectly fine. I'll play any simulator type of game. I'll relate it to flying simulators. You've got your games like the DCS world. You know, some planes are extraordinarily realistic, amazingly realistic. You've got your Flight Simulator X, which is a much more social experience and a much entertaining experience. And as just other games like
Social?
that.
Really?
What's that?
I can't believe somebody just called Flight Simulator X a social experience, but there you go.
VATSIM. Shout out to the VATSIM community, by the way. Hello. Either way, then you've got you know, games like Falcon BMS, which is an F-16 simulator, and it's just one of those things where you know, just play whatever we want to play. There's a smoke screen up ahead of the Radicals car, as Alexander Mania has absolutely deployed the smoke on that Austin Martin, whatever, through the entry to the boot. He's continued to keep that car well and going, as we're just a little drifting, Formula Drift once again on the entry to the boot. But either way, you can play what all y'all want to play. I think overall, though, this is quite undisputed as top-notch online simulator platform, and I'm very happy for it. Very good community to be a part of. I'm really happy about it. But either way, though, we'll move on to more important things. Is no matter the game, it's a great time here at Watkins Glen for the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, as we will actually have a conversation here as Paul Ilbrink has gotten out of the car, has gotten into the car. Mac Backham has gotten out of the car, and we'll see about bringing Mac Backham up here into the broadcast booth, and Mac Backham is going to be joining us here in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth for the Neo Endurance Series 6 hours of Watkins Glen. This is probably going to be our last interview before the finish of the race here, Mac, and you've gotten out of the car, and boy, that was a real hairy last couple of laps before you came into the pits.
Yeah, it was quite messy. It's quite confusing with some of the GT cars, but luckily I made it out okay, and the car is still intact, and now Paul just has to finish the race, I think.
Yeah, so you guys are on an extraordinarily different strategy between Coana and Radicals. You know, we thought it was okay 1 lap, okay 2 lap difference. Now it's you guys are lapping almost polar opposites of each other, and that's very interesting. At least to me, as somebody watching it, you guys are going to have to come in for the pits, I imagine, right? There's no way where you guys came in, you're going to be able to make it.
No, we're definitely going to have to pit again. But so as Coanda, I believe. I don't think they can do 40 laps on 1 tank. Well, maybe Mitchell can pull off a miracle, but he'd have to fuel save quite a bit and he'd slow down, I think.
Yeah, it'd be about an hour and 7 minutes of fuel, and I agree. I'm not sure if that is exactly capable, but you know, as it turns out, the reason why I'm in the commentary booth is because I'm wrong about driving, but so I can talk about it. Either way, though, you guys have had a great race. You guys were right behind that Coanda car lap after lap after lap. You put a lot of pressure on him. And ultimately, though, you guys got a 50-second gap. So, barring anything crazy happening, you got a pretty good feeling about this.
Yeah, feeling great. We weren't pushing too hard behind Coanda. I mean, Paul wasn't, because we figured out they'd have to pit twice more, while we only have to pit once more. So there really was no point in trying to risk anything and overtaking them. So we feel like it's just bringing the car home would be enough now, and I hope we're right about that.
Yes, hopefully, but either way, it has been a barnstormer of a race. It's been 5 hours. I can't even believe it. 5 hours of racing already down like that. It's hard to think. I mean, just a couple of years ago, we couldn't even have anything over 3 hours, and now look at us. We're a 6-hour race, and it feels like it's over before it begins.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, I really like the driver swapping, and but this race was great. It's just like the first stints was fully packed with action with Mitchell and myself, which was great fun. And then all the other stints I did, I wasn't like directly with the Coanda car, but I was still racing against them for time. So that I always had something on my mind, something to do, which is it's great. And yeah, time kind of flew by today.
Yes, it did. It's Watkins Glen. It doesn't look too complicated, but when you add all these cars, I think it's probably one of the most changing tracks you can find anywhere in the service. But I'm sure we'll have a chat with you regardless of what happens, Max. So thank you very much for stopping in with us. Anyone you'd like to give a quick shout out to?
Just to Paul for doing a great job today, and Miguel for helping us with the setup during the week. That's about it.
All right, so Mac Backham from the Radicals Online team, of course, sponsored by SteelSeries, and I'm sure a bunch of other important stuff. But for the most part, though, Paul Obrink, as he sits behind a couple of Ford GTs in that Torque Freak Racing Aston Martin, he'll make his way throughout the carousel and easily continue on his merry way. So, Mac, thank you very much for joining us in the booth. And right now, well, it's about a 48-second gap between Mitchell de Jong, that Coanda car, and the Radicals Online car. So fuel saving, I just don't think it yet. So, Rachel, with that, I think we're just more and more cemented by the idea that Coanda is going to have to come into pits one more time.
We are indeed, and of course now we are just under an hour remaining, so it's about to get very, very interesting here. But we do expect Coanda in again. Radicals, not so much, and I think that's the big factor here. They've been short stinting off sequence like that, so I think it's a good thing for them. Linus, of course, you're not really an experienced prototype driver, but in terms of GT driving, you do have an idea of what these guys are doing. We know that Movano and Virgil might need a short pit. I mean, roughly how long have these GT1s got on a tank?
I'm not quite sure.
And he's not going to...
Sorry,
not
I
going to
pushed the
answer.
wrong button trying to speak. It's just about around an hour, I think, depending from track to track, up and down a few minutes, but roughly around an hour. So if you pit now, you should be able to make it till the end, I think.
Should be indeed.
All right, it's well, this GT1 class. I mean, as looking at the whole thing here, I mean, you've got really Movano, Virgil, and Radicals that are still relatively in this. We act like all of the moves have been made. There's still 55 minutes of racing, which is just crazy. So as far as how we already consider, these positions locked in, so it's Movano, Virgil, and Radicals, which is no surprise. Even Falcon GP, they're on the same lap. It's just, actually, I think Falcon GP is, they're a full lap back, actually. But either way, anything can happen in this GT1 field. So while we might be locked in the GT2 field as far as whom has dominated, of course, that's the SimRC car, the GT1 class is probably the most open. I mean, you've got 3 people who, after 6 hours of racing, are still within 20, 30, 40 seconds. I mean, geez. And then you've got this massive battle between the two teams, Radicals and Coanda. So buckle your seatbelts here at the Neo Endurance Series 6 Hours of Watkins Glen, because the last hour is underway and we are going to be taking a quick little commercial break here. You are watching the Neo Endurance Series, the 6 Hours of Watkins Glen. We've got 54 minutes and 40 some odd seconds to go here, and don't go anywhere. The dramatic finish will be coming back just after these few short messages. Stick with us.
iRacing.com is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all over the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics and engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. iRacing's web-based interface allows members to compare stats and test drive any combination of car and track instantly. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 60,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsport organizations like SRO Motorsports Group to deliver virtual races based on the real-life Blancpain GT series. iRacing's Blancpain Endurance Series features team racing, giving members the ability to build a team and participate in races ranging from 3 hours to 24 hours. Additional partners include NASCAR, IMSA, V8 Supercars, IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own 24 hours of Spa, Bathurst 1000, Daytona 500, and many more. iRacing.com, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car.
Five hours and 8 minutes in. We have only got 1 hour, we've only got about 48 minutes of racing to go here at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. It's the Neo Endurance Series. Hello, everybody. This is Cameron Walsh along with Rachel Whiteford, Fraser Williamson, and Linus Brostrom. And of course, the camera's brought to you by Hugo Louis and the package, of course, by Estvan Balog, as well as all of our graphics with our graphical partner and Warren Design. So welcome back to the Neo Endurance Series proper. You are looking at a barnstormer of a race. There is only 38 seconds splitting the Radicals Online car and the Coanda car, but that Radicals Online car will have to pit one more time. Will the Coanda car be able to stretch their tank out for over an hour and 7 minutes? We'll have to see it all in the next 50 minutes here at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. The GT1 field is completely open as well. It's Movano Racing and the Radicals Online GT and the Virgil Racing GT. They're all separated by less than probably 30-35 seconds here. And it is just going to be one of those exciting races that we have come to expect in the Neo Endurance Series. So as we get back into it, we will be bringing Rachel in relatively quickly here. And Rachel, this idea that the Coanda car could stretch out a fuel tank to 1 hour and 7 minutes, I just don't see it happening now, especially with these lap times that Mitchell de Jong is putting down.
Yeah, not at all. I think they're going to have to come into the pits again. That is something we know will have to happen. So it's could be tough. I think this is a Radicals race, though, unless something goes wrong. But for once, we've not had the two leaders crash. I'm still touching wood, so that's okay. My desk is in front of me. I'm touching it right now, and hopefully nothing goes wrong for your two class leaders, because we have the curse to commentators so many times on RaceSpotTV. But the GT1 class is still pretty exciting. That's Radicals Online leading from Virgil Racing and Movano. Oh no, they're not. Movano's leading, but they have to pit still. So once they're in, it will be Radicals leading, and they should be in the lead here with good to the end. So that'll be interesting. And SimRC, well, they could park in the pits for 20 minutes, go for a quick drink, a toilet break, and come out and still win. So it's pretty exciting for those guys.
Oh, that it is, and they have put so much effort into it. Stefan Seidweger is in the car. Leonardo Corti and Sven Dummel are his co-pilots. So as we continue forward here, as time never stops, the Radicals Online car, he's just really trying to get his lap times down. He has done some relatively quick laps. 1:37.5 his last time by. As he crosses the stripe here, it's a 1:38.9. So traffic is becoming a bit of a hassle here. As you can see, he doesn't really have any cars around him. And that has nothing to do with the fact that there aren't cars on track. There is still 35 cars circulating. So, what happens is that all of these cars, these GT2 cars and these GT1 cars, is just going to be, they're all going to be bunched up together, and they're going to just come upon them relatively soon, and then you're going to have to deal with all of that traffic. So, as the cars are starting to make their final pit stops, as the FRT Hawker's car puts on his blinkers, the number 63 Corvette, he'll come down pit road, and I think he's going to open up the GT1 class pit stops. As Linus, just the pit stops here, I think with 47 minutes to go, that's plenty of fuel for these GT1 cars. They'll make it to the finish.
Yeah, they should definitely make it from here. I think they might actually not even have to fill it all the way up, but for the team that pitted with just over an hour ago, they're definitely going to have to pit again, so I think Radical is going to win this race.
Yeah, so we'll have to see as far as the GT1 class goes. As actually, real quick, we're going to go take a look at the KRT Ford. We haven't been able to really cover the Fords here, but they are fighting right now for second position here on the track, as the SimRC is well ahead. So it is now the Phoenix Motorsports Ford GT with Rup Tequila, of course, as he's had that incident with his teammate earlier on in the day. Is that KRT Motorsports Ford of Carl Modig will be just ahead. And of course, you know something dramatic's going to happen, because the Coanda car is coming. I know there are always incidents around the Coanda car, even though the Coanda car has nothing to do with it. So we'll see here as the KRT car and the Phoenix car. I'm sure the Coanda car will be able to just squeeze by, as actually he'll get just through enough, as Carl Modig goes flying right through. That's how it's normally done there. We've actually seen what happened with friction when they tried to do that on a GT1 car. They got pushed into the wall. But either way, we haven't really seen much racing from these Fords. So we'll actually see if we can't just go on board with Rup Tequila and that Phoenix Motorsports Ford GT and just see what he can do to catch up to this KRT Motorsports GT.
Yeah, they are indeed. KRT GT is doing a pretty good job here, but Phoenix doing their best to try and catch up right now, as we see what they can pull. It's right on the rear bumper there as they come through the bus stop. One of my favourite sequences of corners in all of racing, really. Getting to that bus stop chicane is a real wheel bouncer. But yeah, we have Jason Shelley here from Excelsior Racing to talk to, actually. Jason, hi. You're live on RaceSpotTV. The Excelsior Racing team doing a good job here today.
Oh, hi, Rachel. Yeah, thank you. Up until 152 there.
Well, unfortunately, that's these things that happens in racing. But just tell us about your day so far.
Well, you know, Excelsior's new to the Aston, and we're kind of cutting our teeth on it, and we're just getting to the point where we're understanding how to set up the car for speed and be competitive in hot weather like we have today. And boy, we had a good strong run going. We picked up a little bit of bad luck in the first stint, and got hit when we were going down the straight, 3 wide, and bent the rear toe a little bit. So we were off pace then in the first stint until we got in the pits to get that repaired, and then we were back on pace and got all the way back up to the top 5 and was running strong. And I was coming to the end of my last stint there, and I didn't see that pass as high risk at the time because I was way in front of Ray, and I'm sure it wasn't intentional. It looked like a little bit of net code and then possibly some brake lock up, and he just slid into us and hit both me and 49 Motorsports. So, and unfortunately that ended our top 5 run today.
Well, unfortunate for you guys, but you're still in a position to try and recover something here and just finish the race, which is no cold comfort really, but it is at least a real challenge to do that, just that, to come through here and bring the car home, which so many people can't do. So, thank you for joining us today. Any sponsors you'd like to give a shout out to?
No, we don't have any sponsors at the moment. So it's our rookie season in Neo, and hopefully we'll be looking to run a little bit better in the coming races. I mean, we move up every single race. We're running higher up the field every single race. So hopefully we'll be in contention by the end of the series and pick some sponsors up.
Awesome. Well, the best of luck with the rest of the series. Thank you, Jason, and the Excelsior team.
Thanks, Rachel. Bye.
Well, we're also joined by one of the series admins. That's Neil Heckens. Neil, incredible racing so far today.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of great battles today. That's a couple of more than we saw at Coda, where we had one great big battle, and then now we have a couple of this. It's really cool.
It's certainly awesome to see, and thankfully we've not had to deploy the full course yellow today, which would be quite confusing to explain to our viewers. We have a car turned round there in the final corner, trying to work out who that is. I believe that could be one of the 4 GTs. It is. Is that KRT? It's KRT. They're off the track, as we've had a bit of an incident between themselves, and they were ahead of the Radicals online car. They just went wide on their own and donked onto the tyre barriers, so that would have been a prime candidate for full course yellow there, Neil.
Yeah, luckily they were off the track, so I'm not sure if it was necessary.
I think there was a hardware failure here.
Could well have been. He seemed to just go straight line, as of course that car's been towed back to pit road. But Neil, just give us a quick insight, really, into how this sort of race is put on and how you guys work in the tower.
Yeah, so we're with 5 guys today. All the stewards are here. Yeah, if there's an incident, a couple of guys take a look at it, and the others stay alive in case there's another incident happening. And then we will discuss what happened, who we think was at fault, and then give possibly a penalty.
I did hear a rumour that there were potential financial penalties in this series.
Yeah, because at Watkins Glen there were only 42 pit stalls. So if there was something wrong with the registration, like registering with the email address, which is a bug at the moment, or if somebody selected the wrong car, we would have restarted the server, and that it's a lot of work because you have to make sure that all the settings are right again, and with the UI on the website it's not that clear as always, and it might change by itself. So yeah, it would be a lot of work to set up a new session really fast and make sure that everything is right the second time.
Obviously you've got to make sure everything is right here and things are done properly. I've got to say, Neo is probably one of the most well-organised series we broadcast here on RaceSpotTV, and it's a pleasure to commentate these for you. And well, hopefully the end of the race is great. We'll let you get back to your very important work in race control. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the race.
We shall indeed, thank you. Well, back to you, Cam. Unfortunately, folks, that's the last you've heard from me today. I have to sign off. But Cam will be taking you to the finish for the final 35 minutes of this race. And the post-race interviews, well, Cam, it's been great. It's been an amazing race as always, and I can't wait for next round.
Yes, thank you very much for joining me today, and I think we've had a good time here, so no worries at all whatsoever. Thank you very much, Rachel, as the viewer count now drops steadily down. No, not at all, actually. So thank you, Rachel. You take care, and we'll see you on the other side. But here at the 6 Hours of Watkins Glen, we've still got some heady racing to go too, as we've got the Movano Racing and the Radicals car, the Radicals Online GT1 car. Movano is about now 15-20 seconds ahead of as the Movano car almost just threw all that away. They split 2 Corvettes here as Phoenix Motorsports Rob Reed and the Hammer Down Racing car just split. If we could get that on a replay, I would really appreciate that. Oh, that is a an insane idea of a move there, but the Movano car just weaseled their way through a pair of Corvettes that are lapped down, and I guess, you know, if you're trying to get the win, oh heavens, you see the onboard. I guess if you are going for the win, Linus, that's really one way to keep your compatriots behind you.
Yeah, well, you don't want to take too much of a risk, though. You want to be safe and you don't want to get taken out. So you gotta go fast and just stay safe. Stay on the track and keep your head focused, because it doesn't take much to crash out.
No, not at all. As the Paul Ilbrink's car, Radicals Online, is sitting in the pit lane, he came down the pits. He will pull into the stall and he'll pull away. He just gets the fuel that he needs, the 30-some-odd seconds, I believe. I don't know if they changed the tires out. I don't think they did change the tires. But if they did, that's great. If not, well, that happens. As the Coanda car is just ahead here, but the Coanda car just went well off track through the bus stop chicane. Mitchell de Jong, they're having to row that car up as, oh, well, the Radicals Online car just did the exact same thing through the bus stop chicane, so that is no good at all whatsoever. But at the very least, they can, for the most part, see each other. As the VPEX engineering car is the only vehicle on track between them. So now it's on. Frazier, if they got to really work it here now, that's that Radicals car, well, it's going to have, at the very least, less fuel.
Yeah, but he's going to have to push 6 seconds in half an hour. That's a big margin that you've got to try to pick up.
Yes, it will be. So we'll have to see whether or not Paul Ilbrink will be able to handle it, or if Coanda Simsport is going to have the victory in hand. We will have to see here, as we only have 36 minutes remaining here at the Watkins Glen International Raceway. As we'll complete another 3.37 mile lap around this track. Got to throw it out there that Mitchell de Jong there is now our overall leader with an official 6.625 lead over Radicals Online. So we knew that Radicals car would have to pit, and now that Coanda Simsport car has 6 seconds to try and really modulate and try to save as much fuel as possible, because we got to remember they pitted with 1 hour and 7 minutes to go. That is a lot to ask out of one small diddly fuel tank. We'll have to see whether or not that Coanda car will be able to make it to the end. But looking through it, I believe that the Movano racing car has really secured themselves as the top running position here. Their last pit stop was, it was lap 158. So that is quite some time ago. That is 56. That's 30 laps ago. I'm wondering, the Movano car, they're not going to have to come in and pit again, are they?
Forgot about them with the battling that's been happening with the prototype class.
Yeah, and they've been really going at it hammer and tong too. Oh, that Movano car. I believe so. Linus, do you have any idea about how long a GT1 fuel tank probably lasts? I think it's probably 45, 50 minutes. Linus has disappeared. So,
sorry, wrong button again.
Wrong button again. All right.
I think it's about 45-50 minutes, like you say. So it's going to be tight for them, but if they know what they're doing, which I hope they do, they'll probably save a bit of fuel to be able to make it till the end. So it should be all right.
And there was De Jong getting loose coming out of turn 1 over the runoff. He got in a 4-wheel drift and Tokyo drifted it.
Well, I think he's definitely trying to push that car as hard as he can against that Radicals car, as that Radicals car is going to be running lap after lap right in lockstep. So, boy, oh boy, that is just, it's going to be building up here. And that, speaking of which, the Movano racing car is working his way down the pit road, as that is a 44 mile an hour trip here. That Radicals Online GT1 car is going to be getting past. That Virgil Racing GT1 car is not, though, so it is now just Radicals and Movano. Movano, they're going to change drivers. Wyatt Gooden is going to be, George Montaigne's, I was going to say, I don't think Wyatt Gooden drives for them, as George Montaigne's will get in to finish out the last 33 minutes here. They've changed out the tires, they're putting on the fuel, and I think that's it for them, as the Virgil Racing car is even looking to possibly get past, as they are just about to finish out their lap. No, they will not. So Movano will go down into second position with a Radicals Online car, now leading with Wyatt Gooden in the wheel here. They pitted on lap 168, so they've got more than enough fuel to get to the finish. So right now it's the Radicals Online GT1 car in the Radicals, the Radicals Online car in the Radicals car. The Wyatt Gooden piloted Radicals Online car is shaping himself up to be right there for the victory in the GT1 class. And Linus, I just bring you back here. This could possibly happen where Radicals gets a 1-1, really, as far as the classes go.
Yeah, they just top car just got held up a little bit in the last corner, but I think they will have what it takes to beat Coanda to the end of this race, and if they do, they could very well win both the classes, and that would be very good for them.
Yes, very, very good. I mean, this series is definitely one of the highest brow series you could definitely get. But Wyatt Gooden, for the second time today, he's in that car. He led the first stint until lap 65, and we are just going from there. So, oh boy. As Wyatt Gooden now finding himself in first with quite a marginable gap over the Movano Racing Team car, are going to be pushing as far as they can. They should be doing fairly all right. Now our eyes are going to have to settle on that Coanda car and the Radicals Online car, as that is the only one that is up in arms, and it's going to be dependent on whether that Coanda car is going to have an hour and 7 minutes of fuel. So Linus, I don't think you can really save fuel at Watkins Glen, especially with this multi-class like this.
Well, if you start saving fuel here with the speeds you're carrying all the way around, you're going to lose so much. So it's basically the corner after the bus stop and maybe 1 or 2 corners in the boot, but that is going to be very many laps over a long time even, so I think they might have to pit again.
Well, they very well might, and we'll see if we can't get Jory without here in the booth. There we go. There we go, that's a lot easier. So with Yori Without is going to be joining us here in the booth in the RaceSpotTV commentary. Radicals Online is having a pretty big battle for the big crown of the show here in the prototype, but in the GT1 division, you guys have I think your strategy is definitely working out. Movano had to pit. You've got a relatively decent gap now between you and the competition. Yori, of course, you're the pilot in the Radicals Online GT1 car. How's your race going?
Hey guys, well, pretty good. We didn't expect to be leading, and definitely not expecting Virgil and Movano to do short fueling their stints. Like we knew we could do like 57, 58 minutes with a full tank. That's like roughly 33 laps, 34 laps. And we just went from there on, and with Jeremy's second to last pit stop, we were hitching the hour mark, and from there on we knew we could finish with one more stop.
Yeah. So, I mean, overall, this that Aston Martin has been working very hard all day long for you guys. You had a pretty good run at Circuit of the Americas. Now Wyatt Gooden's looking to bring it home. Overall, I mean, the last 5 hours and 30 minutes have been absolutely crazy as compared to Sebring and Circuit of the Americas. What is it about Watkins Glen that just makes these races so exciting?
I don't know, the layout of the track is just brilliant to drive. It's just a lot of fun to drive around here. And it also helps with a good setup that the team has built for this race, so it's a real pleasure to drive around here.
Yeah, especially when you've got a full pit lane. So, Jory, I'm sure no matter what happens, I think we're going to end up having to chat with you guys after this race is finished in just 28 minutes and some odd seconds and change. But overall, though, I mean, you guys have had a good race. Anyone you'd like to give a quick little shout out to before we let you go?
Well, definitely the whole team. Great bunch of guys in there, and our sponsors, Still Series and Simulahi. And you guys, of course, for the great broadcast.
Oh, thank you. We're happy to do it, all of us. So, very good. Thank you very much for taking the time out of your day to come in and give a chat with us. We always happy to have you in here. So, thank you, Yori, and I hope you have a good one. I hope we'll see you not too long from now.
Thank you.
That was Yori with the Radicals GT1 effort, the Aston Martin that is currently leading right now in the GT1 category, as that car just gets passed by the Koana SimSport car. Great timing for a subway, Linus, as the Koana SimSport car is going around the Radicals GT1 car. Now it's got a 6.5 second gap. I'd start worrying if I was Mitchell de Jong that I'm going to have to come in for a pit.
Well, maybe, but I don't think... Well, it's going to be close, but we'll have to see what happens.
Is this one of those instances where you just stay out? Like, no matter what the gauges are saying, no matter what the numbers are saying, you just stay out?
Well, it depends how close you are. I mean, if you're like 2-3 laps short, according to the gauges and your calculations, you might want to risk it and stay out, because the worst that can happen is if they get too little fuel, they'll finish second. But if it's saying that we're going to be like 10 laps short, then they might as well just pit.
Yeah, so we'll have to see here. I mean, it's one of those things as he goes past the Dart Frogs racing car, another car we haven't really had much time to talk about, Jens Kristoffersen piloting that, the number 60 car. They are back in 19th position. They started in 29th, so I'm sure they'll take that any day of the week. As, boy oh boy, they're actually following the Falcon GP, but they're on a different lap period. So it's just one of those races where everything is seeming to fall in place as the final 25 minutes start ticking by. So we will go ahead and see if we can't bring in Corey Davis. And as soon as we get his car there, we'll get him in here and we'll have a nice little chat with him here as we'll start I don't want to say we'll start closing up shop here. We're not even done with the race yet. But, as the Movano racing car is in the pits, what is going on with that Movano racing car? They have just pulled it into the pits? Oh no, what has happened? They've been on the pits for some time now. We'll see how long they've been in pit road. George Montaignes is having an issue. They were just in the pits not too long ago. What is going on with that Movano racing team car now that that Radicals Online GT1 car breathing even more now as they have got a very large, substantial gap over the other car, which is the Virgil Racing, which is in position number 2. So Movano falling well off the pace now. As they are just sitting in the pits, not quite sure why, but either way, we have brought in the KRT Motorsports car. It will be the Ford GT2 car, and you guys, well, you were having a fantastic race, but things just took a turn for the worse, Corey.
Yeah, it was a disappointing way to end it. We had been up. We found ourselves really after the first couple hours up in podium contention, which was hard to believe. We struggled here all week on pace. It seems like we've been half a second or so off of a lot of the other teams in the field. So honestly, we were just completely thrilled to be up in top 5, top 3 position. And then it came down to the last hour and a half of us having to run against Lupe from the Phoenix team. He's an awesome driver. I've driven in races with him before, and it's just amazing how he can find pace out of this car. So we knew it would be tough to hold him off, and it was. He was able to make pretty quick work out of this. But after he got past, actually, Carl started to have some screen stutters, and eventually his screen just completely froze in the corner and really had nothing to do except ended up nosing into the wall. So had quite a bit of damage there. So pretty much threw away the podium chances we've had, and it's dropped us well down the order.
Yes, but just that one corner, though, doesn't say the race. We've had 5 hours and 36 minutes of racing here at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. Overall, though, how was everything going? Everyone seemed to play nice out there in the field today from your perspective, being on the GT2 category?
Well, the first hour was pretty crazy. I sent a tweet out on our team's Twitter that said it looked like all the HPDs were on the last shopping day before Christmas and they hadn't brought any presents yet. Because it really was insane, some of the chances that those cars were taking. And after that, after the first hour or two, it really calmed down. And I'll have to compliment a lot of the other teams. It seems like they did learn where they could make moves and where it was better to wait. And, from the perspective of a slower car that really can't maneuver as well as a prototype, that's always good to see. It's good to see teams know where they can position their cars. So, yeah, as the race went on, it was definitely better driving standards.
Well, and of course, you guys, at this point, I don't think there are any rookies in the Neo Endurance Series. It's been 3 full rounds, an 8-hour race at Sebring, a 6-hour at Circuit of the Americas, and now we're just about to close out the 6 hours here at Watkins Glen, closing the North American series here. Overall, though, I mean, it's been some good racing from you guys, and you guys are going to be going to Europe, going to Spa, and hopefully you guys can turn things around there.
Yeah, that's right, Cam. We honestly hadn't done a lot of preparations in this car before the season. We were getting ready to run the Blockhead Endurance Series at the same time, so we've really been bouncing back and forth between both for the last couple months. Finally, obviously, the BES is done. We're going to focus on Neo pretty much full-time in the spring. So, yeah, we're looking for some better results and know that as we get more familiar with this car and with the setups, that hopefully we can be a little more competitive. But the Sebring, we had a good result. I think we were 5th there. Coda didn't go the way we wanted. Carl and I both had a penalty there, so that hurt our chances. And then, obviously, today's result isn't going to be great, but at the same time, with 4 races to go, we still have plenty of time to turn it around.
Now that we do, I believe there's only 3 rounds to go. I believe it's just the Spa race, the Interlagos race, and the Nürburgring race. But, well, this is the 3rd round. Yeah. So this one technically does count. All right, well, Corey, thank you very much for stopping in and giving us a bit of your time. Is there anyone out there you'd like to thank? Any sponsors, friends?
Well, just want to give a shout out to our HPD team as well. They had a early crash today that knocked them out, but I appreciate all the work they had done. Brian Carey, Dean Mull, Andy Fuller, Dan Collerini, they do a great job, usually really consistent in these races. So hate that both of our cars failed to finish this one, but we'll come back out in the next one and we'll get them done.
All right, well, we hope to see you in the booth again for an interview, hopefully with a much better story at Spa-Francorchamps. So Corey Davis and the KRT team, thank you very much for coming in.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you. We will, as the race is brewing up here. The Radicals Online car and the Coanda SimSport car here. The Radicals car, over the last couple of laps, have taken out quite a bit of wind out of those sails. They are getting closer and closer. It's a 4.6 second gap at the line. It's only getting closer as the Radicals car is just clearing turn number 12, and they see the Coanda car, the bright purple and white Coanda SimSport automobile is sitting just taking turn number 1 now, and it seems like they're almost getting to be very, very close indeed. There's only 2 cars between them, both lapped cars, so no worries there. But Linus, this Coanda car, I believe that they are on full fuel saving mode. They should be able to probably pull this out. I'm not sure at this point.
Over the last couple of laps they might be saving fuel, but we don't know how long they're going to last, so it's going to be very, very interesting to see what's going to happen here. They have been going for quite a while since the lap pit stop, 30 laps coming up to that now I think, but we could be in for a very good battle here if Radicals can just keep the speed up that they had over the last few laps.
You want to pick one?
Radicals, I'm going to stick with Radicals.
Alright, Fraser. What do you think between the Coanda and the Radicals?
I'm going to go with a weird theory in this one. Coanda might be dropping off deliberately to get behind the Radicals and feel safe using the draft behind them, so they don't lose any speed to them.
Well, it might be. I just don't know if there's enough time to really make that work, though, because once you're behind them, I don't know if you can get by Paul Ilbrand with such ease, especially, I don't know, but that may very well be as well. I don't think they're pulling out over the red carpet, but yes, that is a possibility as well. So, it is going to be one of those things as that the KRT Motorsports Twitter is posting. They had a big stutter and a screen freeze, and that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what Corey Davis was talking to us about. As ultimately, though, is going to be Radicals and Coanda. Coanda bouncing back this lap. It was a 137 all. They both did a 137-1. So it's very good lap times from Paul Ilbrink and Mitchell DeJong calling back here, basically saying, well, he's still in it, still in this fight. So he will, that Coanda car will go past the Phoenix Motorsports 4 GT, which has had quite a story going on. That Phoenix Motorsports has been involved in the battles here as they're actually running in second position right now in the 4 GTs, which is absolutely, it's not shocking, but at the same time they've had a couple of incidents and a penalty, I believe. No, actually, there was the prototype that had the penalty, not them. As ultimately, they made contact with their own team prototype. They had incidents, and they're looking to come home in second position. And Linus, for this Phoenix Motorsports team, I mean, they've been pretty hard luck on stuff. So I'm sure they'll be happy to have a good result in the Ford.
Yeah, the fact that they, with all these incidents you mentioned, still finished second, that's definitely going to be a good result for them. Obviously they know without all these incidents they might have won the class, but with all that they've had they should be really happy that they can still finish in second place if they manage to keep together, because it's still over 10 minutes to go, so things can still happen.
Yeah, where it's about 16 minutes flat left on the play clock. So the Radicals car making his way up through the S's, past the Torque Freak Racing at Aston Martin as they'll get through. It looks like Mitchell DeJong has managed to really equalize here as a 138 line his last lap, but it was a 138.4 from Paul Ilbrink, so the gap, well, a little bit lower. It's not like it was where it was a couple of seconds a lap. So it's just going to be very interesting. It's how risky do you want to take lapping these cars, as Anders Dahl is stuck right ahead of Mitchell DeJong. He'll make it work on the outside line of that number 33 Virgil GT car. But speaking of that Virgil GT car, well, it's kind of been a two-storied battle here. Virgil Racing was nowhere in the beginning of the race. They were in the middle of the pack. They didn't really have the speed. They didn't climb up through the ranks, as the number 8 car has problems. The Gathering of Tweakers, number 1. Will they have a spin out? Oh, yes, they did. They just lost it going through the final turn, the first turn, as they just lost the rear end coming through. So tire wear becoming a factor as well. These cars are holding on just as long as they absolutely can, and that must be worrying for Coanda as well, as we got to remember, Radicals, I believe, have newer tires, but I'm not quite sure. So I imagine that they can. As we're looking back to the live pictures. Linus, are you familiar enough with the prototypes to know that they're changing the tires out and filling them up, yes? Or I believe that they can only change the tires or fuel.
I have never driven the prototype, but I would guess that they take the fuel and then change the tires, because that's
much
usually
safer.
the way it goes in these kind of long races in real life, so I guess that's the way it is here as well.
Yes,
separate.
Yeah. And yeah, so, and I was going to say, I'm thinking about the real world racing series and that these cars race in, and they keep them very, very separate due to safety concerns. Of course, you wouldn't want to fire or anything like that, and so they must be they're going to be changing them out there. So I'm not, I imagine that he's taking tires. I didn't see it though. But either way, that Radicals car is, well, they're just one straightaway away. They're just, a couple of corners away from each other at times. It's down to under 4 seconds at the line.
Yeah, so they're closing in a couple of tenths every lap right now, and if they keep this up, it's going to be very close right at the end. But I think also lap traffic is going to come into play when we get closer to the end.
Yeah, so it's just, it's one of those things. You know, they are just pushing in these cars to the absolute limit. Paul Ilbrink versus the Koana SimSport car. It's just been a very long race for these guys, of course, as I'm sure afterwards we'll get an interview from both sides. And so don't go anywhere, because right after the finale here, the final lap at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, we'll have plenty to talk about. We'll have some driver interviews, we'll get some opinions, and we'll get the whole results and move on from there. So don't go anywhere. Just because the checkered flag is out doesn't mean that we're done here in the booth. So we hope you stick around for that. And if you don't, thank you very much for making us a part of your day. We appreciate it. Everyone here at RaceSpotTV appreciate it so very, very much that you have taken time out of your day to watch us bring you guys some of the best racing that there is to have in online simulated racing. So we're happy to bring that to you, as the time from the Radicals Online car is just it's not coming in enough. They've only really got, if we time the laps at a minute 40 a lap here, they've only really got probably some 10 laps to go. Lower than that. There's probably 8 laps to go, and that is not too long at all. So Linus, just looking overall at the race here, I know you've only been here for part of it, but this Watkins Glen track just really delivers once again.
Yeah, you almost never get a bad race here, no matter what series it's in. So from what I've seen, everyone's pretty much spread out, but there's always something going on, somewhere to look at. Cars getting lapped, or cars in the same division on different laps racing each other, and there's always something to look at. So it's also good to see that the only battle really going on is the one for the lead, which is the weirdest part of the whole race, I think, but I hope we can get something tighter than this towards the end.
Yes, we shall see. As actually Koana fought back a little bit that lap there. They pulled it back to over 4 seconds at the start-finish line. So I have a feeling that as long as Koana has the fuel, I don't know if a 4-second gap is capable. That's half a second a lap for however many laps we have here at the rest of this race. But, you know, it's just, it's tough racing here, and we're happy to have it. So, either way, and also on top of this, if you are just looking for finding out where, perhaps if you're familiar with the Skip Barber 2K World Cup Series races and you watch them, perhaps you're wondering whereabouts that is. Well, that is going to be over on RaceSpotTV. It's going to be, we're going to be just a little overstepping ourselves, but it shouldn't be too big of a deal here, as that looks to get underway in 3 or 4 minutes. And of course, that will be Mr. Will Vincent, as he has other duties to attend to, so he's going to be doing the Skip Barber 2K World Cup race. So after this one and after the interviews, you are more than welcome to watch that. I believe I can speak for everyone here when I say that Skip Barber Cup is just a fantastic series to watch. But for right now, we are watching these two cars, these Koana. Oh, the Koana car is in the pits. The Koana car is in the pits. They have called it. That's it. That would be it for the Koana car, as the blinkers are on. They are now, as the Radicals Online car will take the first corner, they are now the leaders of this race. The 4Racer Koana SimSport car did not have enough fuel to get to the end. Linus, that's just, well, it's disappointing, but if you know it, might as well just call it and get it in.
Yeah, well, I thought we were in for a really good race there, but if they're this much short on fuel, there's not really any chance in gambling. You don't want to run out of fuel halfway around the lap and not make it back, so I lose all these laps. But good thing for Radicals, now they're leading both the top classes, so it's a really good day for them.
That it is. They last came in on lap, let's see, it was lap number 177. So that is a lot of laps. They took on a ton of fuel. I mean, there's 9 minutes left of racing, and they end up taking like 16 seconds of fuel. I don't think they needed that, but oh well. They don't really have anything to lose at this point. I mean, in the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing HPD, which is in second, is 2 laps behind them, so there's nothing in it. So that Koana SimSport car, though, that's got to be deflating for Mitchell de Jong, as they just didn't have enough for the finish. They came into the pits too early. and lap 177 to lap 212. I mean, that's a valiant effort. I got to hand it to him. But Frazier, I mean, it's just, well, you're never going to get anywhere unless you gamble a couple of races.
Yeah, you've got to do those types of things every now and again. There's no point in just sitting about and letting it happen. You've got to go out there and proactively try to win.
Yeah, it was a 35-lap stint from the Coanda SimSport crew. Well, it was actually a 34, I think. But either way, including the in-lap and the out-lap. But overall, though, that Coanda SimSport car, you definitely got to hand it to them. They have put on a valiant effort. They started in second position as the Radicals started in first. It was a Coanda Radicals front row, and I think we figured the entire time that for the most part it was going to be these two cars, and that is exactly what has happened. So as Mitchell de Jong pushes that car a little forward, it's a 28-second gap, and obviously unless something horrible befalls that Radicals car, which we are relatively positive at this point in the race that is not what's going to happen, that well, it is going to be Radicals to take home as well. So Radicals with the strategy. I just Linus, it's one thing to have a fuel strategy that works out in one car, but they had a fuel strategy that worked out in two completely different cars.
Yeah, well, they might have different groups working on different cars, but it's amazing to see how well they've worked this out and that they managed to get both their cars to win the separate classes. So really good job and well done to them. It'll be interesting to see if they might maybe pull this off the same strategy next time around.
Well, perhaps they definitely came in prepared here, and that's not to say that the other teams were not. They obviously they always prepare. Toyota, the last season in the World Endurance Championship, they improved their Le Mans winning car. Or no, they didn't win Le Mans. Their World Endurance Championship winning car by 2 seconds a lap, and they were coming in rather hopeful and confident. And then they found out that all of their competition would increase their speed by 4 seconds a lap. So sometimes it just doesn't work out. So while you might be prepared, there's the Radical team, and they came very prepared as far as strategy goes. So as we close up on 6 minutes remaining here at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, once again, is actually the Radicals Online car will pass the Radicals Online car, the GT1 car getting passed by the prototype. So not only that, but well, they were a little short, Frazier, on having the team finish, but well, I'm sure they'll have plenty of time to do that. Granted, nothing dramatic happens.
Yeah, but we've only got 6.5 minutes to go, it seems like, and I can't see any major battles for a class lead.
No, and that's we say major battles. We're talking about seconds. I mean, looking at the live timing, I mean, it's one of those things that the interval is only 25 seconds between Coanda and Radicals Online for a 6-hour event. That is nothing huge. I mean, between Radicals and Virgil in the GT1 class, it is only 48 seconds after 6 hours of racing. I mean, it is just simply staggering. We sort of lose track of time watching all these sprint racings and all the NASCAR with a lot of those cautions. And it's one of those things that it's 25 seconds. That's nothing. That, as far as realistic racing in real life goes, that's absolutely nothing. So it's been a fantastic event so far. As just looking through, as yeah, they're all on different laps. But ultimately, though, looking through the entire field here, it just doesn't seem like anyone is too remotely close to each other, but that's all right, as actually the IRDK car, I believe, is relatively close to the Dark Frogs car. We'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, they're relatively close. The Jens Kristoffersen, you know, let's take a look. Jens Kristoffersen in that Dart Frogs racing car, of course the lime green car that was here last season in the C-Spec class, which is upgraded now to the GT1 class. They've had a relatively good race, as the Coanda SimSport car will look to get by them there, but well, that's a bit of a gap between the IRDK car. Ultimately, though, I have to say it's just been a relatively good race to watch. It's been very nice for us to watch. And as the last 5 minutes start ticking by here at the 6 hours at the Glen, just got to really give props to, I think, a lot of the drivers. I don't think there were issues, especially communication between the prototypes and the Fords as they tried to dash through traffic. But for the most part, I think from what we've seen, it's been a relatively clean race. Fraser, you've seen just about as much of the race as anybody here. What do you think of the overall cleanliness, I guess, is the word of the race?
The race has been extremely clean. There hasn't been many car contacts, just solo car incidents, usually caused by hardware failures. I think we had 2 cars hit the wall in the last corner, but that was about it. Over 6 hours, that's really good.
Yes, and it just goes to show the strength. We had a couple of incidents. We had a 2x2 between 2 prototypes trying to pass 2 Fords all at the same time, and that didn't work. But I don't think there was any series or any lap or any type of car where it would have worked. So that was just brain farts on many different individuals' parts, but actually really only one. They penalized him for that, so we'll have to take a look throughout. And we'll see here as the laps tick by. We've only got 2 minutes left here at Watkins Glen. So as the time is ticking away, we'll have to look here. This isn't going to be the last lap. I think this is the second to last lap. They will get the white flag next time by, not this time by, as Paul Ilbrink will take turn number 10, or turn number 11, excuse me, even, and he'll take turn number 12. Go on the inside of that virus car, Dennis Grierson in that virus car, and he will look to pick up it'll be the white flag next time by, maybe. There might be one more lap remaining after this, but because I think the gap is just a little bit there, but I'm not sure. Either way, though, as that Radicals car comes and takes a look up, just going through before we start the finalings of the show here, just to give a big very much thank you. Well, we have mostly everybody here, as I hope that you all stay for the post-race show, but if you don't, okay, I guess I can understand it. But I would like to give a special thanks to Fraser Williamson and Linus Brostrom, Rachel Whiteford, Hugo Louis, and just RaceSpot for getting this all together and really putting on a great show for an event like this. And as most battles are pretty much sorted right now, and you can't argue with that, as this has been 6 hours of good, hard racing. So we'll come and pick up the white flag next time by here at the Watkins Glen International Raceway. As we'll see here, we will finish up this race under a good note. We haven't had any incidents of real note in the last real hour, which is nuts, as we're taking the last couple of corners now as time is getting ready to expire. But it is just going to be a good finishing race here as Paul Ilbrink, he'll come across the line. Actually, I believe the race is going to finish right now as he will come across the line, and Radicals Online will come away with it at the finish here. They did manage to get the timer correct. They did time it right, and the Paul Ilbrink piloted Radicals Online car will come away with the victory here as the rest of the cars start streaming through. Mitchell De Jong will come across the start-finish line as he will come across just 19 seconds away, and he will come and take the checkered for the second position as the rest of the cars all start streaming through here. Actually, I believe there was just a battle for the 5th position. I think they were on different laps, I believe. Okay, all right. They scared me there. The Apex Engineering, the Phoenix Motorsports crossing line. But either way, they will all start crossing the finishing line there as the rest of the field is coming through. I believe the final car on the track there that is still at racing speed is probably the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing GT1 car. So as the field comes right on through, we will see here as we'll follow the Radicals Online car as all the cars slowly drive past as he finds his teammate. That's what he does. Paul Ilbrink finds his teammate, the Sim RC car, finding him as well. as Wyatt Gooden loads up his Aston Martin pony, and they will go side by side here as no one starts taking their cool down lap here. As that's a good sight right there. In that one picture, you've got your class winners right there. They wear the same colors, they wear the same sponsors, they're the same team. Radicals Online taking the first position in the prototype division and overall, as well as the first position in the GT1 class. So the Skip Barber broadcast just moved over to a new link, so you're going to have to dig that one out. I'm sure we can hook it up on Twitter, and we'll see about whereabouts it is, and we'll get that all to you so you can watch some lovely Skip Barber goodness, and that is, of course, wild racing as you can expect. So you can always, as always, check the RaceSpotTV Twitter to get that, and of course that's at RaceSpotTV, which is shocking, I know. So either way, as the field's still running right through, the prototypes of are driving side by side with the Radicals cars as, well, we'll see if they stop and pose here at the line. Linus, I know you're going to be going relatively soon. You have a battle to go to in that Skip Barber race, I believe. So overall, though, any last thoughts here at Watkins?
Well, it was a good race to watch, whatever bits I saw of it. Interesting racing, very, very clean like you talked about, and nice to see one team being able to close out the two divisions or classes. Even though it's always nice to see different cars win, but still fun to see that a team can pull it off and how well they actually work in more than just one class. So really looking forward to the next race as well, and hopefully I can come in and maybe co-commentate that one too.
Well, we'll be happy to have you, I'm sure. But either way, Linus, thank you very much for being a part of this broadcast. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So, as the results are starting to tick by, the prototype cars are starting to line up. Fraser, just one last final thought as they're lining up before we get to the results from you.
It was a crazy race full of really good driving. It was really clean with lots of battles.
Yes, and just like that, the prototype cars lining themselves up, and oh, they're doing a fancy thing. Yes, somebody's doing donuts in the background, but they're doing a very fancy. They're over coordinating these things, I swear. As the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing HPD car. Well, whoops, I think he came down pit road and they want a picture, so now he's going to have to hustle around the track as they're all lining up for pictures, I tell you. So, as the cars line up, we will go over the official ending results here at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. After 6 hard hours of racing, it is Radicals Online, whom started in third. They finished up in first position. The Radicals Online car having a great exit strategy for their pitting. They managed to make it work, and they stick. They get the 19-second victory over Koana Sim Sport. The Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car finishes in third, with the Gathering of Tweakers car finishing in fourth. The V8 PAX Engineering prototype finishing in fifth, with Phoenix Motorsports prototype finishing in sixth. So 7-3 Motorsports in 7th, Corner Motorsport in 8th, Online SimRacing.de's prototype in 9th, with Odox Motorsport finishing out 10 laps down in 10th position in the prototype field. Going over to the GT1 category, it is Radicals Online with Virgil Racing. As wow, these cars are they're bunching up with each other, very nice, and it's worrying me. It's like coordinating cats. So it is the Radicals Online GT1 car coming away with a victory over Virgil Racing, and Falcon GP finishing in third. Team Chimera finishing in fourth. Hammerdown Racing in fifth. FRT Hawkers in sixth. Dart Frogs in seventh. IRDK in eighth. Torque Freak in ninth. Blue Flag Racing recovering to finish in 10th position. Movano, don't know what had happened there, but something dramatic had happened, and they finished in 11th position, with the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing finishing in 12th. Then going down to the GT2 field. Back in, this is 24th overall. It's the Sim RC. They won by almost an entire lap. As they came away with it, they will finish in 24th overall and get the victory in the Ford GT. Phoenix Motorsports finishing in second in the Ford GT with 49 Motorsports in third. Torrent Motorsports is in fourth with the Virus car. Mad Cape Racing in fifth. And sixth, it will be the KRT Motorsports, are going to be finishing in the seventh position with the Asbury Motorsports and Racing Lines finishing out them. So, right. We'll reset. We'll let them take their pictures, and oh, look at that. That's a pretty picture. As look at that head on there, Hugo. Get that picture in there. That's definitely picture worthy. As just like that, the event is over. The show is over. So it's very good to have you along with us. We'll be right back to interview our racers and go on from there. So we are going to take a very quick commercial break just to reset, get people in here, and we will be back in just one moment's time. If you're just leaving, thank you very much for making us part of your day. If you're not, we're happy to have you, and we hope you will be enjoying the racing interviews and the like there. So it's the 6 hours of Watkins Glen at the Neo Endurance Series, and the race is over, but the coverage is still ongoing. We'll be back in just one moment's time.
Truex on the outside, contact made. 56 slides it at a 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy. The engines are starting to run cold, but the hearts are still running strong here at the RaceSpotTV commentary booth. The Neo Endurance Series has just finished its 6-hour event here in the lovely Watkins Glen. So with that, we are going to be bringing in some drivers to interview as we see the series of the results on the screen. We'll start with the people who are sitting well at the top. It is going to be Paul Ilbrink and Mac Backham in that Radicals Online car. We'll start with you, Paul. You brought it home. How does it feel right now to come home with a win here at Watkins?
Very good. It's been a while since we won in the series, but it's good to be back on top step again.
Now, we had talked well over an hour ago about whether or not you thought that the Coena car had enough fuel to the finish. He ended up coming into the pits with about 4 minutes to go. Overall, though, I mean, it's a pretty valiant effort, but they ended up only making 34 laps. You guys, you differentiated your pit strategies relatively early on. Did you guys have a whiteboard or a sheet of paper where you guys had this all plotted out, or was this all just reactionary?
We had two strategies that we were going with, and it was just a matter of just waiting for the race and see how much time the traffic would cost, which one would be able to work. And I think 2 stints into the race we pretty much knew we had to make an extra stop, so we tried to maximize it by spreading out the lighter car over the various stints later in the race, and it worked out pretty well, I think.
Well, it did indeed. You guys took the victory by over 19 seconds over your rivals over there at the Coena Sim Sports. So, Paul, I mean, it's just how did your race go as far as traffic? You managed. You came in. You had a stint after Mac, and in both instances, how did the traffic go between your first stinting and your second?
At the end it was better, but I got one scary moment where I think it was the Virus GT2 car was spun going into the booth, and he just started moving when I was going about to pass him, but luckily he hit the brakes again, and I got through there clean, so that was the only pretty scary moment of the race. But for the rest, a couple moments where cars were doing a bit different things than I expected them to do, but in the end, overall, it was pretty good, I think.
Well, pretty good indeed. But either way, it has been a good race from you guys. You guys were really pushing it out early, and it shows. So, just overall, the tire, the gripping of the track. I know it was super hot out there. But between your first stinting and your second stinting, how much did the track rubber in? Did you notice a change?
Well, the track got quicker, but I think it was mostly because of the temperatures cooling down a little bit, and especially the track temperature cooled down by several degrees, and that made it a bit quicker and more grippier, but it was okay. The car handled fine throughout the whole race, really.
Yeah, it started at 93 degrees Fahrenheit, ended up being 88 degrees Fahrenheit. Not the track temperature, that's the air temperature, but yes. So, either way, Paul, before we shift over to your co-pilot, anyone you'd like to thank out there?
Mac, of course. He did a brilliant job in the middle of the race, gapping Kwanda by a lot, and that gave us a race run today. And for the rest, I want to regret our GT1 team, who also did an awesome job winning as well. So that makes it a special evening, and the rest of the team for the support, of course.
All right, Paul Ilbrink, one of the pilots in the race winning of the 6 hours of Watkins Glen here with us in the booth. We'll shift over to Mac Backham. Mac, you started the race. It was quite a bit chaotic, it always seemed. There was always cars around you, and both lap traffic and competition. How did your race go?
Went pretty smoothly, I guess. Didn't have too many hiccups. Nothing really that weird happening apart from some misunderstandings sometimes, but that's nothing new. I guess it went okay overall.
Yes, and I mean, the traffic here at Watkins Glen, I think it's getting darn near legendary. I don't think that we have, I don't want to say traffic issues, but it just seems like there's more traffic jams here at Watkins Glen than even at Sebring, which is saying something. But overall, how did you feel on this Watkins Glen course? Did it rubber in nicely for you, or was it a pain in the heat, or what?
I think the traffic here is great. I would say this is one of the easiest tracks, actually, traffic-wise, and the rubbering in, I don't know, I saw it on my screen, but I honestly didn't really notice anything driving-wise.
Well, that high downforce car hopefully taking advantage of all the grip and those tires just helping out along. But either way, Mac, the battle between you guys and Coanda, you ended up coming out on top here on more than just the pitting. I mean, you guys obviously had 19 seconds, and it wasn't just from pitting. You guys managed to really pull it away and make the right decisions today. So going forward to Spa-Francorchamps, you excited about going to Spa?
I still have to see if I'm available for Spa. I'm not quite sure yet, but yeah, I do like the track, so hopefully I'll be there, and then I'm excited to get the same result again.
Yes, well, we definitely hope you can be there. Any event where we got high caliber drivers like you guys is a good one indeed. So, Mac, anybody you'd like to thank before we let you go and cut you loose?
I'd just like to thank Paul for doing the race with me and doing a great job, and the rest of the team and our sponsors, Steel Series and Simulache.
All right, Mac Backham, thank you very much from the Radicals Online team. Really appreciate you taking some time out of your day. Go enjoy your victory. So with that, we are going to be moving along to Mitchell De Jong in the other side, the purple and white car, the Coanda Sim Sport car. So, Mitchell, excuse me, it's the first time I've made that mistake all day, if you believe it or not. So, Mitchell, you've managed to come away here in second position. I mean, you qualified in first, but ultimately, though, how did your guys' race go in the Coanda car?
Yeah, thank you. It was quite an eventful race, I would say. We had a bit of a tough time, I'd say, in traffic. We lost really a lot of time and just couldn't figure out how to get through it any faster. Every time we would kind of build a little bit of a gap, we'd just lose it right away, and then after that we'd have to defend, and it was just a really intense race, I would say. It felt like a Grand Prix race, but for 6 hours. So, but it was a lot of fun. We ended up making some changes during the race after Andre's stints with tire pressures and stuff. It seemed to make the car a little bit quicker, and just tried everything we could to catch them. But we're happy with P2 in the end.
Yes, and a track like Watkins Glen, it always seems to have the most traffic jams. How did you guys manage it? I mean, obviously, there's times where you're going to be winning, there's times when you're going to be losing as far as where the traffic comes and goes. But just take me through like a Watkins Glen here as a track. Some people love it, some people hate it. What do you feel on it?
Yeah, Watkins Glen is quite a cool track, for sure, very fast. You do get some slow sections in there too. It makes it very interesting with the GT1s, for sure, trying to pass them where they're really quick down the straightaways, but they're a bit slower in the corners. So trying to navigate around and try to set them up to make passes without losing too much time is a bit difficult, but I quite like the track a lot. It's I think quite great for endurance racing for sure, and it was a good one, fun to run.
All right, well, Mitchell, is there anyone you would like to thank out there in the world? Sponsors, friends, anything of the like before we cut you out? Wait, what am I saying? Hold on a second. I forgot a question. Next time we're going to be going to Spa-Francorchamps. You're going to be doing this all over again in about a month's time. Spa, are you excited to go to Spa?
Absolutely, Spa is an awesome track. I didn't get the chance to run it last year when they first had driver swaps, but I'm really looking forward to it. I think it'll be a lot of fun in this car, so we'll have to see.
All right, now, is there anyone you'd like to thank out there? We'll let you off the hook. Is there anyone you'd like to thank out there?
Absolutely. I'd like to thank my team and Andre for the great preparation, getting the car ready and practicing, and for Racer and Warren Design and RaceSpot, and that's about it.
All right, well, Mitch De Jong, thank you very much, and of course, you and your partner Andre Bocher, they're in the car, in that Coanda car, bringing it home in second position. So, Mitchell, thank you very much for taking some time here. Actually, I think Andre's here. Andre, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Hello.
Oh, goodness. I didn't even notice you in here. You're, jeez. Okay, all right. Well, my apologies here. We'll look to the other side of the Coanda car. Andre, you were the one in the middle, that weird middle section where you've got drivers of the different speeds and paces and different strategies all trying to come and play out, and it ultimately results in a huge traffic jam and this weird hazy middle of the 6-hour race. How did your guys' race go? How did yours go?
As Mitchell said already, it was tough through the traffic. We tried to be safe, not go for any too high risk, and it just looked like we always caught traffic in like unlucky places, and weren't really able to catch a break to the other guys behind us at that point, and got caught out a bit by a radical strategy change, and eventually lost a bit too much time to them, so it wasn't too close in the end, but still tried our best, and was for sure an eventful race and huge fun.
Yes, and 19 seconds after 6 hours isn't too bad at all. I'll tell you that now. But no, it was an exciting race for sure. What's your opinion on Watkins Glen? Is it a good track for you?
Yeah, it's a fun track. For sure not easy with the different speed differences between the classes, but it was fun, and I think a good race after all, and wouldn't mind seeing it back on the schedule.
Now, maybe at some point in the future, but the next couple of tracks, you're going to go to Spa, Interlagos, and then Nürburgring. So we'll start with Spa. You're going to be along for all 3 races, correct?
Not sure yet. We'll see if it overlaps with the WCS too much. We might switch around with the drivers a little, but I'm sure I'll be back for one of the races at least, and looking forward to that.
Well, we wish you the best of luck in your Pro Series and your WCS Series travels, and we hope to see you once again in the Coanda car. Anybody you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, my team, obviously Mitchell for doing the race with me was fun. Had a good preparation with him, and obviously our sponsors, 4Racer, Antwerp Design, and RaceSpot.
All right, Andre Butcher, whom I butcher the last name of, I think, every single time. I don't think I'll ever get it right, which is very unfortunate. But either way, thank you very much for hopping in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth. We always love having you guys on. So hopefully we will see you again some point soon. And thank you for taking some time out of your day for us. So, with that wraps up the pink and white Coanda Sim Sport car. Now we will move out of the prototype division and get right into the GT1 division. We're going to be joined by Wyatt Gooden from the Radicals Online GT1 car. So we had a Radicals car winning here in the prototype division, and right behind it, in first in the podium of the GT1, Wyatt, is the Radicals Aston Martin. Why don't you take me through your guys' race?
Hey, yeah, how about that, huh? Both teams winning in the HPD and the GT1. Doesn't get any better than that. So that's awesome. But it was one of those rare races where everything just worked out. The car was good right off the bat, and we managed traffic real well, and it was a relatively uneventful race. We kept it on track, kept it clean. It was just one of those very rare occasions, that's for sure.
Well, it's hopefully it's going to get less rare for you guys. This is probably something that you should say, I imagine. But in a series like this, where the competition's so tight, it's really hard to come across these victories. So this GT1 field, we haven't really seen a GT1 field like this ever before, with the 2 cars in the class. We've seen it at Sebring, we've seen it at Circuit of the Americas, and now we've seen it at Watkins Glen. I mean, this is going to be a tough series to really come away with this GT1 field. Overall, what do you think about the GT1 here in the Neo series?
Yeah, it's definitely real competitive. It's a ton of fun. I'll tell you that. I mean, the deeper the field is, the more you really got to work and be on your game and make sure you're not making any mistakes. It's awesome. That's why we do this stuff. We love racing with this kind of competition.
Well, and this kind of competition, indeed, very much so. So, you guys, it was pretty touch and go with Movano, but then they ended up having to come in for pit. Your guys' pit strategy worked out extremely well. You managed to come away with a victory by some 20-30 seconds, I imagine, over the Virgil Racing car. But overall, though, you're going to be going to Spa after this in about 1 month's time. You're going to be bringing the car over there?
Yeah, I think so. I think we can make that one. I love racing in the series. It's just such a well-run professional series, and it's just an absolute blast. But yeah, I will say that the pit strategy was real interesting. The whole race, we knew we could make it on fuel. We had to save a little bit and kind of watch it. But I figured Movano, I think after the first stint, they short pitted to try to get ahead of P2 because it's pretty hard to pass here a car in the same class when you're running, pretty close on pace. So I think at that point, I knew we were going to be able to do one less stop than them. So we just kind of, cruised, and even though they were ahead for a while, we knew they would cycle through and we'd end up P1 at the end.
Well, P1 indeed. So either way, Wyatt, it was you and Jeremy Bootloop with Jory Without in the Aston Martin Radicals car. Before we cut you off and let you go, we'll give you time. You need anybody, or you want to give a shout out to anybody? Say hello to anybody out there in the world?
Yeah, of course. All my teammates. First of all, it's just such a great group to be with, and it's a pleasure to be a part of this team. I've been on this team for I think about 5 years or so, and we're always just real competitive, and we always just enjoy these races, have a ton of fun. And Jeremy drove real good. He's just insanely consistent, as he always is. And Yuri did a really good job running his stint and getting that extra lap in, which allowed me to not have any problems at the end there. So I definitely want to say congrats to Yuri for getting his first Neo win. So we're all psyched for him on that.
Well, absolutely, and hopefully you guys can take this momentum and push it forward through to Spa, Interlagos, and the Nürburgring as we start the second half of the Neo Endurance Series. So, Wyatt, thank you very much for taking some time out of your day to come in here and say hi and give us your thoughts and stuff. So we're happy to have you as always. So thank you very much for stopping in.
Yep, looking forward to the next one. Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. So we are going to be looking back now to the GT2 field. Of course, it's just one row of cars after another. Back here in the Sim RC world, we've got Sven Demvel with us here in the number 78 car, the Sim RC.de car. So. Well, Sven, you only drove the car for a couple of stints in the beginning, and your teammates Leonardo Corti and Stefan Seitweger ultimately helped bring that car to the victory. But that pace that you had in those first couple of stints, they did nothing but capitalize on that. Why don't you take me through your Watkins Glen race?
Well, I saw a chance right in the first lap to break the draft when Matt Cape and IRDK were fighting for second place. So I pushed really hard, got them out of the draft, and I knew I had a better pace than the rest of the field. So yeah, I just pushed the first stint, and the gap was already pretty big. So the other 5 hours we were just trying to save the car and not take any risk.
Well, and save the car you did. It sounds easy on paper to keep the car in one piece, but here at Watkins Glen, it's one of those tracks where multi-class, and it just adds an entirely different chaotic element. How did the traffic treat you out there?
We had some awkward moments, but every time it looked like it could be dangerous, we just backed out of it, and we had some time to spare, so it was easier for us than like other teams who had to fight for position. So yeah, that was like not easy, but still easier than usual.
Well, yes, indeed. So, well, you guys managed to come away with like an entire lap basically over the entire GT2 field. There was a little couple of incidents in the beginning between a couple of the other Ford GTs that might have taken out some of the competition, but for the most part, though, it was just you guys pulling away and pulling away. This type of momentum, beating the field by a lap, you really think it's going to help you going into Spa next month?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, we won 2 races in a row now. I think the first race in Sebring was pretty dodgy, but I think we found our setup now, and we know the car pretty well. I think we have a good chance to win Spa as well.
Well, we hope to definitely see you and the team from Sim RC there. Is there anybody you would like to thank out there?
Yeah, I want to thank the Sim RC guys who are watching the stream and supporting us, and especially Dustin, who provided us with this awesome setup. It really helped our pace.
That's Sven Demel from the Sim RC team, winning here today at Watkins Glen by over a lap. And thank you very much for taking some time out of your night to come in and have a chat with us.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So, finishing in second place, and I say this is unlikely. Joris, we brought you in the commentary booth here a couple hours ago, and we started talking about how difficult of a start your Phoenix Motorsports 4GT had. And then as we were talking to you, it had an incident with a prototype car, and it's sitting in second position on the podium here. What's going on?
I have absolutely no idea. We were just doing our own race, and we saw that a lot of cars in front of us were just dropping down all the time. They were making mistakes, they were crashing, they were doing some other things, so they got a penalty and so on, and we just kept on going. We had to overtake 3 cars, I think, from going P12 to P2.
Well, I guess when a race like that happens, you just got to take what you can get and get out with the lottery while you can. I mean, obviously, mistakes that had happened would have really sink any team, but you guys just stuck with it and come home in P2. So surprised?
Yeah, sure. When we saw what happened, and we saw how our car was after that incident and after the repairs. We decided to go on, and we were hoping on a top 5 position, maybe, if everything went okay. But going to second position and podium finish actually was something we didn't believe could happen after half an hour of racing.
Well, that is exactly what has happened here at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. So, being in the 4GT, sometimes I think just watching on board, and I don't know necessarily about you and the Phoenix team particularly, but just there got to be a lot of moments where you're just holding on to that steering wheel and just hoping that nobody hits you. It just seems crazy to me to be out there in the Ford with these prototypes and the GT1 cars all flying around, but you seem to make it at least seem a little comfortable.
Yeah, hoping was not enough because we were hit 3 times and something, and all 3 times the other car got punished for it. So we could have gone even worse than this. It was unbelievable we didn't get any more damage after this race. It was, I still don't know how we got there.
Well, the crews managed to put those cars back together and scrounge out some parts from maybe from the tractor trailer itself, and you guys ended up coming home in the second position here in the Phoenix Motorsports 4 GT. We've had, unfortunately, finishing just ahead of it in 26th position overall was the GT1 car, and not too far down the road from that was the Phoenix HPD. So overall, though, for Phoenix Motorsports as a whole, it's not a bad day, all things considered.
No, I think the GT1 was least lucky because they had some stupid mistakes, but they will learn from it because both are still learning the car and they will get faster. I know both guys, so they are good. And the HPD finally got a decent result after, I think, a year hard work, I think, yeah. So let's hope for better things next race again, and we will try to keep improving.
Now, continued improvements seen here at the Phoenix Motorsports for a GT and the entire team as a whole. Anyone you'd like to thank out there before we let you go?
Of course, everybody from the team, so the GT1 team, the HPD team. For my team, myself, so my car, I really have to thank Rupi. He was very fast today. He actually took my final stint just to get to P2, so I only did one stint today. But he was just so fast. I want to thank our sponsors, but I forget the names all the time, so I hope they don't mind for that for a moment.
Let's take a look at your car real quick here. I see Sim Design Lab, RaceSpot.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's see here, PhoenixMotorsports.eu. Oh, that's you guys. Yeah. I think that's covering them. I don't know what that E is, but that's some logo.
The E, I have no idea.
I don't know what that logo is. Maybe it's a D. I don't know.
That's a Sim Design logo. Yeah, that's our painter who did our paints. So yeah.
Ah, yes. Well, very good paint schemes as always from the Phoenix Motorsports. So, Joris, thank you very, very much for coming in and spending some time with us here in the commentary booth. And we hope to see you at Spa.
Yeah, I sure will. I'll see you then.
Alright, so here in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth, we're just, before we start winding things down, we'll get a quick, well, not a quick word. We'll talk with one of the race organizers here. That's very important. Is Egil Sandfield. Egil, the entire race as a whole, I think went off. I mean, we had a couple of crazy incidents at the start of the race, but I have to say, probably the last couple of hours was a pretty fair, straight shooting race.
Yeah, it was. It was a very exciting race for sure. But we are going to look at some of the driving standards interclass. We've had a fair bit of incidents today, and in general, it's just a bit too much. So we are going to investigate that and see what we can do to make it better for all classes.
Yes, and we had a couple of instances where we had the one instance that I think the big incident of the day was when those two prototype cars tried to pass the two Ford GTs that were racing side by side and gumming out of the entry to the boot and heading to the heel, and it didn't work at all whatsoever. So hopefully we can avoid incidents like that in the future. I don't think we had anything dramatic at all in the final couple of hours, which was great to see. Because, once we got past all that, the racing here at Watkins Glen was simply, I think the only really word I could have is it was ballistic as far as the racing in the multi-class event went.
Yeah, sure. And I think we are, of course, we're biased because we are focused on looking for incidents. We're focused on looking and reviewing this incident, so we don't actually get to see that much of nice racing. So I guess we'll have to watch the broadcast before we can really see how it goes. But I think some of the roughness is down to the track. It's almost a city track where, because the walls are so close. So yeah, it's just an hectic little arena to fight in.
Well, it was a great show for us in the commentary booth, I'll tell you that now. So overall, though, we're halfway through the Neo Endurance Series. We've had our first, we had our 8-hour race. We're going to have a 6-hour, we had our 6 hours at COTA, we had our 6 hours at the Watkins Glen race, which, as it turns out, you're watching right now on RaceSpotTV. And next we're going to be going to Spa-Francorchamps, and then Interlagos, and then the Nürburgring. So we're halfway through the season with this configuration of cars. Overall, I have to say the racing has gotten better and better.
Yeah, in some parts. I think it's down to the track. I think it'll be better at Spa, definitely. But we are going to look into and see if we can improve on the general driving standards.
Well, there is always rooms for improvement, and once again, we did not see that code 60, that full course yellow, which was a good thing to see indeed. But overall, we will just have to do our Motorsports Safety Foundation a Clean X award just a little bit later. I think it's a little hard to try and kind of determine just with how much action was on track, how many cars had to take the alternate routes to keep their cars safe. I think we'll have to figure that out at some point later, though, as we will definitely keep you posted on the neo-endurance.com website, though, I'm sure. So, Egil, anyone you'd like to thank out there?
Yeah, everyone participating, basically it. And I just want to say a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to those who celebrate that.
And to you as well, Egil. Thank you very much for coming in and getting a chat with us, and can't wait to see you in about 1 month's time. When is the Spa race?
It's on January 24th at, I think it's GMT, 2 o'clock.
All right, so we will be there. And so with that, we will start closing up shop here at Watkins Glen. The Neo Endurance Series and the Gathering of Trigger Series both roared here at Watkins Glen, and they will close up shop, pack it all up, back into the haulers, get into the planes, and get on over to Spa-Francorchamps. As we will be eagerly awaiting the next chapter in this Neo Endurance Series. We finish out Watkins Glen with a thanks. So thank you to Rachel Whiteford, to Linus Brodstrom, as well as Fraser Williamson there, as well as Hugo Louis, who's on the cameras. Anwarn Design, of course, our graphics partner. And we'd like to thank you, most importantly, the viewer, for keeping us along for the ride and making sure that you keep following this simulated motorsport and keeping it alive and well. We do this all for you guys. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you all next time.